too.
We're live. Live for 4 seconds on YouTube.
4
We'll
seconds.
just wait a sec and see when people arrive. I don't think if there's going to be. Oh, we got 5 viewers already. Man, that's amazing. That's pretty quick.
That's awesome.
Hi everyone. So we'll just kind of start off, I guess. Well, Peter, the master of Hoppets here, joined by like this.
What do I say, Joe?
What do
you usually like? What do all your buddies have like fun nicknames?
Yeah, we do all those silly names for people.
I'll be Joe.
But you're Joe from Jow's Arcade.
Yeah, that's right. You guys do. It's awesome. You guys have like there's Brett of Animyces.
Yeah.
There's just Michael.
Yeah.
There is the original was Jakob, he was Lord of Malt.
The Lord of Malt.
Lord of Malt.
That's where it started.
Who's the General of Guza? I always like that one too.
His name is Henrik. Or Henrik, if you'll say it in English. It's a Danish name, I think. Yeah. But we got the first people watching. People are saying hello. Joe the Bro from John Holzer. And Michael Borges says hello.
John,
hello,
what's
everyone.
Up, bro? John is of 4 brewers who I've had the pleasure of getting to do podcasts with.
Nice.
He stopped doing. He hasn't posted a beer review in a long time. I don't know if he's still doing YouTube or if they're just doing.
Once in a while, he posts a video. I've seen it once in a while, but it's like random occasions. Something will pop up.
I'm jealous of his setup, dude. He's got like the best audio. His video always looks great. Like I watch him and then I watch my videos back and I'm just like, we're not the same.
But does he do anything with like videography for a living?
Well, he doesn't do it for a living, but he's legit with audio video.
We got Colin Quinn in the house. What up, guys? What up, Colin? Hope you're doing all right.
The real Colin Quinn?
I don't know. Colin Quinn, a famous person?
Yeah, remember Colin Quinn was on Saturday Night Live. He was an actor.
Ah, okay. I didn't even know that. But yeah, so the plan for tonight is Joe and I have a few beers to go through. And Joe, as you guys know, has been sending me quite a lot of hoppy beers this past 6 months. I've got to try a lot of dope stuff courtesy of Joe. So I sent a return package 3 days ago, whatever, something. It took 2 days and Joe had it.
It's so crazy.
So we're going to be drinking both Danish beer and Southern Californian beer, which is going to be dope. We got Daniel in the house as well. Hey, Daniel. And we're going to start off with trying this beer first. From Bad Seed Brewing, from my neck of the woods. This is Saxon Violins, 4.2% West Coast IPA, brewed with rye and hop with Amarillo, Equinox, and Chinook. So, I'm a good friend.
So how far are you from these guys?
30-minute car ride, 20-minute.
It's like, do you ever go hang out and drink beers over there?
Yeah. I've been to the brewery a couple times. I did a video from a brew day there as well. And the fun thing is the owner and founder of the brewery I used to work with when I worked in a bottle shop locally. And he went on to do some contract brewing and things like that. But then he finally opened up a facility in an old soda factory just outside of the city I live in. That used to be famous for making soda. It closed down quite a few years ago and it's been standing empty for a long time. But all the piping and everything was there already. So it's perfect for a brewery.
Made it easy, yeah.
Yeah. So he opened up there. And I got proper glassware, as you always promote, Joe.
No, boy. Dave, beer tastes better in proper glassware. I've been trying to tell people for years.
So should we get this one cracked?
Let's do it.
So you have a... What are you saying?
I was going to say, the funny thing about the proper glassware thing is it kind of like took over. And when people would send beers, they would send glassware. And like ended up with so much glassware. Is the best.
That's awesome. Man, this is clear.
I love it.
It might be a bit of, oh shit.
I'm the leader of the clear beer movement, by the way. We're bringing it back in 2021.
Yeah, clear beer for days.
It is
that
clear.
Looks nice.
It does. You know what's crazy is I noticed the date on here, little hashtag Team Old IPA. It's March 12th. I think is what that is, right? That's not like a Best Buy. That's a
best. Oh yeah. Yeah, that must be the canned on because it says 21.
Right, and so, it's still as soon as I cracked it, I could smell it. It smells awesome.
I wonder if it was because they just released it, so I'm wondering if that's the case. Like it's been out for a couple of weeks only, I think.
How is that possible? Because it says, did they mess up the date? Maybe. Well,
I think that could be a thing, because usually in Denmark the law says you have to post a best before date and not a canned on.
interesting.
So maybe it's just a mishap. But
wait, so there's an actual law in Denmark that you have to have dates on cans?
yes,
That's
because it's a
fucking
food
amazing.
product.
I love it.
Yeah,
I love it.
But the thing is, you decide your system yourself, so you can do like a month, or you can do whatever,
Yeah.
a year, whatever you see fit.
Do you have to put the ABV on there?
Yes,
Good.
of course.
I'm moving there.
Why don't you have to do that some places in the States? We're up to 21 viewers, by the way. That's awesome. Only been streaming for 5 minutes.
It's 11 o'clock in the morning.
Joe's getting ready to hammer some beers.
Seriously, dude, I seriously, I do not understand like how you can't. It has to be a law that you put alcohol on a can. I don't understand why they don't have to do it. It's one of those things. Like I don't get bothered much about beer stuff, but that really bothers me.
Yeah, me too, man. And it's so weird that that's the case.
Yeah.
Like I think it should be a law, really, but especially with ABV content. Like then you get beer from some places in the States, and you have to try and look up ABV online. Yeah. And it's just so weird. Like some Hill Farmstead bottles, even if you look it up online, there's no ABV.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's like you have to have nutrition facts on all the food. Like this is a food or a beverage thing. Like there's nutrition facts on on a bottle of soda. It shows calorie, sugar, all that stuff. And I mean, calories you're getting from the percentage of alcohol, like it should show all that stuff. And dude, there's like, you have people that are, buying 12, 13% beers, not realizing it. Like what happens if you go home and you're like, oh, I'm going to try this and then drive somewhere. And you're like, fuck, I'm absolutely hammered. Like you should know, you should know what you're drinking.
I totally agree, man. I totally agree. So
let's
dive into this beer. Let's drink some beer, man.
Let's do it.
It's 12 o'clock somewhere.
It is. Well, not quite. Well, it's almost here.
It smells quite nice.
It smells good. It smells. What does it say the hops are in this?
So Equinox, Chinook, and it was also
Amarillo.
I definitely got a lot of orange.
Yeah.
Pithy citrus.
Was Equinox called something else before, or am I thinking of a different hop?
Yeah, it was called Equinox.
Because I mean, it smells. Besides the orange, like it has like that West Coasty, like piney kind of sprucey thing.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's also Chinook part of it, because Chinook often is like really piney and earthy and resiny. Yeah,
it's an old school hop.
Yeah, I think and that keeps it a bit old school. It smells like kind of like old school citrusy West Coast kind of IPA. It reminds me a bit of old school Stone.
Yeah, and it's got like a little bit of like that bready like sweetness to it.
Yeah. Should we give it a taste?
Yeah. Cheers. Thanks for the beer, bro.
Cheers. No worries, man.
And I'm drunk again.
Ooh, that's got a bitter kick.
It does. That's a crusher though. That's light.
Yeah.
Dude, that's got some serious like lingering bitterness though.
Really lingering, pithy, piney bitterness. Like really piney. I can't remember the last time I had an IPA that was this piney actually.
Yeah. It's piney, sprucey, like even like a little bit of like floral.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think in terms of the orange flavor, for me, it's more like a real oily kind of orange rind and pith kind of flavor. Kind of like orange juice.
I'd see. This is why I like when I get to watch your guys' reviews, because you have people to talk to that are with you, and you'll notice something and say it, and then someone else will be like, "Oh yeah." When you guys say oily, there's so many times I thought like I couldn't figure out what something was, and then when I hear you say that, I'm like, "That's what that is. It's oily. It's like hop oil."
Yeah, and there's totally that in this.
That's how this is. It's like you bit into an orange peel to peel it. Like it's super pithy on your tongue it's still there. This is like drinking an old school like Stone beer.
Yeah, it is. And what I like is it's dry.
Mm-hmm.
That's something I've been really missing in beers is dryness.
Mm-hmm.
Like so many IPAs. Like there's, of course, we drink a lot of haze, and we've drunk a lot of haze lately on the channel. But some run-of-the-mill haze doesn't often have balance, and I feel like they can be like really cloying.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the reasons why I've missed like bitterness and dryness in beers, because it's refreshing.
This beer is super bitter. I love it.
I just looked it up though. It's only 50 IBUs, so
really
it's pretty impressive. But I think it's just because it's fermented down real low, so there's not a lot of residual sugar left.
Yeah. See, you being someone who brews beer,
mm-hmm.
I wouldn't even know to say that. By the way, I need to try some of your beer.
Yeah. Eventually, we don't can or bottle or anything. It's only keg beer. So,
So do you guys fill growlers?
yes,
You'll do that.
yeah, we do
I was,
growlers. We have like swing top growlers.
yeah. I was kind of wondering how like that was going to change for breweries, like after, with the whole COVID thing. I wonder if people are still going to do growler fills. I don't know if that's going to be a thing still. It was fun. Like you'd bring, your big old growler in, get it filled, and then take it wherever you were going and share beer with everyone. I used to love that. But then, I looked, and under my cabinet the one day, I had like 50 glass growlers. I'm like, I got to get rid of these. Like I'm
That's
not a
because
growler
you had
guy
that stupid law in California that you have to have a growler from each place, right?
Yeah. There was a couple of places you could put like tape over the logo of the brewery and they would fill it. I just never understood that. I'm like, dude, who's gonna tell on that?
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna bring a growler and then be like, hey, whoever I call, I just walked into this brewery and they filled my growler and it wasn't from there. Go shut them down. Like, dude, nobody's doing that. It's just not happening.
But yeah, this is really old school West Coast IPA. And
I love it.
The rye in there's definitely a spiciness to it. I think that could also be Chinook, but I do sense a spiciness.
And that might even be coming just from the pithy bitterness, right? Like it might just be part of that. Yeah, see, something like this, 4.2%, like this is my wheelhouse. I love low alcohol beers these days. I think it's just because I'm getting to be an old ass man,
I've really started to enjoy lower strength beers as well, especially lagers, like pilsners. Oh, I fucking love pilsners. Yeah,
I'm really into they're doing like San Diego lagers now, like all these super hoppy pilsners. Love them. Did you drink the North Park? Did I send you?
It's still in the fridge. Yeah, it's still in the fridge.
So I just part of that other box that's sent. There's another one with it's a mosaic hopped lager, and it's fire. Like that's what I like drinking right now. I mean, obviously I love IPA, but lagers are just, especially, it's getting summertime. It's going to get warm. Like that's what I want.
Yeah. They're perfect for hot weather.
Yeah.
So we've got quite a few comments in, so I'm just going to go through some of them. So Raider Tony 323 says, "What up, y'all?"
Tony is a good dude.
He's drinking El Segundo Mayberry.
Oh, I love that beer. Have you had that beer before?
No.
Oh.
What is it?
It's a IPA. It's a West Coast. Dude, El Segundo makes ridiculously good West Coast beer.
Don't they do the Stone Cold Steve Austin beer?
Have you had that beer?
No, but I've heard of it.
I will say that beer is not just gimmicky. That beer is delicious.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's one of my most
collab or what?
No, it's just El Segundo brewed it. I don't know if he like signed a contract to brew that beer there, but yeah, it's just El Segundo. But that's like I think it's my most viewed beer review on YouTube.
Oh, wow.
So I drank that beer like 3 or 4 years ago and I tweeted it and he actually retweeted it. And his Twitter has like however many millions of people. So a lot of people saw it. It's got like 11,000 views or something, which is crazy for a beer review.
Yeah. I think my most viewed video is Weinstefana Weissbier.
Yeah, dude, and you look like you're like 12 years old in that video, by the way.
I was. We drink early in Europe.
I know. Dude, so by the way, I started, I was at work when Matt posted the little, you guys didn't stream that, right? You just recorded it and then he uploaded it? You and Matt?
Yeah. We just recorded it.
Yeah, so I was listening to it at work. I didn't get to finish it, but you were talking about how you start drinking at 15.
Yeah, 16.
Is that what it is, 16?
Yeah, that's the legal drinking age in Denmark.
So, but did you say you would go to parties and you had like your school teachers were there pouring beer for you?
Yeah.
Your school teachers were at parties in high school pouring beer for you guys. That is
because the
crazy.
Parties were hosted by the school.
That's so nuts.
So there was parties at the school like 4 times a year. And the biggest one was the birthday party where they had bands playing and all kinds of stuff. And then in the beginning, we could only buy beer and wine. And it was like red or white. And it was just random cheap shit. And then the reason why the headmaster was like very firm about that is because he was afraid if they introduced like cider is kind of big here or Alco Pops, it would go nuts. But the parties always went nuts. There's always some kid that's like puking on the floor or, whatever. So eventually we were able to buy ciders and stuff as well. But it was fun.
When you say headmaster, is that like a principal? Who's it? What's
principal.
Okay. Yeah.
Principal.
It's just crazy to me, like, bro, like it was so hard for us in high school to get beer, and like you guys were having parties with your fucking teachers pouring beer for you. Like that's so nuts to me. I love it.
In Denmark, you usually have something called a klasselærer in high school, or also before that, or a tovholder. It's basically your main teacher that you have the most classes with, and it's like your main subject. Ours was English, so it's our English teacher. She hosted a party for us at her home, and we went bowling with her afterwards. Like,
dude, that's
nuts. How relaxed the kind of like relationship is between teachers and students.
Yeah.
Here.
So like, do you guys like stay friends with your teachers and like drink beers after high school with them and stuff?
Not really, but I've met them. So the high school I went to, their birthday party, old students can go, even though they're like, what, 45? Who cares?
Yeah.
As long as you went to the school, you can go. You can buy tickets for old students. So we had a thing where every year we'd go back to the school for that party for the first like 3 years after high school. But then people moved and all this stuff, so it kind of stopped.
Yeah. Dude, I remember I moved away from where I grew up, and like I think I was like 22 or 23, and I visited home, and me and one of my buddies just went out drinking, and we walked into a bar, and my old English teacher from my senior year of high school was there, and I remember just sitting and having a beer with him was one of the coolest things ever. But like you guys were doing that when you were 15 and 16, or 16 and 17, yeah. Whatever. Like that's so, I don't know. I can't imagine like my 16-year-old, like my son just turned 13. I can't imagine him like starting to drink beer in a couple years.
No.
I know he's probably going to, but it's not going to be illegal.
They changed the law as well, so that now 16 is beer. I think it's up until like 16%, 18% ABV, and then after that, like hard alcohol, you can't buy until you're 18, and clubs/bars is also 18. So the first 2 years you can only drink at home or in private or whatever.
Yeah. Well, that's why
or at your high school at parties.
Yeah, at your school parties. Well, that when we were seniors in high school, when we graduated, we did our senior trip to Cancun in Mexico, because you could drink when you were 18 there. So like, bro, as soon as like the plane landed and we got in cabs, like people went crazy. Like it was on, and everyone was just absolutely hammered for a week straight. It was hilarious.
Sounds pretty fucking fun.
But that's another thing. Like I think about that now. Like there's no way I would let my 18-year-old son be like, yeah, go fly to Mexico, have fun. It's so crazy how times have changed.
Yeah, that's for sure.
But yeah, this beer is freaking awesome. I love it.
Yeah, it's a total crusher. It's a throwback to old school West Coast.
Yeah,
I'm really into the new school style that Slice is doing, but I fucking also enjoy this. It's such a nice breath of fresh air with all the haze.
Yeah,
it's bitter beer that's clear, and it's not juicy, but it's fruity from hops. I like that a lot. Very clean, like lagers pretty much, because there's not a lot of yeast flavor.
Yeah, I'm telling you, bro, the beer that I posted last night, that new Slice collab with Altamont, it is one of the fruitiest West Coast IPAs I've ever had. It was delicious. Oh,
I'm looking forward to that one.
Dude, so good. Fucking loved it.
Awesome. Amazing. So we're up to 26 viewers. We've been at like a steady 25, 26 viewers, which is amazing. Nice. We've been going for 18 minutes. What's up, guys? If you guys can like the video, please give it a like. That will help the stream. YouTube will push it out to more people. Algorithm stuff. So give us a like if you haven't already. And we got some comments. So Colin says that he couldn't get any Bad Seed or Monkish, but got some Ferrari backpack from Tobble and Goliath, Exalua Brewing, Hop Venom from Boneyard. That's awesome. And a can of Rye Way to Heaven Bourbon Barrel Aged Rye Wine from Revolution Brewing. Have you had Hop Venom before?
I have. Have I had that beer?
I think I've had Hop Venom. I have had a lot of Boneyard because they went to Mickler's Beer Festival every year.
Let me see if I've ever had
because they make awesome kind of West Coast IPAs.
I've never had Hop Venom.
Okay. I'm pretty sure I've had it.
You know what's funny is I talk a lot of shit about Untappd and how I hate the way people rate beers on it, but it's easy for me to look and see if I've ever had a beer before. I've never had Hop Venom.
The thing is, that's what I use it for as well. And I also like to shit on Untappd because I think there's so much stupidity on there. But, it's good for seeing what you drank and logging and whatever.
Yeah. I was fired up last night. I think I said I was going to go on Untappd, and whoever rated the beer I was drinking lower than a 4, I was going to tell them to fuck off and unfriend them. I didn't do it, but I was like, I'm going on Untappd right now and unfriending all of you.
That would have been quite the show if you did that. You could do a Untappd special where you just didn't unfollow people in the video. Like unfollow.
Awesome. I'm like, oh, you rated this under a 4? You're done. Under a 4. Yeah. See you later. That'd been awesome.
That would have been
I
hilarious.
should do that. That'll be my new shtick on YouTube. I'm gonna live stream myself unfollowing people on Untappd because their ratings suck.
But Untappd and ratings is also a silly thing, because everyone has their own system. Like there's so many people, like you see them and they drink it, and especially in Denmark, because in Denmark, like in the States, you have that exponential grading system. So like, it's a D. You only have like the D is the lowest passing grade, right?
Here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, you're passing. Yeah, D is.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then that's like around how many percent do you have to get a D?
60%.
There you go. So 60%.
Sorry, 50. It could be. Well, an F is under 50%, I think. So 59%. No, I think
I had a cool little graph on my phone on it that I referenced to when I rate. So the thing is, Untappd is created in the States. So per se, what I think, it follows an exponential American rating scale. Mm-hmm. But in Europe, especially Denmark, we don't rate that way because our grading scale in school is different. So in our school, we have quite a lot more grades, and we only have 2 failing grades. And if you try and equal them, like if you look at it that scale, like a 4, which is kind of like an average grade, would probably be around like a 60. Mm-hmm. And then 50 would be like 02 or maybe it's actually even lower. But so people kind of try and rate in that scheme of things. And then they say 2.5, that's an okay beer. And then 5 is like the best. But that just doesn't make sense to me. Like the averages on all beers, if you rate like that, would be so low.
Right. No, you're right. And when a couple of times I got to do the podcast with the 4 brewers, the one guy, Tim, I think I don't want to misspeak. He might've been one of the people who either started Untappd with somebody, or he was one of the first people who like worked for Untappd. And I just was asking him, I'm like, dude, why? Like, I don't understand how beers are getting like 3.5s when they're really, really good. And he was like, well, when you look at the grading scale, that's actually really good for a beer. And I'm like, it just doesn't make sense to me. Because if you're doing it out of 5, like a 4 out of 5 for me is 80%. So that's like a B.
Yeah.
So I'm like a 4 doesn't, I don't know. So when people are like, this is delicious, 3.5, and I'm like, what?
So the problem with that is that Untappd doesn't give a guideline. They don't say like, this is how it works. It's just like, here's the system, use it. And because you can, and that's the thing, because you just can make up your own way of using it, that's also one of the main reasons why it's really popular. So you don't have to be super nerdy about it. You can be a casual beer drinker and once in a while check into your macro lager that you drink all the time, or that weird fruity beer you had at the bar and whatever. So it's like everyone can just use it. So that's why, like, when I look at Untappd nowadays, I look at friends and people I have similar tastes with, or flavor preferences with, and look at their ratings instead. I think that's much better. Yeah.
And the only thing that bothers me too is like, I feel like people don't use Untappd. They don't rate things by style. Like if I have a Pilsner that's like the best Pilsner I ever had, that should be like a 4.75. But they'll just rate it as like a 2 or a 2.5 because they're rating it like against. Well, the barrel-aged stout that I had was really good. This beer isn't as good as that. I'm like, it's not the same. Like we're doing apples and oranges here. Like you gotta, like and I'll say that sometimes. Like I kind of stopped giving tasting notes on Untappd just because I'm like, I don't think anybody cares. But somebody was like, how come you don't
well, sometimes you put stuff, but it's silly comments.
Well, it's usually like this beer fucks, or I want all of this beer in my fridge all the time, like something like that. But like I remember checking into, what was it? It might have been Happy Birthday, and back then, I mean, you had original Happy Birthday from Alpine, right? I'm like, this is the best pale ale I've ever had. It's a 5 because it's the best one. Like that's as good as it gets. And they were like, and all the other ratings were like 3.75, 3.5. I'm like, this is not an IPA. Like you have to rate it as what it is. It's just, it didn't make sense to me. And now I'm getting all fired up again. I got to stop talking on that.
We got a boatload of comments. So I'll try and scoot through some of them here. So John Holter says Julian dating. So he was probably referring to the can. Yeah, Julian dating is silly. Just use a regular dating system, at least in my mind.
Dude, if I have to take my phone out and figure out when your beer was canned, I've done that though. I'm in the grocery store. I'm like, what day is the 245th day of 2021? I'm like, this is ridiculous.
It really is. And Colin says this can from Toppling has no ABV on it, and it's so annoying. That's right.
That's like Iowa, dude. They don't do it.
And Sam is in the house. Sam Smalley. Hey, dudes. Big shout out to Sam. Sam is watching all the way from Australia, and he gets up in the middle of the night to watch these streams, and it's his birthday.
Dude, happy birthday, buddy.
Happy birthday, Sam.
Sam, your name is fantastic.
Your late dog, right?
My dad's name is Sam, and then I named my first son after him. So we've got a lot of Sams in our family. Yep.
Oh, wasn't your dog named Sam? No, that's Nelson.
No, my dog's Nelson. He was running around here somewhere. He's crazy. I love that dude.
Nice. Well, yeah. Happy birthday, Sam.
Happy birthday, bro.
And we got Long here from Norway saying good old school hops. Heart. Raider Tony says shout out to Craig's beer reviews and the date Nazi. OG date Nazi.
He was, dude. He would.
Does he still make videos?
He does, yeah.
I haven't watched his stuff in a long time.
I know, me neither, but he's still around. He had some health problems for a while. Like I think he might have had a heart attack, and then but yeah, he's still around drinking.
Cool. He's almost like part of the OG kind of YouTube community because he was around for a long time.
Yeah, he was around when you were when I first started watching you guys.
Yeah. And we've got Pierre Olof Norfelt says, "Oh, please more beer with Chinook Club and hop." Shout out to Greg. Davor says, "Cheers, guys! Awesome start. Cheers, Davor." Michael Borges is cracking open a Wowie Nugs.
Oh my gosh, the best fucking beer of the year. Let's go.
There we go. I mean, I'm so stoked to try that beer,
dude. I
love Mosaic. So it was mostly Mosaic, right? Mosaic Lupomax.
It's what is it? Hold on. It's Mosaic Lupomax, I think is what it is. Dude, that beer is fire. Wowie.
And let's see here. I can skip some. Olaf says he's drinking Saison Dupont. 28 live viewers, guys. That's amazing.
Saison Dupont, that's a good beer, dude.
That's an amazing classic. Such a great old school beer. And that's also really dry, which I like. Robert Bolden is in the house. Bob, Sweden. Cheers, Bob. Window beer review. Thomas, Irish Beer, Food, and More says hi, everyone. Hi, Thomas.
What's up, Thomas?
And Martin is in the house saying, Joe is the man.
Oh, Martin, you're way too kind. I am not the man. Mosaic, Lupomax, Simcoe Cryo, and Citra is that beer.
Okay, there we go.
And that's the whatever that recipe is recipe for an erection.
But this Lupomax thing is new, I guess. I haven't heard of that before. I drank the slice beers with it.
Yeah, I don't know what Lupomax is. I just know that I like it.
I looked it up. It sounds like it's similar to cryo hops or something like that.
Yeah,
but I'm not sure it's the same thing. Let's see here. Where the monkish at? It's the final beer because it's the strongest. It's the strongest. And Pierre Olof's got a comment. Love the Danish beer breakfast in December. Oh, right. We did a stream about, I think, was it beer for breakfast? I can't remember what it was. We did something stupid, I think.
I'm doing a beer for brunch right now.
Yeah. Yeah. It's very early. What did you have for breakfast?
What did I? Oh, I just made like a little like a tofu scramble thing with some toast and avocados. So I needed to just get something in my belly. I was up late last night drinking some beers.
I had delicious Thai food that was supposed to be medium spicy, but it was fiery as fuck.
Was it?
Yeah, I was just saying like it's gonna destroy my palate for tasting these beers.
Thai food is one of my favorite. I freaking love Thai food.
Thai food is fucking amazing. So we got a comment for you, Joe. Here we go. Have you been to Denmark or somewhere in Europe before?
No, I've never been to Europe before, which is a bummer. We were supposed to go, not supposed to, but my plan was for my wife's birthday last year, we were going to go to Italy because she wanted to do that. And with everything that happened with COVID, it got shut down. So I think next summer is going to be when we go to Italy finally. But I haven't been anywhere in Europe. Obviously, I need to come to Denmark and hang out with you guys. That'd be so fucking fun. But yeah, the only other places besides, in the States, I've been to Mexico, and then I went to Japan a couple years ago, and Japan is amazing.
See, I was supposed to go to Japan before all this crap happened. I had everything booked and planned. I was going to do videos and all kinds of stuff. And then
make sure you still go. Like it is one of the raddest countries ever. My brother-in-law is Navy, so he was stationed there. So him and my sister were there for 3 years. We were actually supposed to go back last Thanksgiving, but we couldn't travel. So I was supposed to have gone twice, but I got to go the one time, and I'm definitely going back. That country is amazing. But yeah, haven't
everyone who I've talked to about it, it's just the exact same thing. And they say
dude.
like once you've been once, you want to go back like as
Yeah,
soon as you get home, pretty much.
it's. I would have never thought of visiting there if if my family wasn't there, but I cannot recommend it enough. But yeah, haven't been to Denmark or anywhere in Europe,
There we go.
unfortunately.
Well, hopefully you'll get to change that with that Italy trip. I've never been to Italy myself either, and I
Yeah.
live in Europe, so and I'm a huge foodie, so I should go to Italy.
Absolutely.
Just to eat,
Yeah. Well, I just want to go because I mean that's where my family's from, like my ancestors. Like I want to go and see where I want to go see what it's like.
I understand, man. So most of your ancestry is Italian or what?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Northern Italy, I think. Bari is what it's called. I think it's northern part of Italy, like the northeast part of the country. I don't know Italy very well as far as like geography, but I think it's northeast.
This is like, it's totally off topic, but it seems like that's a bit like of a pilgrimage for a lot of Americans to try and go to where their heritage is.
Yeah.
At some point in their lives.
Yeah, I think it would be fun to do it. I mean, there's a city that's my same last name. Like that's where we came from.
What? There is?
Yeah.
That's cool.
The spelling's different. I don't know the whole like story, but apparently when we came over here, like there was a fight with the family and they like kind of split, and the how it's spelled over there is they kept it, and then I guess whoever was part of our family changed it. But yeah, there's a lot of I feel like there's a lot of history there that I want to go check out.
Yeah. Historically, it's a crazy place as well. There's so much to see. So
yeah,
but yeah, I also need to go. And we got a comment here from George Rodriguez saying, "What about Danish red ales? Is that a thing? I should know that. What do you mean by that, George? Danish red ales. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I know there's not a style in Denmark called a Danish red ale, as far as I know. But
you need to start that, bro.
We'll do the Danish red.
Let's do it."
And Craig says the fact that Joe is awake and drinking is inspirational.
Craig, I'm glad that Craig's here. Craig is one of the people that I sent a chug video to last night.
If you guys also, by the way, aren't on the Monkish Enthusiast Forum on Facebook, you should go and check it out, because both Joe and I have done Monkish chugs on there.
It's the best. People get so mad. Like that's why I love those Facebook pages, because they don't care, but people get so mad when you chug beer. I'm like, who fucking cares?
The fun thing, I showed the video to Brett yesterday. He was like, "No, dude, no."
Was he mad that you chugged it?
Yeah, he got really mad that he saw it. Why? He was like, "It's such a rare beer, and someone else could have gotten to drink it, or whatever." And
That's
especially like when like it cut to the part where I'm pouring Gamle Dansk on top of it.
What? So, by the way, what is that? What was that you poured on there?
It's like an herb bitter. I have a bottle sitting over there.
Oh,
so
gotcha.
It's, like a bitter, right, for cocktails, like Angostura and all that.
Yeah.
So we make one here in Denmark that's quite famous. We make a few, but that's the most famous one. At one point, it was made where I live. And every year there's a big event in this city, a carnival, where people dress up and get hammered and go in a parade. It's really fun. It has, of course, hasn't
sounds
happened.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's the biggest like Brazilian-inspired carnival in Scandinavia. Even though like the front row is professional like artists and whatever, and then the rest is just the mass of people living there that goes to party. And cool. It's really fun. We used to do it every year, but because of the situation, we haven't been able to do it. So instead, we've held a bottle share at home, and then start early in the morning and just drink whatever awesome beers. But we always start out with some kind of generic-ish, bigger produced lager. And then in Denmark, it's a tradition. Then when you go to like Danish style bars, you get one of those lagers, pilsners, and then you have a sidecar shot of bitter next to it.
Gotcha. So that's where that came from.
Yeah.
So when you poured that into the beer and chugged it, like, could you taste it, or did the beer kind of take over? Could you?
It tasted more like bitter than it tasted like beer. It was terrible. It was terrible.
Dude, on that page, there's a guy, Nick Alvarez.
I know it.
Dude, his chugs are amazing. He'll take a barrel-aged stout and dump Malort in it and fucking chug it. I'm like, it's the most legendary shit ever. And he'll chug like 3 beers back to back to back in the same video.
It's crazy.
His Instagram page is hilarious. Like, he just chugs everything. Dude, he chugged a Black Tuesday. I'm like, what the fuck? He chugged it. Crushed it too.
I think the closest thing we did to that was an early stream. We did a few, is it a year or so ago, maybe more, where we was like, if we get to 50 likes on this stream or something like that, or
You
100,
chug
I don't
something.
know, we'll chug something. And when we had a bottle of War Pigs, War Pigs in
Yeah.
Copenhagen, the Three Floyds and Mikkeller collab thing. So we had a bottle of their barrel-aged Imperial Stout, Smoldering Holes, in, I think, Eagle Rare barrels. It was something like that. And then we poured it out, and then to up the ante, to get more likes, we all sat with a small bottle of Untappd, and it's like, we'll add this and chug it if you give us enough likes. So we got enough likes, and we unscrewed the Untappd, poured it in, and then downed Untappd, and it just tasted like Untappd in like a viscous form. It's like, you couldn't taste the barrel-aged stout.
Dude, speaking of chugging, one of my favorite videos ever from back in the day that you guys did, you were doing the Guinness chugs. Was it Jakob? Someone puked on camera, which was hilarious. Who was it that threw up? Was it Jakob?
It was Jakob. That's right. We did the Guinness gauntlet. He was so fast, and then like it was just too much beer.
Bro, you could just see him too. Like he was standing there, and like you could just see the panic starting to set in. I'm like, uh-oh, this is not good.
We also that's a long time ago as well, but a subscriber in the States challenged us to do a 40-ounce chug.
Yeah, I did that a long time ago.
And they sent us 40s because we couldn't get 40s in Denmark. And we chugged it on video, and we did it after a bottle share. So we were drunk already, and in that video, Jakob also finished it super fast, but he puked, and he puked through his hands. Like,
I love it.
That was good times. Crazy shenanigans.
So funny.
And just Michael's here.
Michael, dude, I was hoping he was going to be at your house.
Yeah, no, he had something to do. I think he's going to a summer house, vacation home tonight or today. So
I'm telling you, man, I laugh so hard when he's in your videos. He is hilarious.
we have fun when we hang out.
That one video that you guys were, I don't remember what you were drinking, and he like, it was the blind thing, and he starts speaking in Danish to you, and I'm like, what just happened? And like you're like sitting there staring at him, and you're like, he stops, you're like, you're speaking Danish, and he's like, oh.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
I did. I was watching. I'm like, what happened? Or like there was the other horse one where like you just turn on, he's sitting there with his hat on backwards. This shit was just so funny.
Yeah, that's where we all dressed up as Joe.
Yeah. Oh, Michael.
Good times. So we got a comment here from Martin. It says, what are your thoughts about current day Treehouse? Have they fallen off, just changed style, or have other breweries catched up to them? Seems they aren't as hyped now as before.
Well, I mean,
let you start, Joe.
They're definitely not as hyped before, and it's only because they're literally the biggest producer of hazy beer that I can think of. Nobody's making more hazy beer than them, volume wise, right?
No,
it's insane. So, I mean, listen, we've beat this dead horse over the years, the last couple of years. Is Treehouse still the same as it was? No, but they're still making awesome beer.
Yeah, I agree.
I've noticed.
We hit 30 live viewers, by the way. Holy crap!
Really?
This is amazing.
I've noticed with Treehouse recently that the longer they sit, the better they get. So, I've gotten cans of Treehouse, and I'm purposely letting them sit. Like I think they're almost to like 6 weeks now, and I'm not going to drink them yet. Like, I think what they're doing is they're heavily hopping their beers so much that it's coming off as harsh. And I think you've noticed this in some of your reviews. Like you've said, it's like super green, harsh. Like
it's hard. It's almost scraping.
Right. And the longer, and like I said, you let them age. And I don't know if they're doing that just like they're just producing so much beer, and I don't know. Do you think some of the beer is like sitting there, so they're doing that on purpose in case it sits at the brewery for a couple of weeks and it can still kind of?
I think it's hard. The thing is, like when you go up in volume, there's always a sacrifice in some sense. Like also because what they're trying to do basically is they're trying to keep making crazy hype, great IPAs in a crazy high volume, using a lot of hops and everything. And I think there's probably a lot of science behind it in terms of like dry hopping in a huge tank with like boatloads of hops. I don't think that I don't know how they probably have like some kind of hop rocket where they can recirculate everything. Yeah. So there's probably a change in like process. And usually for a brewery, like when you work in a brewery, it takes a couple of years to get your process down to know how to make any given beer great on that system.
Right.
And since they've changed up, to this huge scale, I think it's a lot of trial and error getting into it. But then I think there's also probably some sacrifices because it's being made at such a large scale. But I think it's impressive that they're trying, and that, I mean, because so many brewers, when they reach that level, they start cutting costs with hops and, you know, using less hops because it's getting too expensive to produce such high volume, and then you start cutting corners in terms of fermentation times, and beers doesn't get to age. Like sometimes when you make these crazy hop saturated beers, they need to sit like 3 weeks in the tank after coming off the hops before they're drinkable enough to drink. So you actually don't get it like straight off the hops. So like I totally noticed that with our New England IPA, like it's best after, you know, when it comes off the hops, it's best like around 3 weeks after.
Yeah.
That's like the peak, and then it's still great afterwards as well, but that's, you know, around that time. So I think part of the Treehouse is that like having to try and scale everything one up, because I agree with you. I think it's still really great beer. It's fantastic, but I'm just not as floored by it. There's a couple that still have floored me, like Double Ganger. I still thought when I had that last year that the double version, it was just like, it was an awesome Mosaic beer. But
did you see what they dropped yesterday? Juice machine. I'm just like, fuck. Like, and I want that, but I don't, you know, Treehouse, I used to chase every Treehouse beer. Like it was, I had to have every Treehouse beer, and I don't do it anymore. And I don't know why. I think because there's just plenty of local beer to me that I don't have to like go through a hassle of like trying to get it, ship it, pay all that extra money. Like I can just go and get something local here. That's great. Yeah. And that's not to say that that's not shitting on Treehouse at all. Treehouse is still amazing. Their beer is really, really good. And I'll forever be a fan of them. Like I said, green was the reason why I fell in love with hazy beer. When I first had that beer, it absolutely blew my mind. And so like I've had this talk with people over the last couple of years. I'm like, was Treehouse so good because nobody was doing that back then, and that's what we thought was like the best thing ever? Or I mean, I don't know what it was. The beer changed, and it's fine. Like like you said, when you grow and, you know, you scale up, and there's just, that's how it's going to be. But look how much beer they're getting into people's hands now. It's impressive.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, that's quite a feat. But I think that's the factors you mentioned is definitely, you know, something to think of when you think of all this, because it was one of the first breweries doing all this. Crazy hazy beer, and where you're just like, it was so new, and you're like, wow, what is this? And, you know, the thing is, like, with palates change and so many things change over time, and preferences and everything. Like, it's luckily it's not constant. So
so it's the old saying, like, what is it? Treehouse walks so that everyone else could run. now everyone's making amazing hazy beer. It's a thing. Yeah.
So yeah, George says, feel like Past is Prologue from Santa Darius is a solid pale ale as well. Oh, and I think that's way back when we were talking about pale ales.
Yeah, have you had any Santa Darius beers?
Yeah, mainly wild ales and sour beers.
They're good. They make good beer.
But yeah, they make really good beer. Michael Borges drove 3.5 hours for Wowie Nugs.
Dude, that is so. Was he the one who said he was cracking it? How is it? What do you think? Am I gonna have to unfriend you on Untappd?
Let us know. But be careful with your answer. And Miko has a question for you, Joe. How is the leg?
Oh, it's better. So I broke my foot in March, being stupid. Had surgery.
Were you drunk?
I was, and that's how I knew something. we were on vacation up in Big Bear at a cabin, and so I knew that something was like pretty bad when we'd been drinking for 2 straight days, and it was at like 10 o'clock that night, and I was like, wow, this hurts, and I'm this drunk, like this is not good. But yeah, I finally I got my cast off. When was that? It was like end of April, and then I was in a walking boot for a couple of weeks, and now I'm back to normal life, which is great.
That's awesome. That's a long time with a cast.
Yes, I was 7 weeks with the cast, dude. It was gnarly. Thankfully, you know, here in March, it's springtime, so it wasn't crazy hot. If that would happen in the summertime, dude, it would have been not good.
Oh, that would have sucked.
Not
and
good.
This question is funny because Michael he talked about this last night because we're talking about having this live stream. Just Michael says, Joe, how many glasses in your stock? Like, I mean, glassware.
Yeah, there's over 100, which is crazy. Dude, people keep asking me to do a glassware video. I need to do it. The thought of taking everything out of all the cabinets, and I don't even know where I would set them up at. I have like a big round, like like a dining room table. I might be able to do it there. I got to just do that, get it over with. Yeah, I bet you there's over 100 glasses, which is so stupid.
I have a good amount as well. I don't know if I have over 100, maybe. I have a lot of glassware too. But when I moved to this apartment, I got rid of a lot of it because I have a lot. There's so many glasses it's just standing that I don't use. Small glasses from festivals that has like a random branded logo. It's like, when do I use that? Never.
Right. Yeah. I have so many like taster glasses. I have a bunch of like Sourfest glasses from when we used to go to Stone Sourfest. I have like a couple. Yeah, I've got all those little. They're like little 4-ounce, glasses. They're just stacked up in cabinets. I'm just like, I got to get rid of some of this stuff. Maybe I'll do that. Yeah. Maybe I'll like start giving glassware away. Would anybody want glassware?
I think people would, because you have some cool glassware.
Yeah.
Actually, most of the stuff that I got rid of, I also gave away. I just on a Facebook group, like where you can give away stuff instead of throwing it out.
Yeah.
And there's another question for you. If you got glazed and infused by Slice.
I did not. I think they still have that though. You can still get that. I did not get that. Just because
it's a pastry stout, right?
Yeah. And I mean, you and I have joked about it. Like, I really only drink stouts in December. So I'm like, I don't need that.
I will tell you, drinking Assassin, a vertical yesterday in the heat was not it was amazing. The beer was amazing, but it was hot weather for stout.
I'm telling you, man, I have mad respect for people who solo dome stouts in the middle of summer. Like, you guys are fucking awesome. Like, you're better than me. I can't do that. I need something to be cold and refreshing and like that I want to chug. And stouts are just not that for me. In the wintertime when it's cold and it's rainy, I love it. But
yeah, I mean, I usually like it all year round, but also usually we're a few people sharing it.
Yeah.
So it's not as, you don't sit with that. Like, I can't remember the last time I drank a bomber of Imperial Stout myself.
I'm telling you, dude, when I do the whole stouts in December thing, I'm drinking them by myself. It is rough.
I bet.
Oh, every day in December, I just wake up and I'm just like,
Okay, we're down with the first beer, it looks like. I finished mine, you finished yours.
That beer was delicious.
No, it's good. So that was from Bad Seed Brewing. This was Sax and Violins, West Coast Session IPA, 4.2%. Hopped with Equinut, Amarillo, and Chinook, made with rye.
As that warmed up too, that Chinook really came out. It was super piney bitter.
Yeah, and earthy a bit as well. But I also got even more like of an oily citrus thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was really nice. Probably like who runs this brewery knows his things. So I think we should grab the next beer. Yeah. That's also going to be from him. So hold on, guys, for a second.
2 seconds.
Go for a beer run. In the meantime, I can check some of the comments when Joe gets his cans, and then his can, and then I can jump away when he's back. So Miko is kind to say 2 of the best YouTube beer reviewers. Thanks a ton, man. We really appreciate it. Long says 2 weeks in Tokyo isn't even enough. There's too much to do there. Wow, that was quick, Joe. Is your fridge right next to you?
My refrigerator is right there, yeah.
Oh, okay, that's amazing. I have to jump out into the kitchen. Right, we got this comment, by the way. Phil.
Well, I appreciate that. You at least one of them, Peter.
No. You're amazing too, Joe.
No. We've talked about that. You don't come to my channel to learn anything.
But it's fun. You have a good time. It's fun.
You just come and hang out and drink beers.
Which is amazing. Just Michael in the house. Good afternoon. Cheers, guys. Tim is also watching. I was sharing beers with Tim yesterday, so cheers, Tim. Do you like mead, Joe?
I had mead a long time ago. I don't drink mead anymore though, because it's honey. So I'm one of those guys.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Well,
yeah.
We had a crazy weird. What was the brewery called? It's a new meadery in Norway that does like all natural fermented meads, and the brewery is called Malo Bobo.
What does that? What does that mean?
I don't know. It's weird. Their logo is a small teddy bear. It's really weird. And they have a side project where they make sour beers. It's called Malo Bobo's Bear. It's super weird. But it was like a spontaneously fermented mead with Danish Stevns black cherry. It's a Danish variant of black cherry. And it was so crazy good. But it was so weird because I've never had mead that was like funky.
Yeah.
Like
there's all those crazy like peanut butter and jelly meads and all kinds of stuff that people here are doing.
yeah, like Superstition
Yeah,
Meadery, they do
they
that.
do all that crazy stuff.
I'm just trying to. So yeah, the mead was called Stounsberry Free Jazz. It's an amazing name, and all their names are like that, and they have really trippy artwork on all the can or all the bottles of mead. But yeah, Malo Bobo. I want to figure out their side project name where they did beer.
Molo Bobo.
Malo Bobo.
Molo. I don't even know how to say that.
Okay, I can't find it. Maybe people know in the comments. Let us know. And people are saying Mellow is fucking disgusting. I was talking about Chugging. Jago Beer Reviews is in the house. Jago, hey, cheers.
Jake, where's he from? Evening. He's got to be. Where's he at?
He's based in England.
England?
The UK.
Cheers.
Okay. So, Joe, talk about your love for lager beer, because the next beer is a lager, and I'll go get a can. It is. It's a Maibock.
Nice. I do love lager. I feel like you guys ever seen Wayne's? Is it Wayne's World or Wayne's World 2? Where I think Wayne quits and Garth's sitting there and he's by himself and they start the camera and he's just like sitting there. He doesn't know what to do. That's me right now. But yeah, I do love. I love me some lagers.
Lager beer, yeah.
Lager beer.
Have you ever had Box before? Like Bock beer?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I used to. What did I drink when I was? What's like the
Shiner Bock?
Well, Shiner Bock. I like that beer. Is that like a real? Isn't that?
I think it's like a amber Bock, they say, or something like that.
What was it?
I can't remember the ABV on that either.
Maybe it was in college. Michelob Amber Bock. I think one of like my roommates used to drink that all the time, and I would drink it with them, and I didn't mind it. But I mean, I haven't had a lot of like craft Bocks. I don't think.
No, it's also not a really big thing. Except in Germany. You know, Germany is usually around May. You have Maibocks being released, and they're often lightly colored Bock beer. So Bock beer is just basically stronger lager beers, and there's different variants. You know, there's a Doppelbock, which is like darkened caramelly, and then the Maibocks, they're hoppy.
Yeah.
So, but it's traditional German hops. So it's kind of like, you know, your Pilsners and your lagers. So this one is called Vundebook, and I wonder if it's inspired by Wunderbaum. You know, the tree to put in your car, air freshener. I don't know. That's just what came to mind with the name for the beer. But it's made in collaboration with Weskebelangen.
I was going to say, what is that name? I was going to let you say that.
Yeah, it's a bottle shop in Aarhus, which is a city down south from here that sells craft beer. So yeah, it's made for them, and it's a German-style Maibock hopped with Perle and Hersbrucker hops. So very, very classic, old school stuff.
Dude, thank goodness you're here, because I would never be able to say any of those words. Okay, wait. So yeah, the dating on this one says 25/05/22. So this is saying drink it by May 25th of 2022. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. So I think the dating on the other one must be off.
Why do you guys put the day before the month, by the way? Is that a thing? Is that just how you do it?
I don't know, actually. There's probably a reason, but
I'm saying, when you write the date, do you write the day and then the month and then the year?
Yeah. Day, month, year. It also makes sense, doesn't it?
No.
I don't know. Just because I grew up with it.
It makes zero sense. Oh, this is dark.
It is?
It looks darker than the last one.
Uh-oh.
It might just be that. Doesn't that look dark to you?
A little bit, actually.
I mean,
it is darker.
I don't have lights on out here, but I mean, it looks super dark to me. But you have better lights. Yeah, it looks
dark. It's more of an amber actually than like light. Hopefully your can is not oxidized.
No, it's not. No, it smells fine.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. But at Maibock usually, or Hellerbock as it's also called, can sometimes be a little bit like golden-ish in color, but it's actually darker than I expected. I expected it to be like crazy bright.
So Peter, I've said this before on videos. This beer smells like beer.
Yeah. It smells like beer.
This smells like beer to me. And I've talked about that. And I think I had done some Pilsner reviews. I'm like, when you first had a beer poured and smelled it, like this smells like beer.
Yeah, it's what the flavor that everyone associates with the drink
Right.
called beer. It's like that lager profile.
Yeah, that's what that smells like to me. But it also has this cool, like, does it smell like kind of like that brown bready thing?
Yeah,
Like
I
there's
agree.
some sort of bready something.
There's definitely a bready, and I think there is it's almost like a toasted bread.
I was gonna say almost like cereal, like Cheerios or something. Like you know when you smell a box of Cheerios, it almost smells like that.
And I'm thinking maybe he has a touch of like a Vienna or a Munich malt or something for color. So that's why you get like a sweeter kind of cereal thing, because Pilsner malt is very light in flavor. But I think there's also the hoppiness. To me, it's like grass and flowers.
Yeah. Yeah, the grassy thing for sure. No, it's not like crazy intense. Like it's funny because I was drinking that Mosaic lager last night, and that beer smells like a bag of weed. Like this doesn't smell anything like that.
No, this smells classic and old school.
Yeah.
Very authentic.
Yeah, smells like it's warm out here right now, and I would chug this. Is what it smells like.
Well, let's give it a taste then, but not chug it.
Cheers. Thanks for the beer, bro.
No worries, man. Yeah, it's toasty.
Mm-hmm. Toasty, bready, cereally.
It has a little bit of a snappy thing on the aftertaste. A little bit of bitterness.
Mm-hmm. So I wanted to ask you about some of the words that you guys use. So
okay.
So when you say snappy, that's like kind of like biting, right?
Yeah, like for me, like when you okay, this is going to sound weird. When you break a twig, that like snap. Mm-hmm. To me, that can transition into flavor. Gotcha. And that flavor for me is it's a sensation that's a combination of both flavor and mouthfeel and carbonation and everything.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And when all that is on point, you have a snap. So the snap for me is like high carbonation, dryness, bitterness, and like a aromatic hop flavor. That's like the snap. It doesn't maybe necessarily need to have the hop flavor, but it's just like as long as it's like dry and it's bitter and it's well carbonated, then you get like that like snappy. Sensation in the mouth. Makes sense. That's like how I talk about it.
No, it's okay. And then another thing that you say that I always wonder, you say pin bright.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by that?
Pin bright as in like bright flavor profile.
Okay, so what is the pin part of it? Is it just like a saying over there?
I think it's just a saying, and I think it might something I coined myself.
No, that's I just because I just try and like learn what you guys are, because I say stupid stuff, so it doesn't I just want to. We're probably saying the same things just in a different way.
Yeah, when I say it's pin bright, it's like I basically mean like it's a very bright flavor profile. So, and when I say a bright flavor profile, that's also a weird saying. To be honest,
it's not.
Really.
It makes
it kind of is.
It's something that's like
of it first.
Yeah, it's something that's like forward. That's like very you get a lot out of.
But also like bright. When I say that, I think also it's something that's also like forward, as you say, but it has to be like a specific type of flavor. It can't be like an overripe flavor. That's not bright. But like a lemony flavor or a limey flavor, things like that.
Like citrusy is bright to me.
It's like stingy a bit. Yeah,
that makes sense.
Yeah, but yeah, we use a lot of terms.
I like it. I do. I like it.
Yeah, but this is good. This is
it's fantastic.
It's really drinkable. I will say I prefer his other lagers. My favorite lager from him is his Neue Pilsner. That is such a crusher. Usually it's also just because I'm not the biggest fan of Box. Like the only Box I really, really like has been like either very malt forward double Box or uber lightly golden colored my Box that are really hoppy. Yeah. This falls a bit in between because you get that kind of toasty breadiness and everything as well. But it's a good beer for sure.
There's a little bit of like, as it's warmed up too out here, there's a little bit of like lingering bitterness. Like it's not anything crazy, but there's something there that's just, it kind of stays on your palate.
Yeah.
But this is a beer, like this could be a daily drinker for me. It's light. It's, it's something that you would just come home after work, crack a beer, and like this would be one of them.
6.4%. I'm almost getting a nutty vibe to it as well.
It's funny when you said snappy and you started talking about twig, there's almost like a woody kind of a nutty thing.
Yeah. A woody could be a thing too, because a lot of these classic German hops have like a flavor profile, which is categorized as the hop being woody or woodsy.
Yeah. Woodsy.
And I totally see that in this.
And you know what that reminds me of too is every time we go to baseball games, we get bags of peanuts that you have to crack. So like when you crack a peanut shell, like that, the shell residue kind of stays on your fingers and you can smell it. It's like a woody kind of peanut shell thing. And it reminds me of like there's stuff in beers that reminds me of.
That's one of the fun things. But one of the reasons for that is because of science, and a lot of the amino acids and things in in different fruits and whatever, they exist in strains or in forms in other food groups and other things. Like for example, from grasshoppers, you can extract vanilla flavor.
Oh, really?
Super weird. I can't remember if it's vanillin that's in the grasshopper, but basically grasshoppers you can extract the vanilla flavor from them.
That's funny.
Really weird.
What was you guys were just doing a video? You posted a video the other day, and you started like talking about amino acids and stuff. And Brett was just like sitting there looking. He's like, "Our brains are like we've gone to a totally fucked place right now." But you were talking about
we were also a bit drunk when we did that.
But you were talking about how there's different flavors that are, or there's similar flavors in different amino acids or something like that.
Yeah. And that was because people sometimes, both you and I talk about that flavor profile, sweaty dank. Like it's almost like some hoppy beers are locker room sweaty. It's because humans produce the same amino acid when they sweat.
That's funny.
So it's a similar thing, which is, that's why you also talk about with skunky beer smelling like a skunk. It's because it's the same. So, but yeah, it's science and it's cool and it's fun, but it's crazy to think that it's flavor compounds like that are other places in the world. Yeah. Not just in a beer.
I think that's why I like beer so much, is because like you, I mean, I'm still super into food. I love cooking. I love food, and there's so much comparison. Yeah, there's so many similarities, with things that you eat, and like you can smell something in a beer and it just instantly brings you to something that you're familiar with food wise. Yeah. I mean, Nate used to joke around, like when we would do reviews together, as soon as like we were like, beer 5 or 6 and I started drinking, like I was starting to get buzzed, I would immediately like start talking about food stories. And he's like, oh, it's either a food story or a growing up story. I'm like, but that's what I do. I associate food with beer because there's just the smells and the taste.
Yeah, that's also a good way to build up a flavor, wheel, or just, one of the things when you talk about flavors and things you taste, that's because you rely on memory from other experiences. And food is one of the primary sources of flavors for everyone. Right. That's why, that's probably one of the main things people talk about when they talk about beer and flavor profiles. It's just you talk about fruits and all this stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it makes sense. But it's certainly interesting, and it's also interesting because so many people pinpoint different things. Mm-hmm. Because just how palates are different and experience are different and stuff like that.
That's why I mostly now I don't watch a whole lot of like beer stuff on YouTube anymore, but I will make it a point to watch reviews of beers that I've had, just because it's fun to see the differences and the similarities. Yeah. Like I just posted the that IPA show video a couple days ago, and then you just posted yours. Same with Fake Grass. Like I watched what you guys said and then watched back what I said, and there's a lot of similarities, but there's also different stuff that we taste, which is cool.
Yeah, one of the things I thought was really funny is that in the Slice that IPA show, in your video, you talk about it tasting like gummy worms, and I talk about it tasting like gummy bears. What the hell? And we haven't talked about the beer together, right? Yeah. Well, and it's just because we have a similar, I guess, flavor preference or palate, whatever. But
and it might have just been like gummy worms and gummy bears probably taste similar. I was a gummy worm kid. I didn't eat gummy bears. I ate gummy worms. So, and you probably ate gummy bears instead of gummy worms. Like it's just
because we couldn't get gummy worms here. That was not a thing. Gummy bears was a thing. Haribo gummy bears.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's fun to do that. Yeah. And that's why it's fun to share beers with people who aren't like big beer drinkers. Like whenever I go to my parents' house, like my mom, she enjoys beers, but if something's super hoppy, she just can't do it. She likes drinking like, blondes and Hefeweizen and stuff like that, like light stuff. But I'll pour like a hazy
my
beer.
Girlfriend.
Yeah. So I'll pour like a hazy beer for her and be like, what do you smell and taste? And the stuff that she says is awesome. I love it. She'll be like, I smell kind of something like watermelon. I'm like, that's awesome. I'm like, I've never smelled watermelon in this beer, but you know what? If that's what you smell, that's cool.
Well, that's really nice. Yeah. Like, my girlfriend likes, Weizen. She really likes hazy IPA because it's fruity and juicy, but she doesn't like West Coast IPA because they're bitter. But she doesn't like to talk about flavors and stuff because she feels like a bit insecure about it because I'm really good at it. I don't know. I try to encourage her, and then
of course.
I guess it's fruity. So, but it's just like use your imagination and just think of what you think of, like whatever pops into mind. Yeah. If it's rotting cabbage, then it's probably bad, and the beer is filled with DMS. But whatever, say what pops into your mind.
You know what else is funny too is there's a lot of times where I'll share hazy beers with people who aren't like IPA drinkers, And hazy beers to me, I think I've gotten to the point where a lot of them are starting to taste the same. Like I notice more fruity esters in hazy beers than hops. But there's some people where I'll give a hazy beer to and they're like, this smells way too hoppy. I'm like, wow, I don't smell that hoppiness anymore in those beers. And I don't know if it's just because I've drank so many of them. Maybe I'm just kind of like immune to it now.
You know, that's something I've also really wondered, especially because since I started doing so many reviews of monkish beers this year, some people have told me like, well, I prefer Treehouse because I think monkish is really harsh. And when I was just like, I just keep thinking, is it really harsh? Because I've only had one beer from them that I felt was a bit harsh towards the end of the can, and that was Visions and Spock.
Was that one triple dry hopped?
Yeah, and it was a single IPA, so I think that was part of it. You're lacking that sweetness.
Yeah.
But so some people say that, but then also I've found out that a lot of people who drink these hazy beers, they roll the cans to get all the haze in.
Oh,
and with monkish, a lot of the particles in the bottom of the can is like leftover lupulin powder.
It's super harsh. Yep.
And it's so harsh. And I think if you swirl that up and pour that into your beer, I understand why you have an idea that monkish is really harsh.
Yeah.
I never do that. I never do that with any IPA because usually I wash cans after drinking them because I hate having empty cans of beer standing around smelling.
Yeah.
Before going down with them we have a system here for returning bottles. And cans. So I always wash them. And then when you wash monkish cans, for example, it's not just like yellow
It's got
sludge.
like that thick kind of orange. Yeah, it's nuts. Yeah, so I could see when people say that.
So I think that could be a part of it. But it could also just be preference. Maybe because I've been fatigued with overly sweet and estery and juicy IPAs.
I am too.
That's part of it. Like we had a couple of those Fidens you sent that were really, really good. But one of them, I think the Necessary Means, that was getting to that point where it was like, this is a bit too juicy for me. Yeah. It's weird to say that, but it was just so overripe.
But that's what people want.
Overripe.
That's what people want these days.
But I want a bit of that classic, hop flavor.
Yeah.
Not just esters.
Well, I think that's why you and I like monkish haze so much, and that's why you and I also just have gravitated back towards West Coast IPA. I think because that's that, like you say, bright, hoppy, snappy beer.
Yeah, snappy beer. This is a bit snappy too.
Yeah,
nothing.
I'm telling you, there's that cool really woodsy like something in there that I really, really like, and I can't believe how quickly I've drank both of these beers because. I'm telling you, I had some beverages last night and I'm like, this morning is going to be a little rough, but it's just, we're right back on that horse.
That's good. What did you have last night besides Wowie Nugs?
I had Wowie Nugs. I reviewed Nuclear Green Matter, which is a triple IPA from Slice, which was delicious. I had a couple of the North Park Party Cup, the Mosaic Lagers, because those things drink like IPA. So I had a couple of those. I had a can of Conscious Be Free. You've had that, right? The monkish one?
No, I don't think so.
The one with it looks like what is it? It looks like a little animal sleeping on like a pencil or something. You haven't had that beer?
No, but it's on its way. It's with Nelson, right?
Yes, you will.
It's for the 4th of July party.
Dude, you will love that beer. That's one of my favorite monkish beers of all time. So I had one of those. What else did I have? I had something else. I can't remember. So yeah, I had a couple beverages last night, and I drank it by myself. My wife wasn't drinking it. My wife's sister's getting ready to get married in August, and so my wife is in the wedding, so she's cut back on drinking, like trying to get back in shape, like do all that. So I've been solo doming over here. She usually shares beers with me, but the last couple months I've been on my own. So all the beers I've been drinking, I've been finishing by myself.
That's how it is. I'm glad we're a few guys often because then you can do a couple of reviews in a weeknight and be fine for work the day after.
Yeah. Well, and that's what I usually do. I usually come home on a Friday. I mean, especially now because the kids' sports schedules are like they're done with their seasons right now. So on a Friday night, I'll, rip off like 6 or 7 reviews. So I'll have something for like the week to upload.
I love those videos because you're sitting there. And this is totally today, a new day today, and I'm wearing the same shirt. It's totally not the same day, and I've drunken 6 beers before this.
What's funny though is like
those are amazing.
Yeah, there's plenty of people who don't like follow my channel, so I'm sure there's people that don't even realize that. But like, if you're someone who watches all my videos, you're like, oh shit, this is the same night.
But seriously, back in the day, Jakob, the Lord of Malta, and I sometimes we'd have like a day where we weren't doing anything. and we'll just get together and drink some beers. And then Jakob always brought an extra shirt because then halfway through the day we'll change shirts.
That's
so it
so
looks like
funny.
it was a different day.
I love it. So I mean, and I just got to the point where I don't care anymore. I'm like, who cares? It's a beer review.
Matter.
Like, yeah. So one of the things that bummed me out is I lost a bunch of reviews, and the one night I think everyone was gone. My kids were like having a sleepover somewhere, and my wife was doing something. I was home alone, and I think I reviewed like 9 beers. I don't even remember like the 8th and 9th review of the night, but I lost all of those, which is probably good because I would have been on the internet just an absolute mess. But yeah, you can tell. I get texts from friends. They're like, "Wow, you were hammered in that video." I'm like, "Yes, I was. I absolutely was."
What reviews did you lose?
Dude, I lost a bunch of Fiden's reviews. There was someone sent me beers from a bunch of breweries in Pennsylvania that I'd never heard of, and all their beers were good. Lost all those. I lost, my buddy Jeff sent me, I had a couple Alchemist reviews that I lost. I lost a Hill Farmstead review, which bummed me out. And then I lost, what else did I lost a bunch of Slice reviews too, but I mentioned that I had extra cans. So I did, reviews of those again, but yeah, I think I lost like 27 or 28 different reviews.
Oh man.
Yeah, which is like almost a month's worth of content.
That fucking sucks.
And it really sucks when like someone's like, "Hey, I want to share this beer with you. Like, will you review it?" I'm like, "Yeah." Like, I'll never get that beer again. And it's like, I'm not gonna ask them like, "Hey, dude, can you send me beer again?"
Yeah.
And I feel bad. Like I've sent messages. I'm like, "Hey, I lost these reviews. I'm really, really sorry." And everyone's cool about it.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah.
It hasn't happened to me in a long time.
Dude, it's happened to me a bunch.
That fucking sucks.
Mm-hmm.
So here, NLMB says, "Let's get to 50 likes, guys."
If you get to 50 likes, Peter will do the rest of the stream with his shirt off.
Okay, there we go. It will be like real craft beer. Have you seen his stream, Simon?
I have. I haven't seen him in a while because, again, he does them on Fridays when I'm at work, so I don't get to sit and watch him.
Well, he stopped now that pubs are reopening because the whole idea with his live thing was to do it as a virtual pub where people will hang out and drink and whatever. But often his streams, especially the Wednesday streams when he was on his own, he would get his shirt off and he'd do push-ups and all that. It's hilarious.
Oh, it's the best.
That's hilarious. But hey, as NLMB says, leave the video a like if you haven't already. See if we can get to 50 likes. I can't see how many likes we have on StreamYard, which we are using right now. So we'll see what happens.
I can't see. I don't even know how to look at comments. I guess I should have opened.
You can see it on the side. There is a banner thing that says comments, and we have something where we can also.
Oh my gosh!
Just you and I.
How did I not know that?
All kinds of features.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Thank you.
Cool beans.
Oh, there's a shitload of comments.
Yeah. So yeah, there's a lot. It says Pia here says, "You think MBCC will finally happen this October? Met you there 2 years ago. Yehoose. Oh, my phone texted something else at the end of my last sentence. So it was not supposed to say Yehoose. Okay.
What does that mean, by the way?
It's basically the last one says, "I met you there 2 years ago in the house."
Oh, I thought maybe it was like "fuck off" or something.
No. But I'm hoping it will happen. Denmark is slowly opening up now. I think over 40% of the population is vaccinated.
Oh, cool. So you guys are getting kind of back to normal again?
Yes.
Nice.
We don't have to wear the masks anymore.
Yeah. No, that's gone for here too.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And we, things are slowly opening back up.
I'm saying I can't tell you how many times I was like halfway through the parking lot going to the store and I'm like, oh, and I forgot my mask. I like run back to my car. I'm like, son of a, like, it's just nice to not have to worry about that anymore.
Yeah, it's really nice. But
I will say
also
though,
a bit weird because the first time I went into a supermarket without a mask, it's a bit like, am I being judged right now?
Right. Yeah. I will say though, like so California had a mask mandate from like last March, I think. It went over like 14 months. And I haven't so much as had a cold in 14 months, which is crazy. And like, I mean, it's just one of those things. Like when we visited Japan, I learned about mask wearing. Like over there, it's like it's a respect thing. Like if somebody's not feeling well, they wear a mask because they don't want to get other people sick. And I was like, it used to scare me when I was like a kid. I would walk around seeing people wearing masks. I'm like, why are they wearing a mask? Like, what do they know that I don't know? But then, I realized, when everyone was wearing masks here, I'm like, dude, I haven't gotten sick. I haven't had allergy issues. It's been crazy. But I mean, now that I'm not wearing a mask, I'm sure I'll start sneezing again all the time.
Oh, maybe. You never
Who
know.
knows?
Like,
But
but
yeah,
I'm really glad that we're rid of them now for at least a bit. I mean, I don't mind. We still have to wear like public transport and things, which I don't
mhm,
mind. But
yeah,
it wasn't that much of a hassle. The biggest problem was just when you forgot it. It's like, okay, now I
right. Well,
can't
that's
change it.
yeah, you're like crap. Yeah, yep.
Yeah.
I just started
Okay.
wearing I started wearing the little things that just stayed on your neck, so I never, I was like, oh, I don't have to worry about it.
I started doing that when I went anywhere, like wearing the mask and then just taking it down. So I was sitting down here, like when
Yeah,
you're walking around, you're like, oh,
yeah.
now I'm going inside. And it looks so stupid,
Oh,
but
that's fine. Dude, it was, what's crazy is like you'll look back at those pictures and be like, this was a point in time that it was crazy in the world.
yeah.
Like my sister, like literally took pictures of everything the last 14 months. Like we'll remember it forever.
Yeah, it's true. It is something we're going to remember forever.
No, it's nuts.
Yeah, it's been nuts. But to get back to the question, I'm not sure if Mickler's Beer Festival will happen. I think it might, but it's going to be under very controlled circumstances and not with a lot of people. So I'm not sure because they canceled all music festivals this summer in Denmark. So, a beer festival in the autumn, I don't know. They even canceled beer festivals in Sweden as well for this year. They weren't like a big one called Bruskival, and that's outside. That's
Yeah.
not going to happen. So
There's
I don't know. I think it's still like wait and see.
There's more and more beer festivals happening here now. Like there's the Mosher Coffee Festival next week, and I'm so bummed because my wife's gone next weekend, and I'm going to be home with the kids, so I can't go. But my brother-in-law texted me about it. There's going to be so many amazing breweries. It's like, I wish I could go.
Mm.
But
yeah, man,
someone decided to have
festivals
kids.
are Sam is drinking Monkish. Awesome. In Australia, a collab between Monkish and Garage Project, which is I think it's an Australian brewery.
What beer was Monkish and Garage? Oh, did they release it there, Sam? Is Sam still here?
I think he is. I think they released it there. Martin from Sweden, Martin Uden says, good tip about letting Treehouse sit for a bit. Top IPA, double IPA, etc., and stout and goose lambic. Oh, that's for us. So, what is the top IPA, double IPAs, or stouts or sour beers you've had in recent time? Joe.
Well, the top IPA is Wowie Nugs. That beer was, it gave me a boner. Double IPAs, I've had a lot of good double IPAs. Recently, I mean, Conscious Be Free that I drank last night was amazing. All Monkish double IPAs are, you've reviewed a bunch of them. They're all absolutely delicious. I have not had any sours recently, but you just sent me like my last of I don't chase beer anymore, but one of the beers that I've wanted forever is the beer that you sent me. And I haven't got a chance to I forgot all your beer at my office. I told you that I had to go back and get it. So I'll post a picture of that. So I'm really fucking excited to drink that beer.
It'll be fun to see what you think. I think that beer is good when it sits a bit.
And was that a 2019 vintage?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a couple years old. I'm so excited.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to ask my wife, like, listen, am I gonna drink this by myself, or because she loves lambic, she loves sours.
You definitely need to do a video down the way.
Oh, absolutely. the only problem is I don't even know how to pronounce it right, so I'm gonna be that guy.
Should we say what the beer is so you can?
Yeah. You could tell him.
Okay, so I sent him a bottle of Cantillon Blåbär, which is, as you guys know, it's one of the OG.
Say that one more time.
Blåbær.
No,
Lambic.
that didn't sound right. What is it?
Blåbær. Yeah.
Lambic.
That's blueberry in Danish. It's made with Danish blueberries. But there is a whole debate that they're not made with blueberries. They're made with bilberries because we don't have blueberries in Denmark or something. I don't know. Whatever.
Bilberry is a thing?
Bilberry is a different type of. It's in the same family as blueberries. It's just
bilberry is a real thing, like a gooseberry. Those are real things.
Yeah, apparently, when you bite into a blueberry. Man, I love that comment. They grow here, Joe.
I know you're
in everyone's gardens.
I still think it's bullshit. I don't think it's a real thing.
Next package, I'll send you some gooseberries from Scandinavia. I'll freeze them and then put a freezer pack in there, and hopefully that will last.
I love it.
But no. Blueberries are like greenish on the inside, and bilberries are like reddish. Something like that. Whatever. But I sent him that beer, and it's going to be fun to see what you think. But it's Blåbær.
Blåbær.
That's pretty good for a foreigner.
for a fucking white guy in San Diego.
But it's a beer I think is best with a little bit of age on it, and because blueberries are kind of subtle fruits, so it's blueberry forward fresh, but
Yeah.
it's best with age.
And speaking of Guzas, when was it? Was it Mother's Day? I cracked a bottle of the 2016 vintage of Duck Duck Goose, and that thing is drinking awesome right now.
You sent me that back in the day.
Yeah, you drank it fresh though,
ago.
didn't you? You drank it. Yeah, you didn't let it sit. So that's what, 5 years old now, which is crazy. And I still have a bottle. You know what I haven't opened yet? I have a bottle of 2019 Cable Car. I think I should drink that. So,
yeah, I mean those kind of funky beers really can do well with age.
Yeah, I know. I just don't let it sit.
Yeah, but some of them, I feel like that's mostly American farmhouse ales and sour beers that are they turn into vinegar.
Yeah,
because there's a lot of acetic acid already. For some reason, there's not a lot of that in a lot of authentic lambic from Europe. But there is some, of course, that has a bit. But that's when I get a really good lambic or wild ale, it's when it just has minor amounts of acetic acid and it's just balanced. It's not like scraping the sour. I like them when they're really balanced.
Yeah.
And then when they're really funky. I love that.
See, I think when you were here and we were talking, I think I told you when it comes to sours, I like the most ridiculous sourness that you can get. I don't know why. I think that might come from the same thing. Like when I first got into IPAs, I wanted the most intensely hoppy, bitter, fucking just crazy beer. And I just, with wild ales, that's why Side Project I love, because they are so intensely sour. I try and share them and people are like, I can't drink that. It's instant heartburn. I'm like, I'll drink all of it.
We had yesterday. We had Cure de Cuvée or something like that from Side Project, which is it's a blend usually of what's it called? One of their barrel aged wild ales. They do Fermier or something like that. So it was a blend of that's been aged in Pinot Noir puncheons, and it was really good. But it had a bit of that
scraping
touch.
Yeah.
And for me, just Michael, he loved it. He thought it was amazing. And I thought it was also really fucking good. It was just if it just didn't have that, vinegary touch, I would have loved it even more.
See, I like that though. And that's just, preference. I drink kombucha, and kombucha can get very vinegary.
That's totally true. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm into, and there's a kombucha here that's it's cranberry, and it almost has a balsamic thing. I love it.
I love balsamic though.
Yeah. Balsamic is amazing.
Yeah, it is. We were for a quick second there, by the way. Yeah, now we're talking vinegar reviews. Joust vinegar reviews and the master of vinegar. So my favorite brand of balsamic is no.
It's the best.
For a quick sec here, we were up on 35 viewers, 36 live viewers now. Wow, I don't think that is amazing.
On a Saturday morning. Wow.
That's amazing. Guys, keep the likes coming because that helps spread the word of the stream. Maybe we'll actually get to 40 live people watching. That would be crazy.
That'd be awesome.
That'd be amazing. Okay, I'll go. Best. It was not a double IPA, a single IPA. It was a triple IPA, but the IPA that sits with me in recent memory as one of the best I had this year is definitely Enter the Fog from Monkish.
That was a fun review to watch you guys drink.
That was just Nelson boners. Oh my god, that was good.
My favorite is when you drink a beer and you start doing this to the table, you hit the table. It's the fucking best. I love it. I'm like, dude, it's so rad to see someone enjoy something like that.
Yeah, that was just I often either I do that or I start I just shake my head and I start saying noises with my mouth closed full with beer.
It's the best. It's the best.
But man,
I was bummed out. I did not get cans of that. And when I watched you drink that, I was like, oh man, I wish I would have had that beer.
Yeah, I wish I had more than one can. That was amazing.
I haven't had that beer. It used to be called Enter the Fog Dog, and then they switched it to Enter the Fog. I haven't had it since it was Enter the Fog Dog.
I wonder if they did that because of copyright stuff or whatever. Because I know, is it a reference to lyrics or something?
It was a lyric in a song. Nobody knows what that song is.
Yeah, but still, you don't know. Beer gets around. Maybe someone from a record company somewhere.
I'm telling you, man. If fucking Nas is complaining about a beer being named after a lyric in his song from 1996, that's pretty just petty. Just let them they're honoring you. Be stoked on it. I don't know.
But that's like one of the best IPAs. Single IPA or just best double IPA. One of the that springs to mind was Kind Buds. That was amazing.
Love
That was
that
just
beer.
a totally amazing beer if we're talking like West Coast. Otherwise, Planet's Got a Roll. I love that hard. That was one of the best Galaxy IPAs I've had.
That's a
Just,
single IPA, right?
yeah, no, it's a double IPA, but
That's a
with
double IPA.
double dry hop with Galaxy.
What was?
It's a double dry hop version of Beats is Infinite.
Oh, Beats is Infinite is the single IPA. Is that right?
No, that's a double
Gosh,
IPA.
dang it! What is the single IPA version of that beer?
I'm not sure if that's Spocket or Spock.
Oh, that's right. Spock.
That's Galaxy.
Yeah.
But yeah, something like that. But those, those are great beers. In terms of stout, Beer Barrel Time. It's the best beer I think I've ever had. We traded like secondary value about $1,000 to get that beer.
Yeah.
Insane.
So could I ask you a question about that beer?
Yeah.
Do you think there was lactose in that?
I do not know.
So
I'm not sure. There could be, but I didn't notice it because there's so much heavily roasted malt. But I do know Perennial puts a bit of lactose in their beers.
Right. So the only reason I asked is because my one buddy sent me a box and Beer Barrel Time was in it, just gifted it to me. I was like, holy shit. But then I got messages and I was talking to Nate about it, and everyone was like, everyone thinks that all the side project stouts have lactose in them. And
but wouldn't they have to write it? Because it's
bro, nobody writes that they put lactose. I mean, some people do now.
Well, but I think you could try and reach out to side project because they're very open with the information about things like that.
Well, this was a couple years ago. So
okay.
Yeah, so he he sent it and I'm like, I don't know what to do with this because everyone's saying that they think there's lactose, and he's like, yeah, I think there's lactose in it too. And so I ended up not drinking it. But everyone loses their damn mind over that beer. It
was so insane. And I have a group of buddies that follow the channel, and one of them has been on it's not been on videos, but he's been at shares. And he and a friend group got, actually, living in Europe, they were lucky to get a Beer Barrel Time on the online release because they had a proxy in the States.
Yeah.
And they got a bottle, and they saw my review before they tried it. That was the 2020 vintage, though. And they were like, oh, man, this is going to be crazy. But I was just afraid because now I hyped it to the extremes because I was so into. So their expectations was like, whoop.
Yeah.
But everyone agreed with me.
Oh yeah,
everyone that tried it was like. So I was like, yeah.
Have you
didn't kill it for them?
Have you gotten to have any of the derivation stouts that they do?
I've only had one, and that was 10, which was with coffee and aged in rum barrels.
Did you like it?
Yeah, I loved it.
Yeah, we had derivation. I had derivation 4, I think, with Nate. We were in Reno and had been drinking for 3 days in a casino, and I think that one was vanilla, and it was one of the most insane stouts I've ever had.
And Nate is, Nate also helped me get some side project to Denmark, and he sent some stuff, and he sent an extra that he didn't want to tell me what it was, and it was a bottle of fucking Anabasis.
So
just like as an extra.
That dude is one of the most the crazy as far as kindness goes with beer. He just wants to share beer with people. I love it.
I
mean, I went to Vegas.
He's also getting a box.
I'm saying I went to Vegas with him, and he fucking brought Yellow Wax Assassin and OG SR, and we drank them back to back. And it was, I mean, you talk about one of the drunkest I've ever been on the internet. It was his SR 71 video, because I had four. I had 4 martinis down at the bar before he even got there, and we were drinking in the casino gambling. And then he comes, he's like, "You want to drink some stouts?" And I'm like, "All right." And it was Assassin and SR, and I was just absolutely hammered by the time we drank SR. Those stouts were just so good. I
will say Assassin from last night is also in the top of some of the better stouts I had this year, especially the 19. We did 19 versus 20. Mm-hmm. 19 was amazing. It was fucking great. But also, Nate sent Mamang from Perennial. That is also such a fucking great beer.
Yeah.
And we had what else? It's a barrel-aged coffee stout, a Fall of Umibosu from Bottle Logic and Toppling. That was also crazy coffee beer with Moser coffee. In terms of lambic, I think one of the best I've had so far this year has been my aged bottle of Vigneron from Cantillon. That was so good. It's 18 vintage. That was it aged super gracefully. Otherwise, I also really dug. Have you heard of Buckerrider?
Mm-mm.
It's very, very hype lambic. Raf Surf is his name, who produces it, and he does kind of like a modern approach to lambic, and he uses not just fruit, he also sometimes uses spices and things like that. And his beer is killer.
Where is that at?
It's in Belgium.
Okay.
And it's in the Seine Valley, so it has to be in the Seine Valley to be called lambic. And
Gotcha.
he doesn't produce lambic himself, but he gets from other producers and then blends. You can't be a lambic maker if you just blend. And he went to Mikkeler's Beer Festival for the first time a few years back, and now every single year, it's almost impossible to get his beers. The lines are just like.
That's
and
cool.
every year he brings like huge 5 liters, and they're not called magnums. I don't know what that size is called, but huge 5 liter bottles of lambic. He's like pups with a sword, pouring for people. It's fucking crazy.
I thought Magnum bottles were 5 liters.
No, I think a magnum is a 1.5 liter. There's different name sizes.
Is that right?
For that, yeah.
What's funny is I started Googling Magnum, and my thing like auto filled into Magnum PI. Fucking Magnum PI. I was actually Magnum PI for Halloween last year. Oh yeah, 1.5 liters. Magnum is 1.5 liter.
So I think that's like some of the best Goose. Maybe some of the blends I've had of Amanda Gaston, I think. We had some stuff that was really good. What was it? I can't remember now on the top of my head. I'm on the spot. Oh well, that was at least some answers.
Yeah.
But yeah. And I sent you some stuff as well from Tommy Chef. I sent you a bottle. The one with the white label.
Yeah, there's that, and then I don't even know how to say it, the 3 whatever.
Fontainen. So you got some vintage bottle of Hommage and Framboise. So
bro, I can't say those words like that.
Just watch my videos. So and I think they're going to be really good now, because fresh they were lacking a bit of funk, but now they've got to age for quite a bit. But Hommage is with, I think it's like wild cherries or wild raspberries, something like that, and then Framboise is raspberry. But the Tommy Chef is lambic-inspired beer, because he's from the Netherlands, so he can't call his beer lambic. So it's wild ale, spontaneously fermented wild ale. Gotcha. And the crazy thing about it is, so we got a membership for his brewery to get his beers, and we reviewed the first beer on the channel, and I'd been introduced by some American beer geeks to his beers in Copenhagen for the beer festival Mikkeler puts on. And then he watched the video and put a comment, and he said in the comment, like, when he was getting into beer, my channel was pretty much what got him into lambic.
Dude, that's fucking awesome.
That is just like, what the fuck? It's like, thank you for starting me on my beer journey. And I was like, what the hell? And then he makes these like really cool, lambic inspired beers. And the one you got was with like a white grape lambic.
Love it.
Wild ale.
That's cool that he commented like that.
Yeah, that was like, what the hell?
That's so funny.
And he's like my age too, so that's impressive, because his beer sells out like this when he releases it. It's like gone instantly.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got a few people also talking between each other.
How dare you guys talk to each other?
Yeah, you're not allowed. She asked me how my finger is today, because I cut myself on the assassin cap trying to open all the wax.
Oh, did you?
It's okay. Yeah. For some reason, when I was trying to open it, I was using a wine opener with a little knife on it, and I got all the wax off, and I started trying to get it open, and then I don't know how I did it, but I split the cap in half, and then I cut myself whilst accidentally splitting the cap in half.
I'm telling you, man, I've had about enough of wax bottles. It's too much of a pain.
Usually it's not. I think it's not that bad, but yesterday was a bit. Michael Borges got a crowler of Kind Buds when he went, he says.
You're stoked, Michael.
And he says it's great. Raider says he's been watching Joe forever and just found me, which is awesome. Thanks for finding us awesome, Raider Tony. There you go. And this is about the whole Malibu mead we were talking about. Long says it's amazing. He lives in Norway. Colin says Rogue Dead Guy. Ah, yeah, that's a Maybach. That's right.
That's what. Yeah.
Rogue Dead Guy?
Yep.
Yeah, that was a flagship beer, right?
Yeah. That was one of the old school like craft beers.
I wonder if they still make that though.
I'm sure they do.
Rogue beer is not something I've had in a long, long time.
I went to Rogue 4 years ago when I was in Oregon. It was
Wow.
It was a cool little spot.
They actually sent me beer all the way over here in Denmark quite a
Yeah.
few years ago.
Yeah, remember they sent everyone packages. Like, did you get one of those cool like nucleated glasses? What is that glass called? With like we always call it like the butt plug glass.
I didn't get a glass. But
Oh, you didn't get a glass? Oh.
No, but I got a membership card for
Yeah.
Rogue Nation with my face on it. Like they paid for me. It's like I could use it if I ever came to Oregon. It's like, what? Cool, I'm part of Rogue Nation.
Yeah.
And we got one here from Sam. This has to be your favorite word. Can you say it?
I do say fire a lot.
You do.
There's fucking fire. It's so good.
And we got a comment here about West Coast IPA. Awesome. Oh, we got a lot of comments. Long says here, I recently drank a West Coast IPA and it was too nice. Not so bitter at all and too fruity, like it's made to appeal to the haze boys.
That's the new school West Coast IPA, the fruity.
Okay, and this is for you, I guess, Joe. Are West Coast beers still alive in California, and will West Coast ever have a comeback?
So I was messaging with Peter last weekend. We did like a belated anniversary weekend, and we were down in San Diego, and I got to visit some breweries that I had never been to. Where did we go? We went to Duckfoot. We went to Open Door. I finally got to go to North Park. West Coast is definitely still alive in California. I mean, there's plenty of places that everyone's making hazy beers now. And I actually I joked about it in the one North Park review that I just uploaded a couple days ago. There was one point where I was sitting at North Park and like the table we were at was kind of by the line, and I could hear every single person walk up there like, do you have anything hazy? Do you have anything hazy? Do you have anything hazy? And I'm just like, fuck. But everywhere, like I started joking around, like I would go into a brewery and be like, what do you have that's not hazy? But yeah, everyone's still making West Coast IPA. I mean, you can go to like Pizza Port and they won't have a single hazy beer on their draft list. It's all West Coast beer and it's glorious. So yeah, I mean, everywhere has West Coast beer still. So like you said, will it ever come back? I hope so. I mean, you and I have been talking about it. I want West Coast IPA to be king again, but I don't know, man. I think
it won't. And the reason why I don't think it will is because hazy fruity beer is more approachable.
Right. So that's why
people will have a throwback towards it, or people. I think people getting into beer now, it's easier to get into both hazy beer and pastry stouts and smoothie sours because it doesn't really taste like beer.
Right, that's it.
And I think that's part of it. And then hopefully along the line they'll be like, okay, I actually want stuff that also tastes a bit different. They'll explore more and they'll get out of it. But
to that whole fruity thing, the new school, the new school West Coast IPA is going back towards like that more fruity, still with bitterness and that bright popping, but it's still they're using hops and getting the fruity notes out of it rather than just being bitter, piney, grassy, floral. And I love that.
I think what they're basically doing is they're looking at making it like you make a New England IPA without focusing on yeast, but focusing on the same hopping regimes. So huge whirlpool hops, huge dry hops, but then also a good charge of bittering hops because new school West Coast IPAs we've had from the West Coast are still bitter. But there is a few example of like in Europe of people trying to do it, and they end up being these more New Englandy than West Coast beers because they're just clear and fruity, but they're not bitter.
Right.
And that kind of defeats the point of making them like bitter and refreshing and dry and drinkable and all that because it's just like a clear, fruity, New England-esque IPA then.
Right. Yeah, I hope the West Coast style comes back. And if not, I'm thankful for where I live because I'll always be able to get it here no matter what.
Yeah. I mean, I'm glad, like, at our brewery, we do a West Coast IPA, and we're going to keep doing that. And the brewery we were drinking beer from today, Bad Seed as well. Yeah. They were also doing West Coast IPAs, which is awesome. So it's still around.
Are people ordering that when they go there? Like, do they drink it?
So my beer?
The West Coast style that you said you guys brew.
Yeah. I mean,
people like it.
People just want IPA. We sell so much IPA. Our New England IPA is our biggest IPA seller. Like we sold 1,000-liter batch in like 3 weeks.
Wow.
And that's only in-house sales.
Yeah.
That's a lot of beer.
Yeah.
So that sells really fast. But the West Coast IPA also sells quite fast. People like that too. But the fun thing is like our hazy IPA has gotten to a point where people will call the brewery before going there to ask if it's on tap, and then they won't come if it's not on tap.
Oh my gosh!
And the weird thing is, like, it's the first beer that I created on my own as my first like recipe at the brewery, and it's morphed over the years. It's now a drier approach to a hazy IPA with a big charge of hops. It's a bit more hop focused than yeast. There's still a good amount of esters and everything, but it's not made so it's like supercharged, overripe, juicy esters, whatever. It's a bit more hop centric, which I like.
That's funny. They just won't. Okay, you don't have that. I'm not coming in. Fuck the rest of your beer.
Yeah,
you're like,
so
no,
weird.
there's plenty. You're like, there's plenty of other good stuff. Just come drink. I'm like, no, no, don't want it.
No. And the fun thing is, like, well, when it was just we opened back up, I made a new batch of it, and it was gone like in the 2.5, 3 weeks. And it's like, we need more. So my owner is like, we need 2,000 liters this time. Okay, so make 2 batches.
Yeah.
And there was like a 2.5 weeks gap where the beer was being brewed before it being released again. And when it was released on the day, I walk upstairs and I look on the patio, and people are drinking it out of 1 liter steins.
Holy
and
shit!
It's a 7.2% hazy IPA. I was just like, people are gonna get fucking hammered, man. I loved it. I had to go take pictures. The bartender was pouring some beers, and I was like, "You're pouring 3 1-liter mugs for people? Yeah. What table is it? I'm gonna go serve that because that's fucking amazing." So I went down there and served. It's like, this is just fucking hilarious. I love this. I'm glad you guys like the beer. Have a great day. And that was just all. I was like, they thought it was a bit funny too, but I was just like,
so funny.
I had to see who ordered just beer by the stein.
those dudes are getting it. I love it.
Yeah. But yeah, that also goes to show people want haze. They call to ask if the hazy beer is on tap.
It's the haze craze. It's a thing.
Long also asked, were you picky eaters before craft beer?
I've never been a picky eater. The only thing I hate is cotton candy. I'll fight someone who eats it in front of me.
I've heard that in reviews even.
I do.
Oh, fuck, this beer tastes like cotton candy.
I fucking do. You know what's funny is, like, I don't mind drinking it, but when I watch people eat cotton candy, I want to fight them. It's just the grossest thing ever. It's like putting sand in your mouth. Like, what is wrong with us?
I don't know. I never was a fan of cotton candy. I've never really eaten it. I remember as a kid, I was never allowed to get it from my parents because it was unhealthy and
it's disgusting. Yeah, you're just eating straight sugar. Like, it's
sugar fluff.
You know what's funny too is, like, we'll go to ice cream and my kids get cotton candy ice cream. I'm like, where are you from? Like, you're not my child. Where did you come from?
I like how this question just became about hating cotton candy instead of being picky eaters. But before craft beer, I wasn't a picky eater. But when I was a kid, I was a picky eater. But with craft beer, I started exploring flavors and got much more into food and cooking and all that.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's another cool part about beer.
I have a huge smoker out back now for doing barbecue and all these things. I mean, I wouldn't have gotten that if I didn't get into food through beer.
Right.
Davor also says we need to do more streams like this. He loves it.
Yeah.
That's good, man. When we can schedule one, we'll do it. Yeah. But it's fun. It's really fun sitting, chatting, drinking some great beer. So Sam says here, I try to get most of my female. Okay, so that was when we were quickly talking about hazy beer and your wife and all this.
Oh, gotcha.
And Sam says that his friends that are female lean towards sours or hazy IPAs, and also some stouts, but rarely West Coast IPA due to bitterness.
Right. That's exactly right.
But I think that's just a general thing. I think for most people, it's bitter, and that's a bit like, I think a lot of people are not too into bitterness. Oh, there's flies in here. That's why I'm sitting like this. And Sam said Garage Project is from New Zealand.
Yeah.
It's only been released in New Zealand and Australia.
Gotcha. I think they did a collab here. Or maybe it was Modern Times that did a collab with Garage Project.
Look at this, Joe.
I will drink that sour. Well, there you go.
There you go.
Boom. Where is she?
Has she been in a review?
No, I won't do that.
My girlfriend also doesn't want to be in a
review. The internet, they're just assholes. Like, I'm not even, I would have no patience with even joking or anything. Like, I'm not doing that to her.
Yeah. Okay.
People talk enough shit about me. Like, I don't need them saying anything about her.
That's what happens when you put your face online and you talk about beer or anything.
Right.
But yeah, Carrying on with comments, Michael says that he recently had Keys to Be Luck by Monkish, and it was probably the worst Monkish beer he ever had.
Ooh, well, I wonder why. I didn't have that beer.
I wonder why too.
Wow, what are the let's go to Untappd to see what the ratings are on that.
Well, the
beer.
thing is, I think that's part of the box I'm getting for the 4th of July party. But maybe it's better with age.
Let's see here. Keys to be Lock, he said?
Yeah.
It is averaging a 4.2 on Untappd.
Okay.
Oh, look at this. First check-in. Kind of weird, or maybe it's just a bad can. Very bitter and dry. Pass on this one. Huh. Here's another check-in. I didn't care for this poured fresh from the can, but it got better as it warmed up. Rawaka hops are not popping and the color is off. I wonder if they had an issue with their canning on that one.
Uh-oh.
I
think, yeah, we'll see. When it gets here, it's going to be a few weeks old anyways.
Well, but here's another review, and it just says, fuck me.
Okay. And what's the rating?
And it's 5 stars.
There you go.
So there you go. Oh, another person said, oh, I think who is it? Michael? That's got to be him. Oh, yeah, same profile thing. Says this doesn't taste like Monkish. Huh. Then someone gave it a 4.5 and said Rawaka with a heart next to it. You see, everyone's different with their palates.
Yeah. Rawaka is really cool, though. It's a newer hop that I really like.
I'm a big fan of Rawaka.
I haven't had too much of it besides the Monkish beers, and I think also Electric. Have you had any Electric?
Yeah, Electric's still super hyped, and again, that's another brewery that's like it would take me like 40 minutes to get to. So I'm at that age, dude, where I'm not a stand in line overnight guy to get, hoppy beer. But yeah, it's funny, actually, one of my customers gets Electric beer, and when he comes in, he'll give me cans of it. And it's good. I'm fine with just drinking Monkish.
Yeah, well, just
no. Well, being where I'm at, like if it means standing in line for Electric or just ordering Monkish, like I would just give me the Monkish. Like I'm fine not drinking Electric beer. There's another brewery close to Electric that I don't think gets anywhere near the respect that it deserves, and it's 8-Bit. Have you ever had any 8-Bit beer?
No, but I've heard of it because it's a lot of video game reference.
All their stuff is video game reference, and their logo is cool. It's like a Pac-Man Ghost logo, and their beer is fucking delicious, and nobody talks about it. And I don't know if it's because it's not hyped and it's not Electric, but I would rather go and sit at 8-Bit because they have a super cool space. I'd rather go sit there, eat food, and just hang out and drink their beer than mess with the whole Electric nonsense.
Hype is also an interesting thing, like how it comes to be. It comes often out all of a sudden with some kind of limited one-off, and then it just explodes. It's and it often just comes out of the blue. And there's for some reason it almost seems like it's also a coincidence because, as you say, there's so many brewers doing awesome beers, but no one talks about them.
Right. Yeah, it's weird. I don't get it. And it's a part of the beer thing that I hate. I don't know.
Yeah. As you told me in text, one of the awesome things with Monkish doing shipping now is that it kind of killed hype a bit because all the different mixed cases you could get at Monkish, that was 3 different mixed cases the last, month. You could choose between from different drops, which was awesome. Which was
super cool. Yeah. And you just had it at your fingertips. It was cool. I know we were talking about that now that, the states open back up and all these breweries are opening. Clearly these guys aren't going to be able to can all this beer. They have to keg it now for in-house consumption. So I'm telling you, man, we were talking about, we were with Matt, pictures we'll see, in the future of this past year, wearing masks and how crazy it was. The last 14 months of beer with all these breweries canning and shipping beers just to kind of stay, afloat. It's a run that we'll never have again. And it was one of the only, there's obviously nothing good that came out of COVID. The best thing ever was being able to just go online and click a button and get the best beer. Russian River was shipping cases, Monkish was shipping cases, Cellar Maker was shipping cases. Yeah. Everyone in California, you could get any beer you wanted. And it was fucking, we'll never get to do that. It's never going to happen again.
Do you think? So I saw that Monkish did drop a new mix case again this week. Yeah. So do you think they're going to keep up a little bit with it or what?
I think so, but I think it's going to be like how it used to be. They would post it. It's this is going on sale at 11/11, and you would go on and it was sold out instantly. I think it's just because it's going to be much less. But they're opening a tasting room in Anaheim.
Yeah, so I saw.
I'm hoping that means that they're going to be brewing more beer for their who knows? I'm not sure.
But it looked like the brewery or the place in Anaheim was a brewery already, right?
See, I thought they were just kind of having a tap room and they weren't going to actually brew beer there, but I might be thinking of somebody else.
It might be the case. I just saw when there was talks about it, it was a small brewery in Anaheim, like a small brew pub.
Oh, okay.
And then they were taking over. I don't know if they're going to brew beer there. If they're opening a new location.
My like I said, I haven't read a whole lot about it, but my understanding was they were going to have a spot where they were brewing in Torrance and they were going to bring kegs and cans and all that stuff there and just kind of have a cool tap room where you hang out and just drink beers. And it's going to be, and it's all in this cool little like circle. Like there's going to be Monkish, there's Modern Times right there, there's Green Cheek, like all within like a 5-mile radius or whatever it is. So Anaheim's going to be like a rad spot to have beer.
Bottle Logic is also in Anaheim, isn't it?
They're Anaheim.
But they're a bit off.
Yeah. And then Noble's there too. Dude, Noble used to be so good, but then Evan left Noble and went to Green Cheek, and I feel like Noble's beer is not as good anymore. They're also in Anaheim. But yeah, Anaheim's going to be a cool spot for beer pretty soon. And Anaheim's a lot closer to me than Torrance is, so I actually would be able to make that drive and go to Monkish and have some beers.
The main reason most people, if they know about Anaheim, is not beer, though. It's probably because of Disneyland.
Disneyland, yep.
But I think you could get like Horace and stuff at one of the places in California Adventure, right?
California Adventure has a little restaurant and they have kegs of Horace beer there. Yeah, my brother-in-law sent me a picture there one time. He was drinking Horace beer. I'm like, you're at fucking Disneyland drinking Horace beer. That's like what a time to be alive.
It's crazy.
Drinking 14% stouts, waiting in line to go on rides.
Let's go do this.
Seriously. That's the best.
So, how is it looking on your end with the buck?
It was delicious. I drank. Oh yeah, I drank.
Okay, well, let's move on to the next beer. So you can go get it first, and I feel
like I need to. I'm gonna wash this glass out really quick.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the same. Let's go wash glasses and get beer.
Hang on.
Be right back, guys. Lightning fast. Actually, you can post like videos on this stream with the service I'm using. So if we do this in the future, I'll have a little 30-second video clip to run in the meantime.
Could you imagine like if you just tuned in like the last 15 seconds, you're like, there's nobody there. What are they doing?
Beer run.
I wonder if anyone's watching the US Open.
The next beer is a beer that Joe sent me. And this is from North Park. This is
you got some Team Old IPA going on, right? When was that canned?
The 4th of May.
Oh, that's not too bad.
So that's not too bad, no. That's not too old. But yeah, Hop Foo. So why don't you tell us about this, Joe?
Mine's June 1st. So Hop Foo is one of my favorite.
Almost a month in between each other.
Yeah. Hop Foo is one of my favorite IPAs from North Park, and so the story goes. I don't know if this is true. I don't know how to if I'm wording this correctly, but I think this beer is the most medaled beer in San Diego homebrew history.
The most what?
Medaled, like won in competitions.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay.
The most medaled beer in San Diego homebrew competition history, I think. So Kelsey McNair's, he was a home brewer and people loved this beer. So when he opened up North Park, he started brewing it. And it's, 7.5%. And it's got a bunch of old school hops. It's got Chinook, Simcoe, Mosaic, Columbus, Citra, and Amarillo.
That's
this beer,
some awesome hops.
Yeah, I'm a big
Simcoe,
fan.
Mosaic, Citra sounds dope to me. And then old school, Columbus and Chinook.
Yeah, so it's got that old school vibe while being fruity. I'm interested to see what your can tastes like being, what is that, 7 weeks old?
Yeah, it's approaching 7 weeks.
Yeah. Mine might be a bit more, brighter and hop forward. Who knows?
But it's been in the fridge the entire time. So.
Yours might be multi trash. Who knows?
Yeah, probably is.
I mean, I could smell my beer as soon as I opened it.
Wow, that is pale. I didn't expect that. Almost looks like a Pilsner.
So see how light that is? That's what Wowie Nugs looks like.
Damn.
Oh my gosh, this beer smells so fruity. I wonder what yours smells like.
I haven't put my nose in there yet,
Yeah.
so it looks amazing. That's bring back clear beer. Look at that; it's like golden yellow. But what I love about West Coast IPAs when they're this pale and well hopped, they have a light green hue.
Mm-hmm.
You can see that to this. Like it has a light greenish hue.
Yeah, mine looks darker than yours just because the light out here. But yeah, it is. It is like you talk about a clear beer. It is perfectly clear.
Yeah. Is the stream still running? It's still running. I think my computer just crashed.
Did it?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
It's off, at least. There's power. I'll probably overheat it because it's really hot.
Oh, really?
But I'm also... Yeah.
The stream's still going though?
It's still going because I'm also using my phone. I'm logged in both places.
Oh, gotcha.
So, or maybe the charger wasn't plugged in enough. I don't know. We'll see. It's booting back up. We should be okay. So you guys are stuck with the banner. Oh, can I turn it off here? Otherwise, I think I can. Yes. There we go. Okay. The phone saved us. I definitely need a new computer.
Look at you being forward thinking and having like a backup.
Yeah, that was just a coincidence because I knew the webcam would be shit on the computer.
Yeah, so last weekend when I was at North Park, I was sitting drinking hot food one after another, just living my best life.
That's amazing.
I love this beer. Well, while everyone was walking up, what do you have the tasty? What do you have the tasty? I want to be like, drink fucking hot food.
Did you say that to anyone?
No, I wanted to though.
Well, let's check it out. I'm excited about this.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what yours smells like compared to mine.
Oh, I'm getting loads of Mosaic.
Yeah, it's super fruity.
Loads of blueberry dankness.
Yep. It smells. Oh, it smells so good.
Fuck, that's really good. But there's definitely also old school vibes. There is like that piney, resiny kind of thing. I think it's definitely Chinook that's shining for me.
Yeah.
And Columbus sometimes can go a bit chivy or slightly oniony.
Yeah. Chivy, that's actually, look at you. You're right. See, chivy, something I never would have thought of. But then now that you say that, like you can smell that. It's like that green oniony chivy thing. There's like a sweetness. It's like a sweet kind of herbal thing.
Yeah. It's just like a sweet herbal flavor. Okay, it's not wanting to boot back up. I'm just gonna try and turn it off and let it cool down.
Your computer just said F you, Peter.
I really don't know. It's been running for 10 years. So
wow, you have a 10-year-old computer?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's gotten a couple upgrades over the years, but
you're right.
Actually, this computer has once before died on a live stream 2 days after I got it.
Really?
You remember Daniel Harper, who did beer reviews back in the day?
Yeah, the guy with the big old beard?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we were doing a live stream with him, and we picked up jelly pumpkin because we could get jelly pumpkin in Europe. And I opened the bottle, and it just exploded all over my computer because we're sitting in front of the webcam on the laptop.
Yeah.
And it just like crashed instantly. I was like, fuck, I just got this. And then I tried everything off with towels and had it standing, whatever. And like the day after, it was still able to boot up. But a friend of mine later had to do some service on it. And like on the inside, there was like caramelized sugar from the beer and some
stuff. Geez.
That was still sitting in there.
Yeah.
So I had to get some work done. But yeah. A bit nice.
This beer smells delicious.
It smells really good. It's dank. It's bright. It smells old school, but also a bit new school.
Yeah, it smells kind of classic San Diego IPA to me.
Yeah,
because it's got that fruitiness.
That's the thing. Like San Diego IPAs were very fruity back in the day. Like just when I think of Alpine, for example.
Yeah.
Even though it's in Alpine, but
still. McElhaney just opened. I have to get out there and drink that beer. I have to.
It smells really fucking good.
Yeah.
Let's try it. Cheers.
Cheers.
Oh, that is super dank.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck, that's good.
It is dank. Yep. It's blueberry. It's got a bit of like citrus sweetness.
Wow. It has got almost a bit of that sweaty locker room dank.
Yep. Yeah, it's got that earthy kind of. It almost reminds you of like Nelson in that like sweaty kind of thing.
Yeah. I think it's Mosaic. This beer is dripping Mosaic juice.
Yeah.
Fuck, this is good.
I love this beer. I wish you had it like just a couple weeks fresher, but this is one of those beers.
Right now, it's drinking really good. I think this is still drinking much better than a lot of European attempts at making new school West Coast.
Yeah, and maybe a bit fresher. It would be more intense with like the dankness and the bitterness. That might have fallen off a little bit, and just, it's kind of letting
There's
that
a lot of
fruity mosaic.
orange on it. Yeah, fruity mosaic, but also like
bright citrus,
tangerine, and bright. Yeah. I'm getting a load of that too.
It's
but
funny,
it has
like
that like chivy and slightly earthy, oniony, garlicky thing, and like crazy dank as well. And like there's a lot of complexity on this in terms of hop flavor.
This is one of those clear beers that you say is a juicy beer for being clear. That doesn't make sense to people these days because they're used to juicy being hazy. Yeah. Like this tastes like juicy. Like it's juicy hops.
Yeah. Completely agreed.
But there's a bitterness there. There's a dankness there.
Yeah,
it's beer.
And a brightness, but it also reminds me of going to San Diego. I've been to San Diego a couple of times now, and when I went there the first time, when I was hanging out with Ryan Rashan, this just reminds me of drinking like Swamis and things like that. It's like it's got the West Coast vibe. Wow, people are riding bikes. Could you hear that?
Yeah.
But it reminds me of of going there and drinking these beers because they were not just like earthy and resiny, like they had a lot of bright fruitiness too.
Like, do you remember drinking? I go back to this beer all the time just because it was so like impactful. Like OG Sculpin. Do you remember that beer?
Oh yeah,
how fucking good that beer was.
Yeah,
dude. I tell the story all the time. There was a bar downtown where I lived, and on Thursday nights they did $5 pitchers of Sculpin. And we would go, and it just was on. I'm like, I got $40 in my pocket. Let's do this. And we would just drink pitchers of Sculpin, and it was just, it was amazing. That, and then do you remember the flagship just Alpine IPA? Did you ever drink, or not Alpine? Sorry, AleSmith IPA. Did you ever drink that?
Dude, that was the first West Coast IPA. One of the first West Coast IPAs I ever had.
That beer was ridiculous, and that was another one. Like I remember saying it was juicy back then. It was just fruity and delicious. I loved AleSmith IPA.
Fuck, man, I have a review of that on the channel, but also the old school, like one of the first reviews, AleSmith IPA, like review probably like 30 or whatever, I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean, one of the really early ones where I'm looking like a little kid and I have long hair and all that. But I was just like, wow, this is really good.
Yeah, delicious.
I remember that as well, but also Green Flash Imperial IPA.
Yeah.
I remember that just blowing my mind, like, wow, this is crazy. And back then, I was drinking it in Europe with like 3 months of age.
Yeah. So when you came to California and drank all those beers, you were probably like, holy fuck, like this beer is ridiculous. Wow. Yeah.
I remember drinking, so, when I went to New Mexico to study and went to California afterwards, when I was studying there, a lot of people sent me beer and a lot of people sent me Alpine. I reviewed Exponential Hoppiness and I was just like,
yeah,
what is this? I was just so mind blown by that beer. And then, I drank Stone and all this, but then I found that local brewery in Albuquerque called La Cumbre, and they made West Coast IPAs.
La Cumbre
kind of like this.
Great beer. Yep.
Like Elevated IPA is similar to this, and it's just such a crusher. It's super fruity, but still bitter, still dry. It was just like a crusher of a beer.
I mean,
and the fun thing is, like, European breweries hasn't really done beer like this in a long time. And when European brewers then try and do just do West Coast IPAs, it's a bit more old school. It's a bit more that, like, kind of like the first beer we had. And that's how most people try to do West Coast. I want to see more like this.
Yeah.
From you.
And you know what's crazy? Like, does this beer drink 7.5% to you? Like, this is almost 8% beer. It's so light.
It drinks like a 5.6%.
Yeah. So just imagine me last weekend sitting in that brewery just crushing these.
Yeah.
Because that's what I was doing. Delicious. I love the can art. Like, they just did I don't know if it's the same beer that they just kind of mess around with hops. It's called Disciples of Foo. And they do kind of like this whole thing. It's like this, like Ninja Turtle kind of I say Ninja Turtle just because of the blue, like, bandana and like this reminds me of like Leonardo from Ninja Turtles. It's got the blue thing with the,
I've got a Ninja Turtle shirt. Do you ever notice that in the videos?
Yeah. So, and they do, like, I think it's variants of this beer, and they're all just, they're so good.
Yeah, I saw they had a double dry hop version too. But
I'm telling you, man, North Park is one of my favorite San Diego breweries.
But I remember Ryan talked about these, and he said, like, last time when I was in the States, he said, when you come over, we should try and make it to North Park, but we never did.
Yeah.
Because I think he was nearby North Park. We
Yeah,
ended up
I
going
just
to Modern Times, but that was also dope.
yeah, and when I was there last weekend, it was packed, man. So people love their beer, and I think it's just. I mean, I didn't know until I think Ryan reviewed what was the beer? I did a review of it too. It was delicious.
Fuck, this is delicious. It's
Yeah,
so big. It's
and he just
so
like
big.
yeah, I didn't know who, I didn't know who, I think it's Kelsey I think his last name's McNair. I didn't know who he was until I watched that video a couple years ago. And then when I got to do the podcast with Four Brewers, I was talking to John about him. And then like I started, reading more. And I just think people around San Diego who knew who he was stoked that he opened up a brewery because his beer is fantastic. And I'm telling you, their lagers are so, so good.
Well, I have a can in the fridge. I'm looking.
Yeah, and they do stouts. My brother-in-law got a couple. It's like one of those lottery things. He got a couple barrel-aged stouts. It's like they're like whatever by what is it? I can't. Macaroons by death by macaroons, something like that. I've had a couple of their barrel-aged stouts. Amazing. They had a couple wild ales on that we tried last weekend. They were really, really good. So he does beer well in every style, in my opinion.
That's awesome.
So,
we got a comment here. Howla Yeti says we have to chug at 100 likes. How many likes are on the video, guys? Let us know in the comments.
There's no way we're close to 100 likes.
No,
so we're safe.
We are very safe. And there's probably going to be 100 likes after, because usually it's been to those kind of numbers after the streams. But no, we're safe. We're home.
Oh my god, dude, this beer is so delicious.
It's fucking delicious. The thing is, the problem with this beer, because it's got such a balanced bitterness and dryness that it keeps you drinking it.
Mm-hmm.
You go in for another sip because it's a crusher.
Yeah.
This is a beer you'll drink too fast, because at 7.5%, it's basically into double IPA territory.
Right. That's what I'm saying. And it doesn't drink like that.
Like, this will mess you up.
This is me on like the 7th review of the Friday night.
Lung has an idea for us. April 1st next year. Make it balsamic and vinegar reviews.
I'll do it.
That would be hilarious.
I'm telling you, man.
With a little cup and then.
I love vinegar. Like, dude, like salt and vinegar chips. Do you like those?
Yeah, they're amazing.
I love anything acidic like that.
Brian Messen just made a comment. He says, "Gotta go now." So he's from Denmark. He had fun, and he hopes the live stream will be uploaded. So yes, and thanks for tuning in, Brian. The live stream will be featured on and uploaded after once we're done. Usually they will be uploaded the stream.
It automatically uploads to your channel, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. So you can just decide if you want to keep it or not afterwards. Yeah. So no fear, it will stick around. And Dave Marshall says, my 2 favorite beer personalities together. Christmas in June. What's some of your favorite East Coast breweries at the moment?
I haven't been drinking a whole lot of East Coast. I mean, my favorite East Coast brewery at the moment is Violins. They make some really good hazy beer. And I was super lucky that my buddy Jake, he's Northeast Beer Community on Twitter and Instagram. Super nice guy. Like, seriously, one of the kindest like beer sharing people ever. He's been sending me Fidens, and their beer is really, really good. I'm trying to think, like, is there any other East Coast breweries that I haven't really been seeking anything out?
I've been drinking, I want to say Hill Farmstead at the moment, but I've only had 2 beers in recent times. I have 2 lagers that's going to be posted next week, and they were some of the best American lager beer I've ever had.
From Hill Farmstead?
Yeah.
Did you get Mary by chance?
Yeah, Mary and Marie.
Yeah, Mary.
They were fucking awesome, and they were on level with the best in Europe. It's one of the big things. Like, I had a lot of Suarez, and I felt like the Suarez lagers were too soft. Like, they had that Farmstead approach with these super soft, delicate saisons that they do at like Hill Farmstead and Suarez and whatnot. And I felt like that it just made them too soft. It was these like really crazy soft, super softly carbonated lagers. And lagers, I want a bit more of carbonation. I want a bit of edges, especially because I prefer like Pilsner. The Helles all of them were dead on to style, but I feel like they were just a bit too soft. So I would drink them any day of the week if someone said, hey, if you want a can. But the amount of money I paid to get them over here, I'd rather just get amazing beer from Germany that I also think is better.
Yeah. You might get to drink some more Hill Farmstead beer here in the future.
Oh.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah. Okay, interesting. Joe has been Joe. Brett has been talking so much about like, oh man, I've been watching so many of Joe's reviews where he drinks Hill Farmstead. I really want to try some of their beers or some of their IPAs.
Their beer is unreal.
Yeah.
I think they're currently
great.
As far as like I was talking about, like I think Hill Farmstead is my favorite American brewery, just because every style I've had from them, I've never even had like an okay beer from them ever. Their lagers are amazing. Their porters are amazing. I had a barrel aged stout that Jeff sent that was amazing. Their hoppy beers are next level. Their pale ales are amazing. Like everything that they do is like, you could just tell there's so much care and like focus on making every single batch of beer amazing. I like, there's plenty of breweries like that I love, but you always have beer and like, I mean, that beer's fine. I've never had a Hill Farmstead beer and I'm like, that was fine.
That's fine. No,
it's great.
One of the reasons why as well is because apparently Sean has to taste every single beer before it's released.
And if he doesn't like it, he's just like, nope. I
think so. And one of the problems with that as well, I guess, working at the brewery, it must be a bit hard. Like having a boss that manages so much. It's a bit of micromanaging.
It gets to micromanaging, yeah.
And micromanaging is some of the worst things you can work under, because especially when you're told that you have a free roam to do things, and then you don't, whatever, and then you don't because you have someone having to manage you. Right. So I imagine working under that, especially with some of the things that's been talked about lately with the brewery. Yeah, it's a bit crazy. But that being said, I think that's maybe one of the reasons why they produce these amazing beers. I mean, they made a collaboration with War Pigs, and that beer wasn't released until was it 2 or 3 years after it was made? Because Sean had to come to Denmark to taste the beer before he wanted his name on it. I mean, come on, we're getting to a little bit of ridiculousness there. Yeah, like I'm gonna fly. They could send him a sample. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, they actually did a collab. Hill Farmstead did a collab with Lost Abbey that I have a couple bottles of. It's a wild ale that I'm really excited to drink. Okay. Yeah. So. That's pretty cool. Is that in the Grassroots series or what? No, it was brewed out Lost. See, I don't know how they did it because it was during COVID. So I don't know if they kind of just zoomed and figured out like a beer that they wanted to do. What is it called? I got to look it up. Hold on. I'll tell you what it is. You're going to be the looker-upper person. Yeah. It's called A Still Small Voice. And it says it's blended with Sean Hill and Tommy Arthur. Brewed and blended in San Marcos and dry hopped with Cascade that Sean personally chose. It says bottled in February and spent all of 2020 slumbering. So yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to drink it. Currently on Untappd, it is averaging almost a 4.5. So that's pretty hyped. That's a bit of micromanaging choosing hops. Yeah, Sean chose these hops. You're not using any other hops except for the ones that I chose. I chose these. You're using these. Yeah. But the thing is, though, that's a big thing, though. Like I've seen a lot of breweries market themselves with we hand selected these hops. Yeah. And I know that's there's a few Danish breweries that went to New Zealand last year, even though there was the whole COVID thing, because they were flown over there for a hop conference thing where they got to pick out hops and stuff. What's kind of funny is if you go to that level and put your name, I personally chose. I was like, what if the beer's not good? Be like, you fucking suck at choosing hops, dude. Mm-hmm. It could really bite you in the ass. You got to up your hop choosing game. Man, you suck at choosing hops. Yeah. What's wrong with you? I wouldn't have chose these. I can't even check this, man. What's going on? That's funny. Stars IAQ says, I'm drinking some Liquid Gravity. Dude, that's another brewery that I just finally had this year, and you like those beers too, right? They were awesome. San Luis Obispo, right? Yep. I have family there. I've been to Slowtown quite a few times. It's amazing. I love that place. Dude, just hit them up and be like, give me all the beers and send them to you. Just, the reason why I've gotten Toppling is also because I have American relatives in Decorah that lives there. That's why I've been getting Toppling. So they've actually... Awesome. Been to going into these raffles and stuff, and they helped me get Assassin and whatnot. That's how I got it. Cool. Yeah. So maybe I should ask my American fam in San Luis Obispo. Yeah. Well, going back to someone asked what the best IPAs, I've totally forgotten until I just read that comment.
Liquid Gravity did a collab with McElhaney this year, and that beer was
yeah, I remember that
unbelievable. Dude, I was so bummed because they released a 4-pack and it was 1 can of each collaboration. Like, I wish I would have got so many more cans of that. That beer was ridiculous. So good.
Seriously, McElhaney Brewing. It was so amazing seeing these guys open up, the original Alpine crew and family behind Alpine. And it's so fun to look at the pictures from the tap room because they have like an Irish red ale and they have a dry stout and all these. And then there's like just like the IPAs that just scream Alpine. Like,
well, the funny thing is
all version of Nelson with nectar.
Right. All their beers are the same beers, I think, just with different names. Like, remember the red was McElhaney Red, but they can't call it that because that's Green Flash now. So it's called Surname Red. Nelson is now called Muntz from like Nelson Muntz from The Simpsons. Bad Boy, which was one of their best beers, it's now called. They have Wild Child, same thing. So I think it's all those old recipes that they're putting back out, which just I fucking can't wait.
Hopefully they'll get to a point where they will do canning or bottling, or hopefully canning. That would be amazing because my canning lines are not too bad, But they just opened. Yeah.
I'm telling you, I remember the days. Alpine, it's legit like almost an hour and 20 minutes each way for me. And we would drive out there and you could get 3 bottles max of Pure Hoppiness, Nelson, and Duet. So like I would drive almost 3 hours for 9 bottles of beer. And it was worth every second of it.
I went there too, When I was there in 12, I went there with Ryan and it was such an amazing experience. We went to the tap room first and just had the muffin tray, taster sets.
And it was like little like rocks glasses that they would pour their tasters in.
Like rocks taster where you had whiskey shots or whatever. It's like at dive bars. They sat there like those.
Just super dive bar refill. I love that.
It was amazing. I think we ate there too, but the food totally took a back seat because I can't remember what we had. I think we made pulled pork, maybe. I don't know. Yeah. I'm not sure if it was barbecued or whatever it was. Doesn't matter. It was just an amazing experience. No, it was the beer that was the focus. And then the fun thing is like there was the brewery there on the small strip mall, and then in between there was like a hairdresser or something.
It was like a library or something.
Library or something like that. And then there was the tap room because they couldn't get that person in the middle to
I was like,
sell their business or move business. They're like, nope, that's not going to happen. It's like, okay, we'll have a space in between. And I remember going into the brewery and it's so tiny and the space between the mash tun and the ceiling is like this. You had to like crawl in and
and you literally would walk up and get bottles like right where there's tank, like it was like right there. Yeah. It's crazy.
And when I was there, I got I got bottles of Odin's Raven, barrel-aged Odin's Raven.
Yeah.
And Shame on You, I think it was.
Which is like a super hyped wild ale that they did. They did that and Kiwi Herman. Like everyone wanted those beers.
Yeah. And they were there for. The thing is, they were for sale there at the brewery, and I don't think it was a release. I think you could just buy them.
Yeah.
At least for a period of time, and then there was, of course, also the hops. And I ended up solo doming at least Odin's Raven on my own in San Luis Obispo at my family's place because I didn't have room in my luggage for more beers. I was just like, I gotta drink some, so I'm just spending a day now at your guys' house, and I'm just gonna shoot beer reviews.
I'm just getting ham sauce.
Yeah.
The old spot was so little. Like I'm pretty sure they used to brew, and then they would walk. You'd have to walk outside into a different building, like to do all the rest of it. Like it was so little.
But I have video of that stuff, on my channel. I do have an Alpine tour video, not a tour, but where I pay a visit. Most of it is just me sitting with a camera like this.
Yeah,
like this, and then filming the tray and talking. This tastes like this. This tastes like this. But I think I filmed a little bit. I don't know. It was before with the small Snapchat camera and everything one take.
The good old days of YouTube.
Yeah, but man, that was such an experience. That was one of the best experiences in San Diego. And
I can't wait to get back out there.
Yeah, I understand, man. And when I came to San Diego, it was just after the Craft Brewers Conference. And we went to Toronado the first night there. And the only reason why we went to Toronado was because there was a bunch of hyped California beer on tap still. So we had like Happy Birthday. We had like Consecration from Russian River.
Yeah.
And like all the Consecration was one of them. There was also a Beatification and like a lot of those Russian River sour beers.
Yeah.
There was, I think, no, it's not Cable Car.
They always had bottles of Cable Car there.
Yeah, but that was in bottles. So that, yeah. But all this crazy stuff, and I was just sitting there with all these IPAs, and
yeah, Toronto.
I was just like, wow, this is just insane. This is crazy.
Toronto was legendary for like their tap. They closed. It was a bummer, man. Like it sucked.
They still exist in San Francisco.
I think San Francisco, yeah, but the San Diego spot closed.
Yeah, my experience in San Francisco was shit though compared to San Diego, because one of the bartenders refused to serve me or let me buy a bottle of Cable Car, because he said this. How was it? He didn't know me, and I didn't seem like I was interested enough in beer or something.
What?
It was a total snub. I was like, so you have Cable Car? Yes, I'd like to buy a button. No, you can't. It's like, but it's in the menu. It was super weird. So I was confused. So I ended up buying a bottle of Black Santas instead, if you remember that beer.
Yeah.
That Firestone Walker contract brewed for some brewery, or how was it? I can't remember how it was.
Yeah, Nate came down to San Diego, I think 3 years ago, and we met at Toronto. And he actually texted me. He's like, "Hey, there's an open bottle of Cable Car. Come down here." I was like, "All right,
okay."
So, yeah. So I drove down there, met him down there. We drank Cable Car. Like that bar it was such a fun spot. It was just a really cool place, and they always had the best beer on tap. Always.
Yeah, I mean that was amazing. And another place we also hit up was Churchill's.
Yeah.
Is that place still around?
Yeah, they're actually right down the street from my office in San Marcos. Okay. Yeah.
We went there for having Churchill's Finest Hour, stout, because that was one of the old money hype barrel aged stout.
Right.
And I think I got to bring home a bottle. Maybe I'm not entirely. No. We bought it because you could only buy it and drink it there, right?
It used to be that way. I don't know what they've done.
But they, at one point a few years ago, they had a small release in Europe. So there was a small amounts of bottles in bottles in Europe. But I remember that also being one of those crazy beers. It was basically barrel-aged serpent stout or something.
Right. Something like that.
Yeah. But yeah, okay. That was, amazing. So many great experiences in San Diego.
You gotta come back out here, bro.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I told my girlfriend we have to make a California trip.
I'm telling you. When were you here last? When we went to Pizza Port? When was that?
That was in 2018. That's 4
really?
years ago. Oh no, 3
years ago. Yeah. Gosh, that was 3 years ago already. Holy smokes!
Time flies.
It flies, yeah.
But I really want to come back.
Heck yeah.
Next time in the States, it has to be like a month or something like that again, because they're so like when I'm there, might as well use all of the opportunity I have to go to places I haven't been before.
Right.
And this time around, because I've become such a foodie, I really want to go to New Orleans, and I really want to go to Texas for barbecue.
Yeah. You got to go to if you want to barbecue too, go to Kansas City.
Kansas City, yeah. And I also want to go to St. Louis, just because of side project. And, yeah. A lot of it is beer related,
One of the drunkest I've ever been was in St. Louis.
Did you go to side project?
I've never been to side project. No, I was. I helped one of my best friends move cross country. So there's three of us. Me and like my two best friends in the whole world. Two of us flew from California to North Carolina, and we drove cross country to help my buddy move back to San Diego. And so we started in North Carolina and kind of made our way. We were in Kentucky, we went to Missouri. So we were in St. Louis the one night, we went to Kansas City. And then we went through, where else were we? We made that thing. But the one night in St. Louis, I don't even remember how far we drove that day, but made it to St. Louis. We found this bar by our hotel, and we literally went through 4 servers at the bar. We were there for 9 hours. And I just remember it's time to go. We leave, and my buddy's walking down the middle of the street with leftover pizza, eating pizza. I'm like, you're gonna get hit by a car and die in St. Louis. But yeah, it was a fun trip. I think that was way before. I mean, this was 2006, I think. I don't even think Side Project wasn't even around back then.
No.
So yeah, we sat at a bar. Yeah, we sat at a bar and drank Jaeger and probably Coors Light or something. I have no idea.
Whatever beer.
It was good times though.
Oh yeah, I bet. That is definitely a place. Also, Chicago. I want to go to Chicago.
Yeah, bro. Chicago, it's legit one of the coolest cities. I was there. That was pre-COVID. So 2019. Yeah, 2019. because we went to the Old Goose Island. We went to Forbidden Root and hung out with my buddy Brian. Where else did we go? We went to
What about Hop Butcher? Isn't that in Chicago?
they're
Or
outside of
18th,
Chicago.
18th Street. I think that's in Chicago, right?
Yeah, we didn't go to 18th Street. We went to gosh darn it, not Phase 3. Oh my gosh. See, this is when I start thinking like I'm gonna have issues with my memory getting older. How do I not remember the name of the brewery that we went to? Corridor. We went to Corridor, and then we went to the other place. We were there. It was weird too, not weird, but like in Chicago, everything stays open super late. So like in California, breweries usually close by like 10. We were at a brewery at like 2 a.m. in Chicago. I'm like, this is nuts. And
Welcome
it was fun.
to Europe.
Is that how it is?
I mean, we're a brew pub and we're open until 2. So
Yeah.
we'll close earlier if there's not a lot of customers. But
Yeah.
pre-COVID, that was pre-COVID. With COVID rules, we were allowed to serve until 10. And then last call was 10, but we had to get guests out by 11.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean bars are like that here, but breweries, I think most breweries close by 10.
Yeah.
So being at a brewery in Chicago at 2 a.m. was fun.
But seriously, beer experiences like that going around at breweries, it's sometimes you get such great memories from doing something like this. If you ever make it to Denmark, one of the places we have to visit is Brewery. I did a video there last year, and it's such an amazing brewery. It's in the middle of Jutland in an area which is like super scenic with like lots of like hills, and like it almost looks like a miniature version of Lord of the Rings with all the hills and the Hobbit villages.
I'd love to
a lot of green grass and whatever, and then it's right out to the ocean, and then the area there is just like super beautiful, and it's an old farmhouse, a brewery, and then every summer they open up the brewery for you know, you can hang out there and drink beer, and there's food and music and stuff. And then like you're just sitting on a field with a brewery in the background. There's live music playing. There's a barbecue going, and there's just like the most amazing view of the ocean. You just sit there with fresh lager or a hazy IPA and whatever.
Yeah.
It was such a great experience, and it was so fun when we went there last year because I know them, the people from the brewery. And I talked to their marketing guy about the fact that it was coming and whatnot, and if we could film, and we did this video, and we had a talk with their brewer, and it was super fun. And we show up there, and he's like, by the way, if you guys want some beers and whatnot, just go nuts.
That's so cool.
It's like, are you serious?
Yeah.
We're like 5 people. I was not expecting anything for anyone. He was like, it doesn't matter. It's not us. Yeah, the thing is, it was basically me tagging along another friend group I have that go there every summer, but I've never been able to go. But I was like, if I'm going, I'm going to shoot a video. It was with Brett and the guys, and he was like, yeah, it doesn't matter. So we just like got to hang out all day, drinking awesome beer. There was food, and there was a blues band in the evening. There was like gumbo and stuff.
Dude, that sounds amazing.
We had a tour of the brewery, and this Max, their brewer, was like just pouring us fresh sample of pilsners, like from that was lagering on lager tanks, like straight from the lagering tanks. It was just amazing. And then the owner came down too because he lives there. Peter is his name. And we're just hanging out with him, drinking beers in the evening and all whatever. And then because they're awesome people, they were like, we brought tents because we were going to a campsite to crash. It's like, you can just crash on our field. Just go park on our field and put up your tents, and that's fine. It was amazing.
Dude, I'm in. I'm doing it. I'm in.
It was great.
Heck yeah.
So yeah, that's a great spot. That's you know, because in Denmark, a lot of people don't drive to go visit breweries, because in Denmark we're not used to driving long distances like you are in the States. Like if we have to go for a half an hour drive, it can seem like a hassle, even though it's half an hour. So like, dude, we're so tiny.
My old work commute used to be 60 miles each way.
Yeah. Okay. How much? How much is that in kilometers?
Oh, I know. Shoot. It would take me like over an hour each way to get to work every day.
My work commute is 5 minutes on a bicycle.
That's so awesome. You're so lucky.
Yeah. So there's a comment about your shirt.
Oh, Doobie Snacks. Did I send you? Did you ever have? Oh, who was that?
Oh.
Was that who said that?
Jared Ellsworth.
Yeah, he was. I don't know if you watched any of the reviews from my birthday. He was with me, and over here he was one of my buddies who we drove cross country with.
Oh yeah.
Jared was the guy walking down the middle of the street with the pizza in St. Louis. That's him.
Awesome.
Yeah, he's been my best friend forever.
That's amazing. It is an awesome shirt, but I never had doobie snacks.
Jared is the Jared that sends me the slice beer.
Ah, nice.
That's him.
So it's also Jared that basically helped me out get slice.
Yep. That's right.
Thanks, Jared. Because slice is pretty awesome.
That is him.
Code Talker says he misses Nate's and Joe's podcast.
Oh, that was fun. We used to do that, but he's getting into the whole brewery game, so I don't think he's allowed to do that anymore.
And he also said we should have invited Nate sometime.
Dude, so speaking of side project, he is at side project right now drinking. So,
he is. Amazing.
Yeah, lucky SOB.
Not bad. So Old School says, ever hear from Chris from Beer Geek Nation? You remember Beer Geek Nation?
I do. Didn't he got into a brewery too, didn't he?
Yeah, Prohibition Pig, I think was the name or something like that.
Yeah, he just kind of disappeared.
He did. I haven't talked to Chris in years. You know, I was part of the whole Beer Geek Nation crew thing.
Yeah.
It kind of went its own way. Slowly, it kind of just like fell through. I don't know. Like, there was a big thing that was I didn't join because I was in Denmark, but there was a meetup in San Diego, for example, at one point. You know, all kinds of things. But I don't know anything about what he's doing now.
Yeah, I don't. He just kind of disappeared.
He just disappeared, and I wasn't in regular contact with him for a long time, so I have no idea.
I feel like he just kind of got burnt out. Not that he was like so. It felt like he was kind of like angry a little bit, like towards the end, like he was arguing with people in the comments, and I don't know.
Yeah, and he was a bit angry with the whole trends going on in craft beer with hazy beer. I remember.
Yeah, I'm just like, I mean, listen, I hate it too, but I'm not gonna like you can't get mad at it. Who cares?
Yeah, it's just beer, but
it's just beer, dude.
Yeah, but I remember, and then that was that whole video he made at one point that everyone got fired up about.
Yeah,
where he said it was lonely at the top or something.
I remember that.
It was a bit cringy, but
which never made sense. Like that, the whole thing was weird. Like all of you guys were like a group of people, and like I don't know, somehow his channel had all the subscribers. Like but
one of the main reasons was like he was the one who put in so much production value and effort compared to us. He made it so super consumable because the videos were super short, kind of like Darwin, like 3 minutes.
Yeah,
like tick 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 tick.
Yeah, I can't do that.
No, me neither. Like Brett and I just rant and talk about dumb shit, whatever. Like most of our videos, like 10 minutes.
Me too, dude.
But I think that's the fun thing about watching both your videos and one. It's like I like it when people just also sometimes it's not just about talking about this tastes like this and that. It's also geeking out and being a bit silly. And
well, of course. And I mean, I was telling you that when you were here, like beer reviews for me, like when I sit at a bar with a buddy and drink beer, like we don't sit and talk about what we're smelling and tasting. We're talking about life and everything else. Like that's
like
what beer.
What we've been doing now for 2.5 hours.
Yeah, which seems like we've been talking for 5 minutes. I can't believe it's been 2.5 hours.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Like I don't sit and like I don't know. Maybe I'm just not like beer geeky enough. Like I love beer and I understand like what hops taste like and styles of beer and stuff. But if I'm gonna go to a if I'm gonna go to a bar and drink beers with you, like I'm not gonna talk about beer the whole time. I'm gonna fucking talk about everything else.
But you know what? I'm exactly the same way. I want to talk about other things I'm into as well. Yeah, I'll probably talk about this is like we did the first 2 minutes we drank this.
Yeah,
like this is really good.
Right.
And talk a bit about that, and then you get into other stuff. Like when I hang out with friends and whatnot, it's fun to geek out about the beer for a while. But when we have our shares and we do our reviews, it quickly transitions into other things. Like, and that's what is beer is kind of like a social lubricant. It brings beers together, and there's people together, and there's a whole a community aspect about it. So it shouldn't necessarily always just be about the beer, and it should also be about the people when you drink it.
Right.
So I think that's a big part of the reason why beer is also really popular, because it's something that brings people together. It's I think that's one of the reasons why a lot of people also get into craft beer is because it's sort of a community, and just because it's a beer-related community doesn't mean you shouldn't talk about other things.
Of course. And that's why, I mean, people send me messages like, hey, I want to start reviewing beers on YouTube. Like, do you have any advice? I'm like, yeah, don't just talk about beer. Like, that's my advice. Talk about other stuff. Like, I purposely sit in a spot where, like, you can see what I'm watching on television. Like, I get so many comments on what's on the TVs behind me. Because like that's who I am. Like this is what I'm watching. This is my life. Like let's talk about that too. It doesn't always have to be about beer.
Yeah,
It's funny.
that's
It's
true.
funny.
It is.
That's what I say. I'm like, make a background interesting, like, because like you sit with your posters, like people know what kind of movies and comic books that you're into, like that'll spark conversation other than just beer stuff.
Yeah, it's true.
So I mean, I sit in a garage full of arcade games. Like I've talked more about video games with people than beer.
And you have how many arcades do you have? Or machines?
1, 2, 19.
Wow,
19 of them.
You basically have a real arcade.
Yeah. It's funny
Well,
too.
you call Joe's arcade, but
yeah, I mean, I've been in this hobby since 2004. Like I've bought, sold, and traded probably close to 200 games. Like it's just constantly rotating because it's fun. Like that's all part of the fun of it. But there's games that I've sold that I wish I still had. But
yeah,
that's part of it.
Like,
but yeah,
there's so many like stuff like that. I'd love to have an arcade cabinet, but because it takes up so much space, I'd love to have one of those where you can play different games.
Yeah, for sure.
But the problem is like right now we don't have more room for anything in our apartment. Like
of course,
whenever we get into a house. But I also like to have like my own bar and
yep,
all that crap.
Yeah, I mean that was kind of like why I turned my garage into what I did. Like I wanted to have a livable space. Like in California, we're not blessed with basements. You look at some of the houses in Midwest and East Coast that have just these awesome basements. We don't have that. Yeah. So I fortunately live in a city where weather is not an issue, so I can use a garage for something other than parking my car in. So I turned it into a spot where I put couches out here. There's the bar set up. There's video games. There's televisions. Like there's something for everyone. Like we spend so much time out here. So I mean, it's a fun hobby to be in.
Your boys must love it too.
They do. What's funny though? They're so into like console gaming now and PC gaming. Like they just, I mean, I don't want to sound like old crotchety, but they just don't. They don't appreciate it.
I think they're probably fun for them when they were younger.
Yeah.
And then they start getting older and all their friends play different games. And, because gaming nowadays is not necessarily about sitting at the same machine and playing. It's it's Fortnite and whatever, all these online games to play.
Yeah. Their friends will come over and come out in the garage and be like, oh, awesome. Do you have Fortnite? Do you want to go play MLB The Show? Like the most fun is like when their parents come over and see it and they're like, oh my gosh, I remember that. Like I played Donkey Kong. I played this. I played that. Do you have this? Do you have that? It's more of like an adult thing out here, I guess, with these older games, but it's fun.
It is. We are really getting a few comments now, but let's just crack one of them here, which is about lagers, and that's for you, Joe.
Don't ask me.
Joe, which U.S. breweries would you recommend for lagers?
Well, we were just talking about it. Hill Farmstead, I think, is for lagers amazing. Suarez. I still haven't had Suarez lagers, but you loved them.
I thought they were great, but I'd still drink European stuff over it.
Yeah.
Whereas the Hill Farmstead and the review will be posted soon. I would drink that, just the same amount, as some of the greatest European. I would definitely try and seek that out again. The Suarez ones I had, it's like they're really good. I'm glad I had 2 of each can and I got to try and drink one full myself.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't seek them out again because they're pretty much the same prices as, IPAs and whatnot. And I can get amazing well-brewed lager in Europe for a fraction of the cost.
Right, exactly.
So
yeah, I mean, I think as far as like, I mean, it's tough. Like when you say recommend, like, do you want something that's hard to get or like
I guess just any recommendation you think as a brewery that makes really good lagers.
Yeah, I mean, Hill Farmstead and Suarez are probably the best.
You mentioned North Park for hoppy lager.
But yeah, it's definitely not your traditional lager. It's hoppy. I mean, Modern Times Ice is one of my favorite pilsners. It's so fucking good. I love that beer, and it should be everywhere because if they distribute, I mean, you would get that beer.
Actually, we do get Modern Times once in a while in Europe, and we've had their Ice. Is that the name or something?
Yeah, Ice. Yep, that's the one. I love that beer. Beer's great.
I haven't had it, but it's been in Europe a couple times.
Try that. I think you'd like it. I think doesn't Firestone Walker make amazing pills? Like Pivo is great. I mean, that's a really good beer. Firestone. I was
in San Luis Obispo in 18 in Paso, Paso Robles, I didn't go to the brewery, but everywhere they serve Pivo pills now.
Yeah.
And also their 903, which is like a blonde ale. It is so
805.
light. 805.
Yeah.
It is so light and easy drinkable.
Yeah, it's a really good
it's a session beer, but it's everywhere.
Yep.
I was amazed to see that everywhere I went. Like,
but yeah, one of my buddies here, he's military. He grew up in Pennsylvania, but he's out in San Diego now, and 805 is his favorite beer. So every time he comes over, like I always have 805 in the fridge for him. He's got an 805 sticker on his truck, dude. He fucking loves 805. And I'm like, I love that you love a beer that much. I love when someone has a beer that they just are that in love with.
Yeah, it happens for people once in a while.
Yeah.
For me, something recently I've rekindled my love with is Rauchbier, like smoked lager.
Wow.
Have you ever had that?
I don't think I've had a smoked lager before.
You haven't? What?
No. I've had like smoked porters, but I don't think I've ever had a smoked lager.
Smoked lager is a tradition in Bamberg, in a specific city in Germany. It's been all over Europe before, but that's where the heritage has stuck around. And when I was getting into craft beer, I tasted these beers. I was like, wow, they're really good. And they taste like bacon and they taste like smoked sausage, but they also have like caramel and just bond. I love them.
That's so crazy.
And then I was away from them for a bit, but I always loved them. And I tried like craft like samples. When I was in the States, I reviewed Samuel Adams' attempt at one called Cinderbuck or something. Samuel Adams had I don't know if you remember, they for a while had like a small production range. They also did like a black IPA. I think it was called.
Oh yeah.
And they did like these beers, and I had that. And I loved it in the States and whatever. And then I've been away from it for a while. But the brewery I work at now was originally very inspired by German beers. And every year, our owner has a tradition that he goes with us brewers down to Bamberg, where these beers are being made. And it is, man, Bamberg is one of the beer cities of Europe that is also a must visit. It's one of the only towns in Germany that wasn't bombarded during World War II. So it looks like what you see in fucking Beauty and the Beast, shit like that in terms of buildings. It's fairy tale like city with just amazing looking buildings and whatnot. And then there are small family owned breweries all over the city. And their speciality, a few of them, is making these smoked lagers.
That's awesome.
Some of them are just fantastic. And then you sit there and you sit in these like dimly lit old wooden houses, and you sit and drink smoky beers out of
I'm telling
stone mugs.
You
know, they also do, of course, great lagers, but it's just like being there and sitting and drinking that is amazing. And then when it's the summertime, outside of the city, there is like I can't remember. There's like hills, and I think it's I can't remember if it's what kind of it's like hills. It's like a type of mountainous area. I can't remember what the material is that it's underneath the mountain thing. But what they would do is that they build cellars underneath, and then in the summer you can sit on top of the hills that's filled with like, it's kind of like an outdoor tavern, and you sit there like a beer garden, and you sit there and drink beers.
Love it.
It's fucking awesome.
I need to do that.
Yeah, another place to visit.
Again, I'm in.
And comment. Long says, each of you cracking open a fifth bonus beer.
We haven't even got to our fourth beer yet.
We haven't even gotten to our fourth. This is actually only our third. So we still have a fourth, and that's a big one.
I'm glad you like this beer. I fucking
love this. This is really good. It's fucking good. If we had this locally, I would drink it all the time.
Yeah. It's good stuff.
It's great. And then you're correct about something, but it's something we missed. Oh, here we go. Old school beer.
Hop Stupid.
Man, do they still make Hop Stupid? I don't.
They do. No, they do. You know what's funny too is I was FaceTiming with one of my like old buddies I haven't talked to in a long time, and he was wearing a Hop Stupid shirt last night. I'm like, fucking love that shirt. That was one of the beers that like got me into IPAs. Yeah,
me too, man. And they were so cheap.
Yep.
Like in Denmark was one of the big things. They like you could get bombers for 50 Danish crowns, which is like $8 or $9, and that was unheard of. Yeah. Bombers was usually like $15, $20, and it's like what? So whenever there was Lagunitas, it's just like yes, and then it was also fucking great.
Yeah, Hop Stupid, like if you probably remember like Racer 5 from Berry Public.
Yeah.
Like all those beers, like those are the beers that got me into beer. Fuck, I love those beers. I guess I could start seeking those out again. I should probably like revisit those just to see if it's what I remember. Yeah. It probably isn't, but that's fine.
No. Like Racer 5 was one of those. I think they actually also Bear Republic sent me a care package all the way from
Did they?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Because I was you know, back then I was repping so much American beer. I still do,
Yeah.
especially lately. But I was just based in Europe. But it was just random because you never expected as a European dude, like a brewery in the States, being like, "Hey, it's awesome. You like our beer? Do you want some?"
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, of course I do. I still get like kind of like it's cool when a brewery hits you up and like, hey, you want some beer? I'm like, fuck yeah, I do.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking cool.
It is
You
cool.
know, one thing I've noticed though, especially with like the whole beer blogging and stuff like that, like especially with the COVID situation, it's exploded.
Mhm.
Like especially on Instagram, there's so many beer bloggers.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's cool.
And one of the things it's cool, but one of the things I've also noticed is like no one's critical.
Yeah.
Like so many people just love everything, and I hate it.
Yeah.
Like, please be critical and
or
honest
be honest. Yeah.
be honest about your opinions. Because some of the beers I see some people drink, it's like, no, that's not that great. But they said, I love this, whatever. But and then it has like that small like sponsored post thing, and it's like, I hate it. Like it's okay to drink sponsored beer, drink whatever you want, but be brutally honest. Like I have breweries here that hate me because I've shat on their beer like crazy because I'm honest. I don't want to give a beer a good review just because I got it for free. I think that is
because like, then what if other people?
What's the point about doing it other way?
What if other people drink it and they're like, "What the fuck's Peter talking about? This beer's not that great."
Yeah,
you know. Then you're just like, "Oh, I was saying things because they gave it to me and I wanted to be kind to them."
Yeah. I couldn't get myself to be an asshole. But there's also, there's a way of critiquing. You can critique nicely and you can be a dick about it.
Yeah.
So.
Right. Yeah. No, of course. There's no reason.
You do it like don't drink beer way, you're being a dick about it, but also funny on the same time.
Yeah. So he's hilarious.
Okay. He's hilarious. Man.
He's funny.
Have you ever met him?
I've never met him in person. No. I've talked to him. I don't even think he knows who I am. I've commented on his Instagram and stuff, but I don't think he knows who I am.
Did you know he started doing YouTube videos back in the day?
Well, yeah, that's how I found him. Like his videos were fucking hilarious.
Because he was like blending.
Dude, he was doing the most ridiculous stuff ever. It was so funny.
And he always ended a video. It's like, get it at Benny's or something like that.
Yeah, because Benny's was the one place in Chicago that everyone would line up to get beer, I think.
Ugh.
I always thought he sounded like he sounded when he would do his, I mean, that's not his real voice, but when he did his Don't Drink Beer YouTube videos, he sounded like Tommy Arthur from Lost Abbey. And at first I was like, is he like trolling people and like doing these videos? But it wasn't him.
If it was him, that would have been hilarious.
It would have been great.
That would have been even better, man.
I was hoping it was
just blending cheeseburgers into
yeah. His voice, his like Don't Drink Beer voice sounds like Tommy Arthur. It's hilarious.
He still makes that voice in his clips on Instagram.
Yeah,
but it's pretty amazing what he's got to do with it because I think he basically lives off of his blog now.
His beer blog,
which is crazy. And he, you can also see with his content, he's also going back to West Coast, it seems, and clear beer and stuff like that. It's pretty interesting how that happens.
Yeah, it's funny because he just did a post a little while ago about Slice and how good their West Coast or how good their beer was, and I just commented like, I've been trying to fucking tell people how good Slice beer is. I mean, I'm not don't drink beer, but I'm like, I've been trying to tell people. Nobody listens to me.
I wonder if it kind of blew up a bit for them when he did that, or
I hope so. I hope it did. They deserve it, man. Like you make good beer, you deserve to, have people come drink it. That's why you do it, right?
Yeah, that's true. So shout out to AleSmith IPA from a couple people as well.
Yeah, dude, that beer was ridiculously good back then. I haven't had it in so long. I gotta see if I can drink that again.
But did they still make it?
I think so.
Oh yeah, they do it in cans now.
Yeah.
But they're at a new location too.
They have a massive brewery now, which is cool. And then Mikkeller moved into their old brewery. Yep, right around the corner.
Yeah, because I've been to the old one. I've been to the old one when it was AleSmith, but I've also been to it as Mikkeller.
Yeah, we used to line up when they would do their barrel aged Speedway releases. You'd have to line up.
I traded for barrel aged Speedway back in the day.
Yeah, barrel aged Speedway, barrel aged Vietnamese Speedway, all those.
Yeah, Vietnamese Speedway is fucking dope.
Yeah, the one weekend we did that, it was like 97 degrees, and we were just standing in that. I mean, because you remember the old AleSmith, like it's just this like, it's like a business park. There's no shade. You're just standing in front of this building. It was so freaking hot. Yeah, the days of standing in line.
Right next door now is Amplified Ale Works, and what's the other brewery really close to McClure, San Diego?
What
It's
else
like
is
right
over
down the
there?
road.
Yeah, it's I know what you're talking about. I can't think of it. My brain is shot.
It has the logo is like a barley or something in a round circle.
Pure.
Pure, yeah.
Gosh, I'm like I knew that. They just opened up. There's a Pure spot in Carlsbad now.
Ah, awesome.
So their beer is good too. Pure is another place they make good beer.
So how is it looking with hot food? Are you empty?
I'm done. Yeah.
Well, let's move on to the next one then. So if you joined the stream now, people in the comments, let people know that we're gone for getting beer.
If anyone shows up, be like, they'll be here in 2 seconds. My fridge is right there. Dude, I had a moment of panic. Like I didn't realize this can was behind a couple other cans. I'm like, did I drink this last night? And I don't remember. But I found it.
Happy you didn't. So, because otherwise it'd be me drinking this and you drinking something else. I've had this before.
I love this beer.
It's 8.5. I think I have a wrong info in my banner then, but there we go. There's a banner. We're drinking.
Oh, how dare you! 8.4 fake news.
Shit. Fake news. It's fake news. 8.4. No, 8.5% hazy double IPA hop with citrus mosaic and Simcoe.
You know what's
Those
funny?
two last hops, it's very rare you hear Monkish use them nowadays.
I wonder if this changed because Untappd shows us at 8.4 and our can shows 8.5. Interesting. And Untappd also says 100 IBUs.
Oh yeah, but this is also one of the first Monkish releases, right? Or not first, but one of the early ones they've been doing for a long time.
Yep. May 11th. Look at us, Team Old IPA.
Oh yeah, there we go. Wet Willy.
This is actually going to be perfect, I bet. Monkish with like a month on it is just money.
That's whenever I had Monkish, I always thought they've been best at 4 weeks.
Yeah.
So.
And Water Balloon Fighters, one of the coolest lyrics ever. Dove Shack, Summertime in the LBC. You probably never heard that song.
No. You know, I'm a metalhead, but
yeah,
I will say I've been starting to listen to a little bit old school stuff. I've been listening to Biggie a lot lately.
Yeah, dude.
I think Biggie is really, really good. I one song I listen to all the time is Big Papa and Hypnotized, but it's also some of the very well-known ones, but also Juicy. I love Juicy.
Peter, it's funny hearing you say I think Biggie's pretty good because he's literally probably like top 3 rappers of all time.
Well, the thing is, I don't really know many rappers,
but the fact that you like him is awesome. I mean, it just shows how universal. I mean, his whole catalog is amazing.
I think a thing with metal people often is like you only have to listen to heavy metal because metal is true, or it's like no, you can listen to other stuff. Like when I listen to loads of music. My preference is metal, but I listen to loads of stuff. Like yesterday, I was also today I've been listening to Nate Dogg as well. Like
love it.
Stuff like that is really cool, and I like hip hop, but it has to be a bit chill, and I love it when it's good samples.
Yeah.
A lot of the new school stuff, which is mumble rap and all that, I can't stand it.
I hate new. Well, I don't hate all of it, but I hate most of it.
Yeah. So,
but you know what's crazy? Speaking of Biggie, like 2 days ago, Tupac would have turned 50, and he's been dead since 1996. Like he was 25 when he died.
Wow,
it's so crazy. And same with Biggie. He was 20. I think he was 25 when he died.
Yeah.
Like those dudes had so much more to offer us. I'm so bummed.
It's crazy to think that they were both shot, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they were both
fucking crazy. But they also came from some crazy backgrounds and areas. But it's just fucked because they could have probably been the kings of the game in their respective genre.
I'm telling you, man. I think if both of them were still alive, music would be a lot different these days. I really do. But whatever. It is what it is.
It is.
Look at that. Look at that. There's not even a head on that thing.
Oh, you can never generate a head on Monkey Spears, really.
Speaking of Biggie.
Nice. Papa Smurf.
Big Papa glass. Oh, this beer smells like fucking juice.
Damn, it is so dank though. Fuck, this is straight fucking kush.
It's got like, you know what's funny is
Wow.
it's still like a month. What is it? It's over a month in the glass, and it almost has like that intense like hop burn smell. Not burn, but like
But
it's super
it's
fucking
saturated.
hoppy.
It's
Yeah.
super saturated. But the thing is, like, this smells very different to a lot of other monkish beers because I feel like it smells even more West Coast than usual.
Yeah.
And I think it's because it's Simcoe and Mosaic in there because they really don't use those hops often anymore.
Yeah. Dude, it's really dank. You got to listen to the song after you're done streaming this. I think you'll like it because you like chill music. I think you would like the song. It's called Summertime. Just remember to go Summertime in the LBC.
Summertime in the You can text me or something.
Yeah, by Dove Shack. You gotta listen to this song.
Because I found randomly Wu-Tang Clan, the hypotheses.
Yeah.
What did they think? Socrates, something.
Socrates, philosophies and hypotheses. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. And it was actually pretty dope.
Dude, that song's great. I used to put all the monkish songs in the intros of my video, and then YouTube started fucking copyright striking me, so I stopped doing it. I hated it. I'm like, dude, it's 10 seconds. Like, I'm not making any money off of these videos. Stop it. Copyright strike. I'm like, go fuck yourself, YouTube.
The best copyright strike I ever got was in a video I did of back in the day where we did a spoof on Bear Grylls.
Mm-hmm.
You know him?
Yeah.
For the survival videos.
Yeah.
We did a survival video where we were trying to find beer in the woods. It was not that funny. I don't know.
You got copyright strike like for what you were doing in the video?
No, because I just took the Bear Grylls intro and then I cut in.
Gotcha.
I used the music and it was clips of us just rolling around in grass and stupid shit.
YouTube
and it was just like, that video. We spent so much effort on it. It's like whatever.
You got copyright strike.
And it's like, oh fuck, we're gonna survive. There's a beer here, and then we find a beer, and then we review it. Like,
that's so funny.
We did a lot of dumb shit back then.
I love it.
Yeah,
this beer smells crazy, bro.
It smells really good. It smells super dank, like crazy dank.
Yeah, and just hop, like you said, hop saturated.
Yeah, I want to drink it. Cheers.
Wow. Woo.
Wow. That is intense.
It's still super pithy too. Really fucking pithy.
This is like old school meets new school, almost, or maybe even more. Not old school, but maybe more so like West Coast meets East more than a lot of new monkish. Because I think this tastes more West Coast than a lot of newer
stuff. There's so much lingering bitterness on your tongue.
And so much pithy citrus and citrus rind and citrus pith.
Yeah,
like
grapefruit peel.
Up front, like huge blueberry mosaic for me.
Yeah, like, super fruity.
Super fruity up front.
This is one of their best beer. I love this beer.
It's really good.
Oh,
I think this is the first time I had this before years ago, but I think it's the first time since then I have a monkish beer with mosaic. Yeah, they never really use it, do they?
I've said this a couple times in monkish reviews. This kind of has that orange juice after you brush your teeth vibe going on. You know what I'm talking about?
I can kind of see what you mean.
It's got like that intense, like if people ever brush their teeth and then forgot and accidentally drank orange juice, it's got like that citrus. I don't know what causes that. It's like the mintiness probably from the toothpaste, and then you drink. Well, I'm just saying that flavor. It's like you have like that minty spearmint thing.
Yeah, because it's got an herbaceous quality.
Yeah, it's like herbal, almost spearminty kind of a thing mixed with like all that intense pithy citrus.
Yeah, totally. I totally get that reference now that you say it. Because also lately, Brett and I have talked about herbs in New England IPAs. And one of the things we often get when they're like some of those like really bright, really dank tropical ones is like Thai basil, like that sweet Thai basil. So much of that. But this is definitely maybe more like a spearmint because it's like a sharp. Yeah, it is minty. It's a sharp herbal thing. But I like it because then it's not just dainty juice. Like one of the problems I had with the haze, as I said earlier, is like a lot of it is just so sweet and estery and juicy, and that is cool and that's nice. But I love that this has like hops.
This is if you gave this to someone who liked regular hazy beer, they'd be like, nah.
And this is much less like hazy New Englandy in profile than a lot of other monkish beers because it tastes like, I guess if you could say old school monkish. They've been around for a while, but how many years have they been doing IPAs now?
They started.
They did all the Belgian beers first.
I think they started in 2016
with a haze.
So 5 years with the haze, yeah.
Yeah,
you know what's crazy?
All Belgian stuff.
I'm saying the crazy thing about this beer is this isn't even one of their double dry hop beers, and it's this intense and saturated. Like, you had the triple dry hopped Galaxy beer? Did you ever have Beyond Atomically?
Yeah, I think I might have had it at a festival.
Oh, that beer is insane. How just crazy hoppy it is.
They just re-released that, so I didn't try to get it because when I get these packages from the States, they're grouped together with things, so it's like I can keep going. You can keep going and try to get everything and everything and everything.
Oh, dude, you could spend so much money, bro.
Yeah, so it's like, yeah, okay, let's take it easy a bit. I also need, I've been neglecting the European scene for a bit lately with all the crazy American beers. So we need to get back on that a bit as well. Even though we've been back today with hyper local beer.
Yeah.
But no, I never tried that.
That's a great beer. Super intense.
But this is one of the things that's pretty drinkable for a double IPA on 8.5%. But part of that is also because it's not like crazy sweet. It finishes quite dry.
Yeah. But it just it stays on your tongue. Like that just hop saturation, bitter pithiness just lingers. It's awesome.
Yeah. I don't know if you saw wasn't it yesterday that was the soft opening of Monkish?
Yeah.
The tap room?
I know. I wish I could have gone that.
In the Facebook group, yeah, me too, man. in the Facebook group, someone made a post like it's not even like 5 p.m. and someone already puked on a table.
That's why I was like, nature's healing.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's just, man.
People are puking at breweries again. God bless it.
Things are getting back to normal.
Yeah, everything's back to normal. It's the best.
Yeah.
That's so funny. It's not even 5 o'clock and someone's puking. Fucking awesome.
Amazing. And in terms of likes, by the way, we got to 40, so we're very close to
40 likes. Peter's not taking his shirt off.
No. I don't think I would. Well, if we hit 100 likes, I would. But see here, what else? And do push-ups and all that.
Yeah, do all that stuff. Jumping jacks. Start jumping rope.
People talking about AleSmith. People wish Lagunitas bring their stout back. You had that barrel aged stout from Lagunitas, the Willet one.
Willetized, great beer.
That made it to Europe, but I didn't manage to get some. But it was good, right?
And speaking of Lagunitas, I mean, Born Yesterday is one of my favorite beers, West Coast beers. Have you ever had that beer?
Which one?
Born Yesterday. It's I guess because that's a wet hop beer that they only release it on October. I guess they wouldn't ship that over there. That beer is so good.
But yeah, we actually still get Lagunitas now that they're owned by Heineken, but they're not brewed in California.
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't really checked any of them out, but when it's not the same people doing the beers and all that, recreating recipes and different systems is really hard.
Doesn't Lagunitas brew Newcastle now? Don't they do that? That's so funny to me. That is so funny to me.
Because it's Heineken.
Yeah.
It's like, they do. Glenn says he's digging your new podcast.
Digging. Oh, what does it say? Oh, digging the live podcast. I'm glad.
It is almost like a live podcast, I guess.
Glenn's a cool guy. He's super nice. I talked to him on Instagram.
Nice. Cheers, Glenn. Rain on. There was also a comment. Someone wants to trade you Monkish for slice.
Want to trade me some slice beer? Oh yeah. Oh, Tony. Yeah, Tony. Send me a message, bro. I'll send you some slice beer. I don't need to trade you. I'll just give it to you.
There you go. Joe is the man for slice. He's the one who hooked me. Well, you're being hooked up by someone else who hooks you up, and then you hook me up.
Yeah, it's one big hookup, bro.
Yeah. That sounds really bad. One big craft beer hookup. So, any other beers out there like Taco Hands by Cellar Maker that successfully infuse a savory spice element that you would recommend in beer?
Oof.
Have you ever heard of Taco Hands?
Never heard of that.
Is that a collab with Tired Hands or something?
It's got to be.
Dude, that's an amazing name.
Speaking of Tired Hands, they took a beating.
Yeah.
Whew. I don't know if Tired Hands is going to be a thing anymore. Holy smokes.
Man. it
Man,
sounds like it's one of the worst places to work
dude, those
in the beer
stories,
industry.
my goodness gracious.
Yeah, that was. There's a lot of things that's come to float with this situation, and I will say, some of the things that was worse was definitely from Tired Hands.
Yeah,
Man, I mean,
it was
just the
bad.
fact that he can equate salary to the fact that you work at a high brewery, I think is
Like
fucking.
like what is
What the hell? Like,
fuck,
you
man?
shouldn't expect to be paid more because we're hyped. It's like, what?
Yeah, we're literally printing money, but I'm not going to pay you anymore. Fuck
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. Here, you can earn money from goodwill of, I don't know.
Yeah,
You can't earn money from fucking hype.
it's so
It doesn't pay
crazy.
bills.
Yeah, no, not at all.
But man, it will be interesting to see. I think both him and his wife took leave off or something.
I think both him and his
leave of
wife are going to be fucking permanent leave of absence. Holy crap!
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, it was nuts.
People talking about Heineken selling out, or Lagunitas.
Oh, Lagunitas sold out.
Here's a question for you: did you ever have the Stone R&R Coconut IPA?
So I didn't have the original one that Ryan won. It was like a homebrew competition that he won, and they did that. And then I think they re-released it like 2 years later. I had the re-release of it. I didn't get to have the original one.
I had the homebrew and the original one.
Do you remember what year that was, by chance?
I think it might have been 13 or something. I think it was either. Yeah, I think it was just after I came back from the States or just before I left.
I'll say, because I moved back down to San Diego in 2011, and I don't think I really started drinking Stone again for a couple of years. I was drinking more like AleSmith, Alpine. I was drinking like local stuff. And Stone's local, but I've told the story. The first time I ever had a craft beer, it was Arrogant Bastard, and I had that, and I'm like, "Fuck, this beer is terrible. I can't handle it. There's no way." So I kind of steered clear of Stone for a long time. So I didn't have the original one that they did, but I want to say they did a re-release of it. It might not have been the exact same recipe, but it was a coconut IPA, and it was fine. It was good. But I'm sure the one that he did originally was really good.
It was really good. The thing is, it was like pina colada,
yeah,
but in IPA form. And the homebrew was better than the Stone release.
I bet.
And which was crazy because the homebrew was flown from San Diego in a parcel to Denmark, and it's a homebrew. They don't have any, you don't have the same level of control.
Right. Yeah.
So, but it was still better.
It's always like that though, right? Like you collab with something and then they kind of say, oh, we're going to do this on a bigger scale. Like you just can't recreate that.
No. And then they also even changed some of the hops and whatnot. But I think I remember his homebrew being a bit hazy as well.
Oh, yeah?
That could just be what I remember. But I have a video where I think we tried both the homebrew and the regular version because he sent both.
Do you remember when they were doing the whole just joking around back and forth with him and Greg from Stone?
That was amazing.
That was fucking hilarious.
Where they did they bullied each other and each other
That's so funny.
Yeah.
So I didn't get to have the original R&R Coconut IPA.
So Devor, he said he just cracked Hop and Frog, sipping out of sight 2020.
Hop and Frog, Akron, Ohio. Let's go.
That is old school. Have you ever met Fred, the owner and brewmaster?
No.
He's one of the nicest guys in the world.
Is he really?
Met him. I've met him and his wife in Copenhagen for Mikkeler's Beer Festival because he's been invited a couple of times. First time at the festival, he's like, Peter!
That's awesome.
And I was like, what the? And we would just hang out, we were talking. And it's like, he told me him and his wife watch the videos and they think it's super nice.
That's rad.
So we went out for a day in Copenhagen drinking beers with him. It was amazing.
That's awesome.
Fucking, man.
My mom's whole side of my family is from Akron. So we went back in 2018, I think 2017 or 2018, my cousin got married. And after the weekend of the wedding, we were there for a week and we went to Hop and Frog, and it's such a cool little spot. And the beers were great. It's just one of those, I mean, Hop and Frog is one of those breweries. It's not a hype brewery, but that's what I like about it. I just want to go to a brewery and just sit and drink awesome beer. And Hop and Frog makes awesome beer. We sat there for 4 hours drinking beers, and it was the most fun I had in Ohio. I mean, obviously besides the wedding that I went to, but it was a cool vibe. It was a super chill spot. There was people everywhere drinking. It was so fun, and all the beers were great.
Hop and Frog, it's one of those old school breweries that I've been following since I started getting into American craft beer. So and I still think they make really good stuff. And the fun thing is because Ohio had some very hard legislations about alcohol content in beer.
Right.
So both Hop and Frog and other breweries has tried to push that legislation. So now that you can actually make stronger beers in Ohio, and what they did at Hop and Frog was that they made like even crazier version of Boris the Crusher every time.
Yeah. There was Boris. Wasn't there Doris too?
Doris, but that was before the legislations. And then after that was corrected, where they could go even higher, they did Quaris or something like the Crusher, which was like quadruple max, whatever. And then they've just been going even more nuts with it apparently. But
you know
this one,
go ahead.
This one that Devoy is drinking is a chocolate cherry martini imperial stout. And he says it's pastry and not his cup of tea. But the fun thing, Hop and Frog was never like pastry.
Yeah. Well, everything's pastry nowadays, bro. That's what people want. Another fun Ohio brewery for beer when we were there, and people don't talk about it anymore, was Fatheads. Like Fatheads, dude, they're West Coast. They make West Coast IPAs, and they're delicious. What is it? Headhunter, and what's the other one? What's the like imperial version of Head?
I don't know. I never tried Fatheads, but
there's the one that's like a seasonal release, and it's a 9% double IPA, and it is delicious. I love that beer. And they also had a session when I was in Ohio. They had a session beer called Sunshine Daydream, I think. I drank so many of those when I was there. It was like a 4.5% session beer, and it was so good. Yeah, Fathead's another one. Like nobody talks about them anymore.
That's true. Fatheads is one of them, but also one I feel like that's neglected a lot is Jackie O's.
Yeah,
Jackie O's makes amazing beer. Great barrel program and everything. Yeah.
I think I have a barrel-aged Jackie O stout in my fridge that I need to drink. I would say that. So in December, I'm going to drink it.
I have a collab that I've been sitting on for way too long from them. They did a beer with Casa Agria in California.
Yeah.
And it was, or was it Casita Cerveceria, whatever it's called. I can't remember. It's one of the two. But it's called Carrots and Sticks, and it's like a carrot cake beer, but it's a Belgian strong dark ale. It's not like a stout or something like that.
Wow.
It's aged in bourbon barrels. But I've had it in my cellar for like 2 years.
Yeah.
3 years.
Well, there you go. There's the answer to someone asked the spice beers. There you go. Carrot cake spice. That's got to have some spiciness too, right? Like carrot cake has that like that spice kind of a thing. That clovey kind of whatever that is.
Yeah, cinnamon too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, this beer is so fucking good.
It is really fucking good. It's dope. If you don't like haze too much and you miss West Coast stuff, but you want to get into haze, this could be like an entry into haze.
This is your gateway. Your gateway drug.
Yeah.
That is your gateway drug.
The gateway drug to haze.
That's right.
Colin Quinn says he just realized that McElvenny is right off Highway 8 on his way from Phoenix to Chula Vista.
That's right. Alpine, California is right off the 8 freeway. You pass it going. So when everything was shut down, we had to do all of our baseball tournaments for the kids were in Arizona because California wasn't allowing sports. And you take the 8 all the way to Arizona, I'd pass Alpine and I would just get mad because I'm like, man, I remember when that beer was so good.
but is the location still there?
The location
Alpine?
is still there. Yep.
And
they have it. It's down. Yeah, it's the newer thing. It's on Tavern Road, but I mean, you pass that and go down and make a left on I don't remember the street, but the McElhaney's right. Yeah, it's right around the corner from there.
But what about Alpine? The Alpine location.
The Alpine location is still there, and they opened up that big. Like they have an outside beer garden now. Like it was huge.
Okay,
the new spot. Yeah, I think it's still there. I mean, I haven't ever since Green Flash did all that stuff. I stopped going, but I'm pretty sure it's still there.
It seems like everyone in the San Diego beer community kind of stopped drinking Alpine after it was taken over by Green Flash.
You know what? Like the biggest bummer of all that is when that first got announced, all of us were texting each other going, dude, like we're going to get distribution of Alpine now. This is a good thing because Green Flash was everywhere. Everywhere you went, Green Flash beer was there. Grocery stores, gas stations, everywhere. And when they first announced that, Green Flash was buying Alpine, I'm like, dude, we're going to get Alpine beer up in North County. Like, we don't have to drive an hour and a half to get Alpine anymore. And they fucked it all up. I'm just like, I hate you guys forever. You guys ruined my life.
You ruined Alpine.
How dare you?
Actually, the cans Brett and I had, I mean, they were nice. They were all right, but it was not like the same level of being
No,
like totally amazed by the beer.
no.
So, previously we talked about beer and being more about community, and Sam agrees. He says for him, beer reviews has always been more about characters and community than actual beer.
Real chop.
There we go. Real chop. Is that
Real
what he said?
chop. That's right. No, that's what I said. Real chop.
What does that mean?
Well, it's my one buddy says that instead of saying real talk, like when someone says something you agree with, you're like, oh, real talk, like what you're saying is. So he says real chop. So that's what I
Real
was saying.
chop. Okay.
Real chop.
I was thinking of pork chops for some reason.
No. You can't think of that.
Let's see, and then the people are talking about reviews in general. Here's one for you. Hey, Joe.
Oh, Gore for Tempest.
I don't know
So
about this.
those are arcade games. I like both of those games. Gorf was the first. I think Gorf was the first game that had speech in it, which is cool. I don't have Gorf, and I've never had Tempest either. But yeah, I like both of those games. I was more of a raster guy. Like Tempest is what the heck is the name of it? It's a vector game. So it's like there's these lines that are drawn.
Oh yeah, and it looks like it's almost 3D.
There's like these lines that are drawn, and like if you ever played did you ever play the Star Wars arcade game? Did that make it over there? I don't even know. Was it
There was a few that made it over here, but
yeah, so it's just like drawn out like lines. Like
yeah, it's just lines.
Yep. So that's what Tempest is. But raster is when like they started making these, like the monitor looks like it was like cartoony, like 8-bit, graphics. So I never was a vector arcade game guy,
The
but Tempest
first
is
like
fun.
vector arcade game or a vector game really if you can play at home, wasn't that like a Star Fox on N64?
Well, so that was
That was on SNES. That was
Yeah.
graphic, wasn't it?
That wasn't that was a shoot. I wish we could put. I don't know. We can't put like pictures in this chat, huh?
No, but I don't think
Yeah,
you can. You can put video,
I can't.
but
No,
you
that's
have
all
to
right.
have the video on your computer. Or I have to
Here, hold on. I wonder if I could do this.
show it on your phone.
Yeah. Hold on.
Yeah, you can do that.
I can show you what I mean by vector monitors. No, I just need an image.
Yeah,
Hold on.
vector graphic.
So vector is like when it was drawn just like lines.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
I mean, this is way before your time. You're way younger than I was.
I know. Yeah, but I do remember it. And it's
Yeah,
basically
so
when you have those lines and you have whatever you control that's like
right.
in the
Yep.
circle.
Yeah. So yeah, I
But
like.
it looks like 3D because it looks like everything's coming at you, but it's actually
Coming
not
at you,
real
right.
3D.
Yep. And like
It's
with
the
Star
same,
Wars, it was like that. It would look like stuff was coming at you, but you're going. I mean, that's early '80s. That's what they were doing.
For me, growing up playing video games, some of the first things I played was like Wolfenstein on PC.
That was the first game you played?
One of the first games.
Gosh, you're so young.
Yeah,
to be young again.
Yeah. That, and then because I had a PC and I didn't have a console, I have any console. It was a Jackrabbit. If you don't know that,
I've heard of that.
It was an MS DOS game.
Yeah.
It was Epic Mega Games, or just Epic Games now. The company that makes like Gears of War and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
They tried to make like the PC version of Sonic, and you were like a green rabbit with a gun running around shooting turtles.
That's hilarious.
And it was like fast. It was really fun. But
Yeah.
I grew up playing PC for a long time, and all my friends had like SNES, Super Nintendos. But I wasn't allowed a Super Nintendo or a gaming system for that matter. We had a PC I could play on.
Like when you say you weren't allowed, like was there something wrong with it?
It was just because my parents had an idea for some reason that it was bad and the kids should be playing outside. And
I agree. I totally agree with that.
They should also, but you can do both.
Yeah. Oh, clearly.
So you just have to set in rules about it. Like, okay, now you can go play outside. Now you can play inside, whatever. But so they weren't into it for a while. And for a long time, I just wished for a gaming console instead of just once in a while getting to borrow my dad's computer. So I got a Game Boy. So that was my first
like an OG Game Boy, the black and white one?
It was the second run where they changed colors.
So did you have a Game Boy Boy Color?
No. I had an original like brick Game Boy, but in Europe, the gray one wasn't released. It was released in a set of 4 different colors, like green, yellow, blue, and something else. At least in Scandinavia or Denmark, we never got the classic gray one. And it's the same shape, everything, whatever, but it's just one color. It's like blue. I still have it. It's just blue and then with black buttons. And
But I'm just saying, but the graphics were black and white.
yeah, and there was
Okay.
no light on the screen.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
like when you were driving, I had like a light attached.
Yeah, you had to have a light. Yeah.
Game Boy and
Yep.
all kinds of crap. And my first game was like Spider-Man and the X-Men or something like that, like a reworked version of a SNES title. And everyone else I knew, their first game was Super Mario Land, but I didn't get that. I got that other one and another game, Pokemon.
Yeah.
And I got Pokemon Blue, and the fun thing is, like, I looked at the cartridge, the package, and I was disappointed. And I thought the artwork looked boring. And back then, as a kid, you didn't research what things were.
You bought a game based on what the cover, like the artwork looked like.
So I got that as a present. First, I got the Game Boy. I think it was like I got the Game Boy and the Spider-Man game for Christmas, and I thought it was amazing. And then it was my birthday, and I got this Pokemon game. It's like, I think I want to exchange this because it looks boring.
That's
but
so
then
funny.
my aunt my cousin who got it for me, she's like, you should keep this because this is all the rage in the States.
Yeah.
And then I kept it, and then it was like, and then,
that's so cool.
Sucked into the world of Pokemon.
Yeah. See, Pokemon, I mean, I was a little bit older, so I never got into my kids love Pokemon. But
yeah, the
like,
crazy thing, it's still going on. It's fucking nuts.
But like for us, I mean, I'm much older than you. I think I'm 10 years older than you are. So like for us, when we got our Game Boys, it came with Tetris. So like Tetris and Super Mario Land was like what we played. But going back to like buying games off of what the cover looked like on the original NES, I remember being at Toys R Us and I bought the Nintendo game Rambo because it was literally like the movie poster. And I fucking, like, I used to watch that movie with my dad. I'm like, I love this movie. I'm going to buy this game. It's going to be awesome. And it was one of the worst games ever. And I was just like, oh my gosh, this is so disappointing. Like the cover art is amazing and this game sucks.
I actually had you remember the Superman game for Nintendo 64?
Yeah.
It's like one of the worst games of all time.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's a port, but I had a Superman game with the same kind of logo and everything for my Game Boy. That was also pretty terrible.
Yeah.
But for my Game Boy back then, I bought just all based on looks. And then
you had to.
When we went traveling, especially as a family, we often went down to either Southern Europe or like Turkey or something like that. And there'd often be electronics stores that sold game cartridges that had like 100 games. And I'd buy those, and there were so many weird bootleg titles.
Yeah.
Like there was a Super Mario, but you were Pikachu. It was like it was shit like that. It was just Super Mario Land where you're running around as Pikachu, and all kinds of weird like Pokemon games that didn't exist. That was just weird bootleg stuff. Like I think it's Angry Video Game Nerd, I can't remember who it is, but there's a one dude on YouTube that does videos about this stuff. Yeah. And he has videos about bootleg games.
Yeah, it probably is Angry bootleg games. Yeah, his videos were the best back in the day. I love those videos. He would just chug Rolling Rock and talk shit about video games. It was the best. But yeah, I mean, that was the thing. We didn't have the internet to look at. Like, I was a subscriber to Nintendo Power Magazine. So like we would get I would get the magazine and look at stuff, but like, I think I want to play that game. I'm going to save my money and buy it. Like you couldn't rent games. You couldn't do anything. So if you bought something that sucked, like there was no turning back.
No,
that was it.
In Denmark, we didn't have the club like that, but we had like I think it was, what was it called? It was called Nintendo Club. And you could sign up for getting a newsletter of sorts in the mail. But you didn't get a magazine. But I remember as a kid, there was once a year or so, there was like a Nintendo tour in Denmark where they had like a huge truck driving around the country and stopping in the big cities. And the truck was just filled with Nintendo 64 like gaming machines or whatever, where they were hooked up to TVs.
You just got to go play them.
You go in there, you could play all the new games, and then you get like a magazine. And there was all the games, and you could cross them off as like wish lists, what you'd wish for Christmas. And I still have those magazines.
I love it. That's so
cool. One of the things like with that in the back, there's like game guides, and you could, buy game guides for games, complete games. And one of the reasons.
Look at that! Like, what time is it? Is it midnight there? Like, people are just like racing down the street. I love it.
It's almost 11:30.
11:30.
Yeah. It's because I live in the rough neighborhood of town.
Do you?
No, there's no rough neighborhood in Ottawa anymore. It used to be back in the day.
Did there?
My city had a rep back in the day
Nice.
for fighting and boozing.
Look at you, dude. You have street cred. I love it.
No, I don't have street cred.
Oh yeah, you do. That's where you're from.
No, yeah, but it's very a quaint city nowadays.
No, embrace it.
And all that stuff.
No, you guys are awesome. You're known for fucking people up. Love it.
We were back in the day, and drugs and stuff. but back to video games and not drugs, because that's much better. No, but I would buy game guides.
Yeah.
Video game guides.
Those are the ones that like help you like beat the games if you got stuck somewhere. Yeah.
I have Pokemon game guides still.
That's so funny.
At my mom's place, and one of them is like drawn on. Because one of my cousins drew on, and it's like, no, because it's like, and then I couldn't read what I had to do.
You're like, and that was the last time I talked to my cousin. I cut him out of my life.
He's gone.
How did I drink this whole beer already?
Did you already drink it? Maybe it's because I talked so much.
It's gone.
I still have this much left.
So good.
Man. So you're going to jump on a fifth beer, or you're going to jump on the water wagon then?
No, I'll do whatever you want. You want to drink some more beers?
Sure, man.
I mean, it's late where you're at, so I'll do. I mean, whatever.
I mean, we're allowed to go for 4.5 hours, so we have an hour more left.
That's what YouTube allows you?
Yeah.
How is like you shouldn't have any limits? You've been on YouTube for like fucking 27 years. How dare them?
Not 27 years, but that would be crazy if that was the case. 27 years. That all meant. Well, okay, I'm 31, but I would have
31. You baby. 31 years old. I remember being 31. Those are good. Those are good times. There's a ton of comments, huh?
Yeah, we missed a lot of comments.
Yeah, sorry.
We were talking about video games, but people are talking about McIlvenny and stuff.
Oh, dude, I just looked. You're at 46 likes. You almost have to take your shirt off, bro.
It's 100 likes.
Oh, it's right. Dang, I thought it was 50.
It's 100 likes. Okay, Sam Smalley's that we already did this one. Michael Borges. Okay, here's about Rauch beer. Sam says he always loved the enthusiasm for Rauch beer. He also loves Rauch beer. Michael Borges. He has Schlenkerla Helles in the fridge right now, but he hasn't tried it yet. That's awesome. Make sure if you're in the Michael is in the States, right?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, he has to be. He was the one who just went to Slice, right?
Yeah, right. So Michael, make sure when you look at the can, because the thing is like Schlenkerla, what they do is they ship over beer in huge tanks, and they have it canned in the States to keep it as fresh as possible. So they send over the beer in cooling tanks and keg it in the States. So if you look on the label, if it's the Helles Lager from them, or as you say it is, if it has a small little imprint that says unfiltered, it's a limited edition run they've done, and it's one of their best beers.
Boom.
So now we know.
Now you know.
Okay, here's a comment for you, Joe. The nonstop Hop Butcher reviews are tiring.
Hey, that's not me. I've gotten 2 boxes from them this whole time. Like I've done a couple reviews, but yeah, they. You know what's cool about Hop Butcher though is they care about like what people think. So
it's not really Hop Butcher anymore. It's Hop Butcher too.
Listen, I mean, I get it though. Like, good on Hop Butcher, right? Like, because if people are watching these reviews, like their name is getting out there. People are talking about their beers. I mean, there's people who get way more Hop Butcher than I do. So their beer is good though. I'm not mad at it. I don't think I get a whole lot of Hop Butcher because I think a lot of them have lactose in them, even though they don't say it on the can. And so the couple boxes that I got, they were beers that didn't have lactose, but I think those are kind of few and far between. So I'm not the Hop Butcher channel. You can find those. There's other channels that do a shitload of Hop Butcher.
So Joe, we've been streaming for 3 hours and almost 30 minutes now, and not a single one of us have gone to the toilet yet. I need a pee break.
Did someone? Oh, you know what's funny? Someone said that you both have amazing bladder control. That's fucking hilarious. I will. Listen. I was up late drinking last night. I might be a little dehydrated. I worked out this morning and sweated a bunch, so maybe that's why I didn't have to go to the bathroom. But now that Peter said that, I feel like I have to go to the bathroom. Why'd you do that to me? Because now once I go, I'm gonna have to go like every 10 minutes.
Okay, I'm gonna run now.
I'll stay here. Go ahead. Let's see here. I can't put these comments in the thing. What's your opinion on OG NWA? So when I was, let's see here, I think I was like 6 or 7. I was over at my uncle's house and he was listening to NWA, and I fell in love with it immediately. OG NWA is Easy is one of the best. Like, as far as when you talk about frontmen of like a group, I mean, he was not. How do we word this? Like, he didn't write his own lyrics. He didn't write his own rhymes. Like, he was just rapping stuff that people were giving to him, but his delivery and his voice were amazing. Eazy-E's legendary. So OG NWA, I love them. I mean, that's where Dr. Dre started in what the heck was the name of the thing? World Class Wrecking Crew, but he really like got his start with NWA. He was producing all those, those legendary records, dude. That was Dr. Dre. NWA is amazing. MF Doom. I still haven't gotten into MF Doom. I should listen to MF Doom. Hypnotize Sample is amazing. Yeah. I mean, that was the whole thing with Bad Boy, right? I mean, Puffy there's so many samples in Bad Boy songs. I love Hypnotize. Yeah, Master Chess Box. And that was my first, what was it? Was that 36 chamber CD? I think that was my first. I talked about this on other YouTube videos. I didn't get into like East Coast hip hop until like later on in high school. I was a West Coast hip hop guy. So when I first heard Wu-Tang, like I didn't get it. And like the older I got, the more I listened to Wu-Tang. I really, really liked it. And 36 Chambers is one of those. Method Man, like Tikal, is one of my favorite albums ever. That's a food thing. I'll let Peter read that one. Yeah, Tony, send me an email, dude. I love that Colin is an Akron, Cleveland native. It's fucking awesome.
Did you talk about anything while I was gone, Joe?
Well, I was reading some of the comments. We were talking about NWA.
Oh, man, that was good.
You all right?
Yeah. That's I needed that.
I'm actually surprised I have not gone to the bathroom yet. I'm that guy. Once I start drinking, I pee every 10 minutes.
I think, isn't that just everyone because you put liquid in your body?
No. I'm telling you, I think I'm a little dehydrated from last night, bro.
That might be the case.
I need to grab another beer. Do you have any Monkish left?
I have another can of War Balloon Fighters.
Oh,
but
I
do have something in the fridge that I can finish.
What do you mean you can finish?
Because before I went on stream, my girlfriend is at a party tonight, and I reviewed 2 of the Fightings beers. And she.
Oh, what do you have?
The ones that you sent. So I had Jasper and Eugene's. Hatchet. And her leftover pours are in the fridge with foil over top. So maybe I could finish them because
I think I might. I think those are reviews that I lost, but I might have one. I think I might have cans of that. We could drink that together. I think I do.
They're sitting in there, and I foiled them. But
did you like? So I don't want to like spoil your reviews, but did you like those beers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I loved Hatchet.
Yeah, Fines does good stuff, dude.
Not to spoil too much, but Hatchet reminded me of Original Green, like Green from Treehouse. It reminded me a lot of that beer. I had Green a couple of weeks ago, and it was so much more harsh than I remembered back then. It was still really good. I did a video of that. I felt like Green was more like the Green I remembered.
Yeah.
But they were still really good beers, but they were not like that. I mean, I gave Green 100, and I was like, that beer was not 100 beer.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying Green was my favorite beer forever, like for a long, long time. I think the Fidens guys they were like us. They were drinking OG Treehouse back in the day, and they wanted to make beer that tasted like that. And like you've mentioned it, didn't you say like you get that kind of OG Treehouse vibe from some of the Fidens beers that you've had? Yeah.
It reminds me of OG Treehouse and OG Equilibrium, because I also feel like some of the Equilibrium beers now have dropped off a bit because Equilibrium was also like crazy yeast-centric hop bombs.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I have those 2 sitting in the fridge that I saved for as a. I think someone commented earlier about a 5th beer, so I was saving them as, hey, if she can't finish them, I don't want to put them down the drain because
Yeah.
we're doing a live stream.
Let's drink them.
Long said that, yeah. So what do you think you have from Fighting?
You said you have, what do you have? Hatchet and what else?
Jasper.
I think I might have a can of both of those. So you want to take them both out? Fuck it.
It's up to you, man. I have both sitting in glasses in the fridge.
Dude, it's 2:00 on a Saturday, bro. I got nothing to do. We still have an hour before we get kicked off of YouTube. You tell me
Great.
what you want to drink.
Okay, let's start with Jasper then.
Jasper?
No, Hatchet.
Hatchet.
Fingerlized, yeah.
I'm almost positive I have that. Hold on.
Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. We've been going for 3.5 hours and we still have 25 people watching. I think it's very impressive. I'm very stoked that you guys are still sticking around. But as Joe did, I'm also just going to go through some comments, and I'm crossing my fingers that my computer is still alive because there's quite a few reviews on this. I don't want to end up with what happened to Joe. But luckily, all of that is saved on my external hard drive as well. You found it? There you go. Hatchet.
Got it.
Okay, I'm going to go get my leftovers.
This was one of the reviews that I lost, so we can do a live YouTube review.
Awesome. Fuck, man. That was dope.
That beer, dude.
That was so good.
So good.
So good.
I gotta tell you that. I'll tell you that story when you get back. Have you? I don't even know how many people are here still. Have any of you guys in the chat had Fidens beers? Little Colony, New York. I'm a big fan. Big fan of Fidens. Is anyone watching the U.S. Open right now? It's here in San Diego, and we do me and my buddies do a side bet for the U.S. Open, and I think I might be leading right now. I think I'm winning. I don't want to say I'm winning, but my golfers are a combined 4 under right now, which is good because the scores of this on this course the last couple of days have been crazy.
There we go. Hatchet.
I had asked if people had Fidens, and there are some people who have had. Oh, Mike. So Mike Need, I think I've talked to him on YouTube before. What's up, buddy? Could you imagine living right around the corner from Fidens? How fucking lucky are you?
You know what's funny? That they're based in Albany. You remember Chad's beer reviews?
Was he in Albany?
Yeah.
he moved to Florida though, right? Isn't he hanging out in Darwin these days?
So he missed out on Fidens. So mine is all ready for it.
This beard is your beard? Let's see here. Oh no, it's not dark. Look at that.
Yeah, I mean, if you look on camera, mine looks darker now, but mine has also sat in a fridge in a glass for 3 hours.
Yours is oxidized.
Yeah, mine is. Mine smells. Oh man, mine.
Citra and Galaxy. Does it not smell good anymore?
Super weird, but for some reason it reminds me of olives. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's the.
I love it. Olives. Hold on, let me see if I get that olive note.
That is super weird. You know what it kind of smells like? It also smells a bit like Thai food. It smells a bit like Thai pad kra pao, and I think it's because I have the leftovers in the fridge open.
So you think it got in there?
I need to drink it. Let's find out. Pad kra pao. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, that's the best. Mine smells good. Mine's got like this cool, like orange kind of vegetal thing. And I think that comes from the Galaxy crop this year is weird for me.
Okay. It's even though I tried to save the carbonation, it's flat.
Flat.
Yeah.
Let's see here. So mine, this is mine. My can's pretty vegetal. I think the Galaxy's fucking it up.
What the hell? Because when I had this and just cracked it, it was supercharged. Wrigley's Juicy Fruit Bubblegum and melon. But it had undertones of Galaxy. I actually said that. I don't know. I'm not going to say it, but I really enjoyed it.
I'm saying I just took one out of the fridge. I think it needs to warm up a little bit. I hate that like hazy beers don't taste as good to me ice cold as they do when they warmed up. Are you the same way?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is ice cold. But
It
I
is.
think just went okay. Now I'm getting a bit more of a juicy thing. I don't know why I said olives when I smelled it. What
I
the
love
hell?
it, dude. I fucking love it. I'm gonna say the next beer I drink smells like sardines or something.
Sardines. Yeah, this smells like farts.
I actually, dude, I love olives. I'm an olive guy.
Me
Cos-
too. I could fucking snack on olives instead of anything else. If there's a table of snacks and there's olives, I'm gonna
yeah,
go
I
for the
love
olives.
olives. Costco's got this olive tapenade right now where I literally have eaten tubs of it the last 2 weeks. I love it.
We got a new thing. Olives
Olives.
and balsamic vinegar reviews.
Let's do it.
Sit with a little olive tapenade and balsamic vinegar and do a taste test. There you
I
go.
fucking love it.
But Mike went to Fidens. So you live at Fidens or what? Or near Fidens? He went to the Jasper Drop, he said.
Yeah, I mean, I think Fidens is still a thing where you have to line up like at midnight, and I think they do like cool bottle, like people do bottle shares. I think it's a thing. It's like how Monkish used to be.
Colin says, Peter, plastic wrap when that happens, not foil. It was plastic wrap. Sorry, it was not foil. It was plastic wrap. So I plastic wrapped the glass, but I don't know why I was getting olives. Now I'm sitting drinking it. It
No,
tastes more like
hey,
Galaxy.
listen, you smell what you smell, and you taste what you taste.
Maybe it's because we just had 4 beers and they're in like pint cans.
You know what's crazy though, and I mean, I can't compare these because one's a double IPA and one's a single IPA. But after drinking that Monkish beer, like this beer is so much like
It's
just
weaker.
lower level as far as
I love this
intensity.
When in my review, whenever I air it, I really liked it.
Yeah,
And
no,
I still think it's really good, but I can definitely taste I drank a double IPA before this that was very saturated.
yeah, I'm telling you, Galaxy is super vegetal to me right now. I don't know what it is.
Well, I will tell you why. Joe.
Can you tell me? Please
We're
tell me.
almost at the fun thing is like we had a small dip and now we're almost back at 30 viewers again live. And
Are we really?
Yeah, and we've been going for almost 4 hours. What the hell? Apparently, we're entertaining to listen to.
Oh, look at that. 50 likes. You're halfway to taking your shirt off.
Oh, god damn. I'm already sitting here tickling something. Yeah, what were we saying?
So you were telling me why Galaxy is vegetal.
Yeah, so it's because of the heritage of the hop. It's because it's bred from Palate, which is a German strain, a German type of a German hop variety. And German Palate hops are like slightly grassy but peppery and like earthy and slightly they can be slightly vegetable. And for some reason, when they've grown this, I think it's a cross between Palate and then some kind of wild Australian hop. And then they've got this super cool melon thing out of it. But often, especially when you use the hot side, I've found I get lots of like German classic hop flavor. So if you use tons of Galaxy hot side, I often experience that I get like earthy, peppery, slightly vegetal flavors. Whereas if it's only cold side, it's more of like this melon thing. But I feel like it always needs sweetness too. Like you need a sweeter base beer. So I feel like it's often best in double IPAs. In single IPAs, I feel like it because it's more dry and whatnot. All that kind of vegetal matter and whatever gets to shine a bit more than the melon. It's a really hard hop to work with. Actually, Olle, you don't know Olle, Olle from OO Brewing. It's a brewery in Sweden that makes fantastic beers. He has never successfully brewed a beer with Galaxy, and he's drain poured many batches of beer with Galaxy.
Wow,
he's a friend of mine, and he's a great brewer. You remember back in the day when I was reviewing Green and all these beers, one of the beers in Europe I said that's like, this is up there with it. I sent it to you, was GPG Beer Week.
Yeah, that was the beer that I reviewed, and there was no audio. It was like my mic was muted the whole time. I fucking loved that beer. I loved that beer.
It was like Nelson, Mosaic, and Citra hopped hazy IPA. And ever since he started his own thing and whatever, he makes, him and Olaf, who has their brewery, they make great beers. but he told me like he's never been able to tackle Galaxy, and he felt like whenever he got crops of Galaxy, he smelt the bags, and it's like they were just like earthy and vegetal and whatever.
Yeah.
But I think that's just part of Galaxy. It's just part of Galaxy because it has that the German hop heritage. So I think that's part of it. And then it seems like it's a hop that's really hard to work with. And it seems like it's a hop that's really hard to work with, especially if you're only using that. Like the fact that Monkish can make Planet's Gotta Roll taste like just dripping melon juice is fucking insane.
It's legit.
It is.
Henry's the man.
Yeah. But Galaxy is nice, but hashtag Nelson boners.
Bro, my dog's name's Nelson. Fucking Nelson's amazing. I love that hop so hard.
It is a great hop. It's fun because it's been around for a while.
It's a gooseberry bomb.
But one of the things, like, it never reached hype status, Nelson, I feel like.
Well, but OG Alpine Nelson, the best Nelson beer ever, I think.
Yeah. But
that's why we need to get Crowlers a month, dude. We need to drink that and see what it tastes like.
Man, yeah, that would be amazing. Just any fucking McElveny.
Yeah.
I'm stoked about trying that. Mike said he's tried to send you Joe, a 4-pack a couple of months ago, and it got lost.
Yeah. That's why I know Mike. Yeah, I was gonna say we either talked on YouTube or email. That's right. I think he had sent me a 4-pack in like a glass, and it never showed up. I don't know what happened to it. It disappeared. Got lost in the ether.
That sucks, man.
I know. I just felt bad because I'm like, dude, you bought this beer and sent it, and it's like, I was like, I think the mailman is drinking Fine's beers.
Did you hear what happened with me and fucking Double Barrel Assassin?
No.
My aunt in the States signed up for the raffle, and she won.
Yeah.
And she won a bottle of it for me. And she won it, and I asked her if she could enter the competition, whatever. And she won it, and she got it. And then have you heard of Boiler Brewing Company?
Boiler, I've not heard of.
It's a brewery in Nebraska that's starting to get some traction for the barrel-aged stouts. And I ended up talking to one of the marketing, or was a sales guys there, and he was going to Iowa to pick up his bottle of Double Barrel Assassin because he won one as well. And he told me, we were just talking back and forth, and it's like, hey, maybe we can expand this to a trade because I have an aunt who has a bottle there, so maybe you could send that and I could send you some stuff back.
Yeah.
And we had a trade lined up, and he was going to send me Forager. You know Forager?
Yeah. Forager, I do know.
Yeah. So he was like, we had a.
Oh. There you go. You're back. I was like, oh no.
Yeah. Oh no, not again. But he sent everything, whatever. And then as soon as it hits American border control, he just got an email and he sent me screenshots and everything. Like, this package contains alcohol. We destroyed it.
Oh no. And by we destroyed it, it's probably on a Chug page somewhere on Facebook.
Yeah. Some random dude in a fucking warehouse in New York is like, oh, fuck, man, someone sent this.
Fuck, that sucks.
Oh, this beer is so bitter and tastes like whiskey. I don't like it. But it got me fucked.
Oh, that's such a bummer.
That's such a bummer, man. He that was, yeah.
That sucks.
So, but that's why it's like trading nowadays is a gamble.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, anytime you ship alcohol, you're kind of running that risk, right? Like, there's been plenty of times where I ship something and like it shows up and it's oxidized, or something breaks or it gets lost. It's tough.
Yeah,
that's kind of why. That's part of the reason why I kind of like have steered away from trading, just because. I mean, when you like put these trades together, like we're going to send this, this, and this, and then like anything could happen, and then you're screwed.
Yeah, it's true. Like, I've been getting back into it this year, just because I have a fairly safe solution now.
Right.
100% safe.
Yeah.
So it's not a problem anymore because it basically is an import, a legit import. But it's not something everyone wants to put the effort into doing, and I totally understand it because I spent a lot of time doing this. But it's also had us be able to get trading done 100% legal. And
Dude,
safe.
you guys have drank so much good American beer recently. Holy smokes.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's been fucking amazing. It's been
You
so
know,
fun.
doesn't it make you wish you could have done that like years ago and like just
Yeah,
yeah.
it does. It does. But I feel like, we've drunk so much crazy American stuff. We should also get back to some of the European stuff because there's a lot of great European beer as well.
Yeah.
We've
Well, that
neglected it
happens.
a little bit.
Yeah.
But I don't know. For some reason, I still feel like it's a little bit fun chasing beer. I've been off it for like so long, so maybe that's why I found it fun doing this again.
Right.
And then at the same time, this was safe.
Yeah.
Like there's no chance of losing things. But man, losing a bottle of Double Barrel Assassin was
sucks.
so shitty because
That's heartbreaking.
It's one of the highest rated beers
Yeah.
from Toppling since fucking SR71.
Yeah.
So, but hey.
All right. I almost made it I got to go to the bathroom. I will be right back.
Okay.
I made it 3 hours and 49 minutes. I'm proud of myself.
It's very impressive. The fact that we've been going, both of us, 3 hours without going to the bathroom is amazing.
I'll be right back. What are we drinking next? I drank my beer already. What was the other one that you had? Jasper?
Jasper? Yeah.
Let me see if I have that. I'll be right back.
Okay. So I'm just scrolling through you guys comments. There's a ton of comments that I missed. So bladder control beer by MF Doom. Yeah. MF Doom, I did the Monkesh tribute beer. This says at Joe Watts. I think you guys are talking between each other. NWA, talk about rap music. I like NWA. Hypnotized Sample is amazing. Long talks about the sample, which is awesome. The Mystery of Chess Boxing is fucking dope. Pure View Brewing Company. There's the brewery as well. Home brewery? I don't know. Yo was being said. So yo right back at you. Carrie says the party, so you might have had the time. I need more food videos. Yeah. So that's for Joe and Lone Slow. Yeah. So one of the things you guys have been asking me to do more is barbecue videos. If you guys follow me on Instagram, I often do videos of what I barbecue. And every time I do Instagram videos, everyone's like, please make more food videos. Please make. And I really want to do them. And I need to do them. But the thing is, often when I do these things, it's I'm cooking for people. And I don't have time to shoot a video on the same time. So I have guests over or things like that. So I definitely want to do it. But I have to find a specific day to say, like, this barbecue is for shooting for a YouTube video. And that could potentially be next weekend, but we'll see. Because so many people have talked to me about doing barbecue videos, so that might be happening. I'm just talking about food, Joe.
Oh, nice.
People want me to do barbecue videos. So, Jasper, there we go.
You know what? Damn the barbecue videos, Peter. Leave those fucking animals alone.
Sorry, I can't help it. They're too tasty.
I know. How dare you?
Yeah.
Isn't Jasper? Yeah, Jasper's
That's
the Citra
all
beer.
Citra.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go get it.
Yeah. Ooh, Great Notion sour. I love Great Notion makes good sours. I got to go to Great Notion. When was that? 4 years ago? My wife and I went to Oregon for our anniversary, and Great Notion was a fun spot to sit in. We met one of my high school buddies there and drank all the beer there. It was good times. They had double stack on draft. They had we were drinking all their good beers. We're talking about Great Notion. Have you had Great Notion beer? You have, right? Yeah. Yeah, Michael said he was drinking Great Notion beer, and I got to go there when I was in Oregon.
This smells kind of like just an onrush of juicy sweet citrus. This kind of reminds me of Genius.
Wow, look at I love all these old Treehouse references.
So much like crazy overripe citrus in this one. This is like orange juice.
This beer
smells like King Julius or something like that.
This beer smells way better than my can of Hatchet that I had. This beer smells so good. I gotta tell you that. So that whole thing came from. So my little sister, She's 6 years younger than me, but we're super close. And like she's like total like Southern California girl, she like, I don't know, has like that Southern California twang, blah blah blah. And long time ago we were like eating something and like she took a bite of something, she's like, oh my gosh, this is so good. And so like it's been a joke forever between me and her. Like anytime she said, I'm like, hey, is that so good? And so like I didn't even realize I was doing it in the beer reviews. And then like people started commenting, they're like, the so good thing was like hilarious. I'm like, oh fuck. And so I was
the Joe thing.
yeah, I told her, I'm like,
oh
dude,
my god, this is my favorite IPA.
That's exactly right.
Oh my god, have you tried this?
Right. No, that's where it came from. It was a joke between me and my little sister, and I didn't realize I was saying it in my beer reviews. But like when you talk to yourself, I guess you just start saying shit, So I was just like, so good.
I did. But I did notice when you started saying it, it also was often a few reviews in.
Yeah. Yep. No, that's right.
But it's just become a thing of yours now. Like it's
yeah.
Good.
Well, and like people just like they'll comment on videos with that. They comment on Instagram posts with that. Like someone was like, "You need to make glassware that says so good." I'm like, I don't know how to. How do I spell that?
SAAAH space GOOUD or something.
Is that what? Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, I don't know if people.
GOOD.
I don't know if people would still buy glassware, but if anyone wants to buy glassware that says so good on it, I'll make them.
But remember, you had glassware for a bit.
Yeah. Well, the original joke was it's still green. Remember, like everyone would be like, "It's green. It's too green, bro. It's too green. I can't drink this. It's too green." So I made glassware that said it's still a bit green, and fucking people love that glass. They still send me pictures of them drinking out of it. I don't even have any. Like I don't have my own glassware, but this beer smells delicious. No, they all. I think I kept like one of each, and they've just gotten broken over the years. This beer smells fucking good. Yeah,
it's
so good.
It's so good. It's so crazy juicy. Like this smells like water.
It tastes like orange juice. Wow.
Yeah. Well, I kind of knew this already going into this because it was sitting in the fridge, but that is a crazy orange juice bomb. It's like all the fucking mandarin oranges and tangerines and California cuties is like, yeah. It reminds me of drinking old school fucking, drinking Treehouse Julius or King Julius back in the day.
Yeah.
Like, it's totally the same crazy intense yeast profile and then like just gushing citrus fruit juice.
I'm gonna have to try and see next time they release it because one of the first Violins beers I ever reviewed was Triple Jasper. So it's this, but triple IPA. So it's like this times 3. That beer is just mind-blowingly good. I love that beer. That was my favorite beer until I drank the vegan, which I think that vegan's Mosaic and Citra, I think, which is like my favorite hop combo of all time.
What was the Nelson one? The Farmer, right?
Farmer, yeah, Farmer, and then the Butcher was another one that was just. Did you have the Butcher?
No, I think the best I've still had from Violins is definitely Loose Boots.
Loose Boots is that beer. I have a can of that in my fridge too. Do you have one of those? You want to drink that?
No, I don't have any. This is my last 2 Violins.
Those are your last 2 Violins
that I got from you.
I'm glad they held up.
Yeah, they did.
I mean, it kind of bummed me out that last thing that I sent you. Like, remember that warehouse was moving and it just kind of sat there forever. I was just like, because when I sent those to you, everything was like a week old. I'm like, dude, he's gonna get these super fresh and he's gonna fucking love it.
The worst thing was like it was the same experience as the first time you and I did a trade.
Yeah.
The first time you and I
remember
did
that?
Trade, you sent a box out and it was lost by USPS
forever
for like a month. And then a month later, they're like, "Oh, we found it," and then they shipped it. And then Joe was like, "Oh, I hate it. You get these beers so old, whatever." And it's like, "Okay, I'll ship yours now." And in like 2 days, it gets the box.
Crazy.
That was the same this time around. 2 days, you had the box. It's like, yeah.
I can't believe it came that. It's like it came so fast. Heyo.
The fact that I could ship a box of beer for you in 2 days from Denmark is fucking insane.
It's so cool.
2 days.
It makes me
that's
hate
like faster than buying stuff online.
I'm saying it makes me. That's faster than I can get shit from Amazon, bro. Like your beer came in 2 days. Like it's impossible. It makes me hate like the United States policy on shipping alcohol. I fucking hate it.
Yeah. It's much easier here.
So I just looked up at my televisions and there's a soccer game on. Do you follow soccer at all?
It's not called soccer. It's called.
Sorry.
Football.
Do you follow football?
No.
Okay. But did you hear about the Denmark football player last week that had a fucking heart? He had a heart attack on the field. That was nuts.
Yeah, it was fucking crazy. So what happened was, well, I don't follow football, but that Saturday, my in-laws were over because the day before.
Wait, hold on. In-laws? You're not married. How dare you?
Well, what do you call it then? What should I call it then? My girlfriend.
I don't know. Yeah, what do you call that?
My girlfriend's dad and my girlfriend's mom. They came over.
Hey, if you're calling them in-laws, it's time to get married, bro. Let's do it.
The thing is, though, in Denmark,
I'm gonna fly to Denmark for your wedding.
You're invited now.
I just invited myself.
But the thing is, like in Denmark, you have a term for that before you're married.
It's called in-laws?
It's called svigerfamilie.
Wait, say that one more time.
Svigerfamilie.
So what does that mean? Like your second family?
I think so. I don't know what sviger actually means, but then you have svigerfar, which is dad-in-law, and svigermor, which is mother-in-law, whatever. Gotcha. But they were over, and the day before we had a kind of like a brewery get-together. So we once in a while we do like whatever, like just a party or whatever, hang out, drinking beers, doing whatever with work, just so it's not all about work. And I cooked barbecue. I did an Instagram story about it, which people kept telling me to do a video on, but I did barbecue beef cheeks. And because it was with work, we just brought a tapping system from work with a fresh 20-liter keg of hazy IPA and a fresh 20-liter keg of Pilsner. And we just sat like out in the sun, like 6 people. Yeah. It was amazing. And then because we didn't need the tapping system back until like Monday, I was like, I'm going to keep it for the weekend because my father-in-law is coming. And he's not a beer geek, but he loves good beer.
Yeah.
And when he came in the door to the apartment, he was like, oh, you have a tapping system?
You're like, see, your daughter's in good hands.
Yeah. So, and he's a big football nut. So he was like, we need to watch the game. It's like he was just.
Oh, so you were watching it.
We were watching the game, and there was a tapping system, so people were just helping themselves. So he was saying, "Oh, this is so awesome, tapping system, and there's beer football. This is amazing." And then all of a sudden, that happened.
Dude, that was
instant silence. It was so weird,
bro. One of the gnarliest things I've ever seen. Like they brought a defibrillator out on a fucking football field. Sorry, I almost said soccer again.
Yeah.
Like they literally like brought this dude back from the dead. It was crazy.
Yeah. It was pretty fucked up.
And the fact that they were showing that, like they were zooming in on his face on live TV. I'm like, what is going on?
They were?
Like, oh yeah. Like you could see
in Denmark,
like,
we didn't see any of that.
Oh no. It was, dude, it was I think it was, what's the channel? The BBC? Is that what it's called?
What we saw was he ran and there's like, ooh.
And then they cut away?
Yeah.
Oh no. No, like we saw
he fell and he was laying down for a bit, and then all his teammates went in a circle around him so you couldn't see it. And then there's like, what? You saw everything? Bro, it was censored like this on Danish television.
No, not here. It wasn't. His eyes were wide open. Then they started like showing his wife crying on the field. I'm like, this is like, someone turned this off. It was nuts. Yeah. And then he like just like came back to life and like waved to everyone when they were fucking pulling him off the thing. I'm like, oh my gosh. It was literally the craziest thing I've ever seen in a sporting event ever.
But
like that dude just died.
Yeah, he died. He died for a few minutes
and they brought him back to life. But then they started playing after that. Like they started the game back up. I'm like, what? Or the match.
Yeah.
Is that what it's called?
No, you call it the game. That's fine. But one of the things is like, who do you think would lose? Denmark, of course, because they just had one of their
teammate died.
It's like team morale for the game went from this just like right. No one's like it was totally unfair, to be
That
honest.
was like what, dude, when I was a kid, I lived in the Bay Area, and during the World Series in 1989, there was the big San Francisco earthquake. I don't know if you've heard of that, but there
Yeah,
was
I have.
the Loma Prieta earthquake it was right before the World Series game started, and they canceled everything because, I mean, dude, the whole city was on fire. Like people had died, like the freeway overpasses had like collapsed, like it was crazy. And they just, they postponed it for like a week. But I'm like, a dude dies on a fucking, what do they call it? The pitch?
Yeah,
Yeah, the pitch. See, I know what I'm talking about, bro.
I think so.
I think that's what it's
People are
called.
already going to say in the comments, no, Peter, that's
Yeah, it's probably you're probably right. But I'm saying a dude dies on a fucking football field and then comes back to life. And they're like, you guys can start playing in a couple hours. Like crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
crazy.
Never seen
Apparently
anything like that before.
No, apparently has a pacemaker installed now.
So is he gonna be able to play like moving
Most
forward?
people say no.
Yeah.
But a lot of people say yes, because apparently there's a Dutch football player who has a pacemaker as well, who's still playing. But
you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy, bro? Is like those are the fittest people in the entire world.
Yeah.
Like they're having heart issues. Like, what is it? Was it like the weather? Was it the heat? Like, what is it? Like, was it genetic?
Is it? Yeah, it could be many things. It could also be overworking of the body, training on like body being so like I don't know. I'm not a medical expert, but it's like it just seems crazy that a fitness professional has a heart attack all of a sudden in the middle of a field. Like,
yeah, that was, dude. It was so fucking scary.
But it was crazy. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
What I said is like, what's crazy is like Denmark got in the media like everywhere. Like it was talked about.
Yeah, I did. I was in San Diego watching that. I was down. We were downtown celebrating our anniversary, and I was Saturday morning watching that, going, I was hungover as shit. I'm like, this dude just died on a soccer field.
But everyone in Denmark thought he was dead because
he was.
Yeah, well, for good, because what they were saying on the news was like that the teammate was covering him, and then one of the sayings that came out was like they brought cloth out to the field or something like that. And usually when you say that, like when you take with a white cloth you put over a person, the person's gone. But the way they said it in media was like, oh, this dude just died.
I'm saying they had the fucking paddle defibrillator. Like they literally shocked him. It was crazy.
What? They showed you that?
Yeah, we saw all of it.
Wow.
I'm glad that you guys didn't see it. Like nobody should have seen that. That's crazy.
I'm pretty sure maybe people in Denmark are going to say differently because people are really going to comment about this right now. But
no, in the United States, we saw it. My buddy sent me a video of it. That's how I even started I turned it on to watch it. He was like, dude, this guy playing. I mean, we're American, so we said soccer. He's like, the soccer player just died on the field. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, turn on the TV. It was nuts. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So you didn't grow up like playing. You didn't play sports at all. No football, nothing.
Yes. But weird sports. I played. Yeah. Well, I guess I played. I played underwater rugby.
What is that?
So I have a
underwater rugby.
Yeah. So I have a.
That sounds like the most amazing thing ever.
It's also called water polo and something.
Oh, okay.
But it's not exactly the same way we were playing it. But in terms of sports, like I was a Boy Scout growing up, so that was like.
Did you make Eagle Scout?
What?
Did you make Eagle Scout?
We don't have the same classifications here. So
Eagle Scout's like the most elite of the Boy Scouts here.
Okay. It's not even called Boy Scouts here. It's called Spider.
Spider?
Yeah, it's Spider.
My Spider.
It sounds like Spider-Man. I was Spider-Man when I was a kid. But basically, it's Boy Scout in Danish. But I was part of like a weird Christian version of it. And then in terms of sport, I did a bit of swimming because my dad's a swimmer and he's been swimming a lot in his youth. And then because of that, I got into scuba stuff and diving. Nice. So I took a scuba diving license. And then when we were doing the scuba diving courses, we were for fun playing underwater rugby, as we were calling it. And I was playing that for a while, which was really fun. So basically, we had a goal on each end and a goalie. And we had a kind of rugby headset thing where you had your ears protected. And you had a snorkel and diving goggles and whatever.
Oh, so you would actually dive in like.
Yeah. So there was the referee was underwater, which is also really weird.
Really?
And then Yeah.
I'm gonna YouTube all this.
With a tank, so he
Yeah.
could sit and watch everything. And then you had in the middle was where you'd meet, and you had your ball filled with sand, and it was about getting your ball in the other person's net, and the net was on the bottom of the pool, and then you had the goalie on top. So the goalie had to swim down, holding their breath to defend the goal.
Yeah.
And then you'd be part of the attack or the defensive. It was really fun, but it
That's
was
fucking
so
gnarly.
hard.
I love it.
Yeah, it was really fun, but it was really hard because you really had to be good at holding your breath.
Yeah.
Like, and watching it, it's kind of boring because what you'd often just watch is like 10 guys in a lump just swimming around like, because you're trying to hold the ball from each other
Right.
underwater. So watching it is not.
You don't see anything.
No, but it's just super tough because you're holding your breath underwater. But it was really fun.
That's cool.
That's so weird.
No,
it's pretty cool, but it's not the usual sport people have been doing. But that was the only really sport I ever did. Me, like growing up as a kid, it was more like music and stuff like that. I played keyboard for a bit, but I was never really good at it. But it kind of like I lost interest. But
Brett's a musician, right?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't Brett a musician?
Yeah, he has a band that's doing quite all right.
Nice.
Not like mainstream breakthrough or anything yet, but they do some very interesting stuff. If you're into kind of like what is it he calls the genre? Alternative dream pop or something like that.
Like, do you have any like American band like similarities?
I can't. It's not a genre I listen to, so I can't bring you any references.
Definitely not metal.
Not at all. Not at all. I think the music sounds good, and they're definitely people that know what they like, but or know what they make, and they're great musicians. And it sounds good, but it's probably not the style of music I would listen to.
Yeah.
I mean, I've listened to what he's done, and it sounds good, but it's not my thing. It's like if you're into like very alternative rock music.
Yeah. Does he play instruments or does he sing? What does he do?
Both. Sings and plays the instrument. Nice. He plays guitar and sings.
That's cool. Do his bandmates drink beers with you guys?
Yeah.
They're into beer?
They're into drinking beer.
But they don't like. Are they not? Just
they like craft beer, but it's not like they're geeks about it. It's just like they go to the brewery I talked about earlier, where we go there and we've been there camping. They join for that.
Nice. That's cool.
Yeah, and there are some cool dudes, but it's totally like, it's cool music, but it's it's quite unique, and it's like if you like very like. I don't know how you like because it's hard for me to describe because it's not music I listen to, but Brett has like very clear defined genre for it. So for him, it's really easy to define.
Yeah.
And Brett also, he doesn't really like metal. Like the reason we connect is because of beer.
Yeah.
Well, he likes a little bit. But yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Is he like
knew who's in the band?
Wait, say that one more time.
I didn't know that you knew he was in a band.
I think I saw like it was on. I think he has an Instagram page where he talks about. I think he has like music photos on his Instagram. I think, or maybe you guys talked about it in a video, and I like looked at it or something. I can't remember.
Might have been, but it's a side hustle for him, And
so he that's not like what he does for.
No,
he's
got a degree in event management.
Oh, gotcha.
So it's stuff like that, and then he works in a bottle shop as well.
Cool.
Like I did 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Which is pretty fun. The bottle shop I worked at doesn't exist anymore, but it was one of the first ever beer bottle shops in the country.
Did you guys get like American craft beer there?
Yeah. That was where we got loads of all those, AleSmith beers, and like some of the first beers we got was like Avery's Dictator series. You remember that?
Dude, remember like Maharaja? That beer was
Maharaja.
Awesome. I love that beer.
Nassar and the Kaiser, and we got loads of Great Divide.
Nice. Gosh, what's funny is saying Maharaja just reminded me of like Avery and like Uncle Jacob Stout. Like those beers back then, like I fucking love those beers.
Yeah.
You
Do they
know,
even do these beers anymore?
I think so. I'm Avery still has to be a thing, right?
It
I
must
think
be.
they are.
Yeah, I think Avery is a thing, but I'm not sure if they still do the Dictator series.
Yeah, I don't know.
So we missed a ton of comments. We got
Did
there's so many comments because we just geeked out. Davor says we're dope. He wished he could get Hill Farmstead and Monkish and Slice and all in Slovenia, but the fact that you
yeah,
tune in from Slovenia, seeing a guy from California and a dude from Denmark talk about beers
yeah,
is pretty
that's
amazing.
cool shit.
So cheers, Davor.
Yeah,
And he
cheers.
remembers playing Commodore and Amiga.
Yeah, dude, Commodore. Yeah, that's old school.
Is very old school. I played Amiga and Commodore as well. I think it wasn't there a Ninja Turtles on one of those,
I
but
think
when
it was.
it's from up top,
Yeah.
you watched it.
Yep.
I can't remember the name of it. I just remember playing it. Here we go. The stream has been fucking great. Thank you, Long.
Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, and here's a good one for you. The Game Nerds. Hey Joe, is Monkish as good as they used to be, or overhyped?
Monkish is still fantastic.
Fire.
And the cool thing about Monkish, from everything that I've heard, is they've expanded, but they kept their same size brewing systems, so they're able to make more beer, but on the same little size, so their beer hasn't changed.
Yeah,
but that makes sense. I don't know the whole brewing thing, but they've just put more of the same size tanks that they had when they were little. They just put more of them, so they're still brewing batches how they used to, but just more of
they
it.
have. So basically, they still have the same brew kit. They just have more tanks for
just more, right? And it's still every
so
batch
it's the same
small.
kit. They just have more room for
right. They're not like Treehouse when you look at the thing and there's fucking massive. Isn't there
it looks crazy. It looks like going to like a macro brewery, pretty much. Like
yeah,
it's just like humongous.
Yeah. So yeah, Monkish is still as good as they've ever been, in my opinion, and I think you agree with that. They might even be better than what they used to be. Like I think they just continue to just. I mean, I don't know. You're a Monkish guy, just like I am. So.
Yeah. I think they make some of the best haze around.
I think they're the best hazy brewery there is. I mean, I haven't had. People keep telling me about like Troon, and I'm not.
I get so many comments about Troon, and people tell me I should try and get some Troon and trade for some Troon.
But dude, Troon is like
crowlers.
old school. Yeah, Troon is old school Monkish. People want like fucking 15 cans for one crowler. I'm like, I don't care. I'm never gonna drink it.
For one crowler.
Dude, Troon traders are crazy, and I just like, I'll just drink Monkish. Don't even care.
That's too much. 15 cans for one crowler.
Yeah, it's stupid.
Troon, how much is in a crowler? A liter?
Crowlers are 32 ounces, so I don't know what that is for. I'm not good at the conversion. Hold on.
I think it's maybe 900 some.
How many ounces in a?
It's probably 900 something milliliters. It's almost a liter or a liter.
So 1 liter is 33 ounces. So a crowler is basically a liter.
Yeah. Okay. So it's 900 something. Okay, that's a lot of beer.
Yeah. For one fucking Yeah.
So here's a comment from Jirka about Titans. Titan, 2 fresh can I tried was very vegetal and muddled in aroma. Personally, don't get the hype. No vegetal aromas for you guys.
That can of Hatchet that I had, it was kind of vegetal. Yours, but it could have been, I don't know, it could have been anything.
Mine wasn't, but I will say I was disappointed in Necessary Means. But that was not so much vegetal. That was just it was too juicy for me. Yeah. It was just it was so overripe. I think it was almost like sickly. Like
you need like more beer characteristics.
It was like so much, almost like moldy fruit. That was like I thought it was too much. It was still a great beer, but it was just I needed some brightness.
Yeah.
And here, Joe needs the trash can bar treatment.
What is that?
I don't know.
I don't know what the trash can bar treatment is.
Me neither.
But okay, I'll take it.
Okay, yes. And people are all loving live stream, which is awesome to hear. Thanks a ton, guys. And fun to hear people's thoughts about. Oh, and I think that was a Biden's beer, maybe. People are talking about Biden's now as well. So
nice.
And drinking Creature Comforts. And
Creature. Have you had Creature Comforts beers?
I think I've had some Wild Ales or something like that.
There was a hazy IPA, I think, that was pretty
They're from
popular.
Georgia, right?
Yeah, they're down somewhere near Louisiana, I think. Because I want to say Nate went to like a bachelor party in New Orleans, and they were drinking a shitload of Creature Comfort. So it's somewhere down there, but I don't know.
I haven't had much. They've
Yeah.
been to Mickler's Beer Festival as well, but have they? They've at least they've imported some stuff.
Yeah.
But Karas here is talking about some findings. He says like he thought they are also very sweet initially and very estery.
Mm-hmm.
And then he talks about how they had Galaxy, and Galaxy definitely needed the sweetness as we talked about earlier. So you get that like kind of Galaxy thing. But he still got like some spicy veggie flavors.
Yeah, some of those. I mean, and Treehouse does the same thing. Like, I just think these beers are super like overly hopped, and they do that.
Here we go. People are turning in from the East Coast in the States. Paul Noda, he's late, but he's turning in at 6 p.m. on the.
You haven't cracked a beer at 6 o'clock? Like, what are you doing with your life, bro? It's Saturday.
What time is it in Cali now?
3:20 in the afternoon. We're day drinking, bro. That's what we've done.
You basically day drinking online since you had brunch.
That's right. We're about to get kicked off of YouTube. What'd you say? 4.5 hours?
Yeah.
We're at 4 hours a night. 4 hours. Like, how did we hang out with fucking 4 hours? That's so awesome.
It's pretty fucking dope, and the fact that we've kept a very good stream of people watching is it also blows my mind. We're down to 19 right now, but we've steadily been around 25 and 30, which I think
people can't hang out for 4 hours on a Saturday. Like, people have shit to do.
Yeah, it must be people just jumping in and out. I don't know. But we have a few people who keep steadily watching and commenting. So some people like to listen to our thoughts about beer and other shenanigans.
Yeah, just randomness.
And random awesome stuff. Michael is drinking some Great Notion, which you kind of talked about a bit before.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about Maine, the USA, putting new European beers on the shelf. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, that is cool.
Mighty Squirrel Brewing, you know them?
I've never heard of them.
Waltman in Massachusetts, and he thinks they have some of the best hazy IPAs in New England.
Where are they? Let's see here. They're in Waltham. Dude, so Waltham, that's crazy. So when we did our Boston trip in 2016, we stayed in Waltham. I wish they would have been there when I was there. Mighty Squirrel Brewing. Never heard of them.
Me neither. I like the note, though. It's like cloud candy.
Hashtag Team Haze. I'm gonna have to check out Mighty Squirrel. Waltham's a cool spot. Like, I had fun there. Like, we stayed there. There was cool spots to go to. Like, it was. Massachusetts is such a fun state.
Yeah, I mean, going to Boston for the first time for me was amazing.
Boston's rad. I fucking love Boston.
Such an amazing. Coming from New York to go to Boston was just like such a different experience.
Yeah.
Because everyone was so much in a hassle, and they're like, "Oh, what do you do?" Like, and then you go to Boston, and it's like, "Hey, how are you doing?"
Yeah.
Like the mentality was so much more toned down. But maybe it's also because I was in the Big Apple, and everyone was in a rush. But it was just like, and everything was just like so clean and nice, and like, I don't know. Dude, I just fell in love with Boston.
Boston is a fun city to hang out in. It really is. I love Boston. Love it.
But seriously, my time in Boston also was made really amazing because I was hanging out with Nick from What Cheers. Nick just fucking gave me the whole works of tours of all the Trillium, facilities.
Gosh, what happened? Like, he's still around, right?
Yeah, but he works at Trillium.
Yeah, I'm saying he doesn't. I mean, I know he doesn't do internet stuff anymore, but yeah. I tried to hook up with him when I was there, but he wasn't around. He was, dude, one of the nicest people ever.
Yeah, crazy great dude. And I was just hanging out with all the Trillium crew for the entire this is the long weekend I was there. And one of Nick's friends working at Trillium, Bennett, I told him about wanting to go to Treehouse, and he had to stay off. He's like, "Yeah, well, it's my day off, so let's go to Treehouse."
Yeah, let's go to Treehouse. That's so awesome.
Like, that was so amazing. So we went the drive, went to BT's barbecue and all that. I made a video. I mean, I have a video on my channel called "The Ultimate Treehouse Experience." It almost has it has 15 or 20,000 views.
Yeah, Treehouse stuff is like big on the internet.
But that experience was amazing. Like going to Treehouse, standing in line and getting cans, and then driving down to BT's barbecue and just cracking like a couple days old cans of Julius and drink and then have barbecue.
I'm telling you,
go back and have.
When I was at Treehouse, the limit was 6 cans of Haze, 6 cans of Julius. That was it. And I got 12 cans and I left. It was fucking awesome. And nowadays you can get 60 cases of beer.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's nuts.
I heard they made a rule now also, if you go there, you have to spend at least $65.
Yeah, which is, I mean, bro, you buy 3-4 packs and that's $65 right there. So,
and also, if you have to make the drive, I would also want to get more back than
of course.
6-pack.
Dude, hey, listen, you've bought plenty of cases of monkish beer. You're spending more than $60.
Yeah.
That's just, I mean, that's the way it is.
Yeah. That's true. And Raider Tony says he wishes he could stay, but he left. He probably already left. But shout out to Raider Tony.
Tony, you're awesome, bro.
Thanks a ton for tuning in, man. It's been great having you. You've been watching pretty much since we started.
He drank a 4-pack of Mayberry. I love it. I love it.
That's awesome, dude. Cheers to Raider Tony.
Tony.
And see here. Someone went somewhere in April. I guess that was Treehouse.
Oh no, they went to Maine, I think.
Maine. Okay. And Michael Borges says he turned 21 not too long ago.
Jesus, 21?
Wow.
Freaking baby. How dare you?
That's amazing. 21 years not too long ago, and you're getting into beer like this. I think that's pretty dope.
Like, you turned 21 and your first beers were slice beers. Like, I hate you right now. Because my first beer was like Coors. Budweiser and Coors and all those macro swill beers, and you're drinking slice beer and all this. Like, just how dare these kids these days?
The most used joke in Denmark about American beer, and my boss uses it all the time. Our owner all the time when he does tours, and it's like he said before America had craft beer. American beer was, like Budweiser and all this, and Budweiser is like having sex in a canoe, just fucking close to water. And he uses that joke every single time he has a tour. And it's the fun thing is like the majority of beers I make for him is like American inspired, but so he changed it a bit to like back in the day, craft beer. But before that, he would always say American beer. It's like having sex in a canoe. It's fucking close to water. And it's like, no, it isn't, because you haven't drunk enough.
But still, I mean, at least you're having sex, right? I mean, let's be real.
We're talking about sex on YouTube at 4 hours and almost 30 minutes. There you go. Master of Hoppets and Joe being totally sober. And there you
go. Oh, it's the best.
Yeah.
I hate that YouTube cut you off at 4 hours and 30 minutes, but whatever.
Yeah, that's how it is. But we got 4 minutes to shout out things. So Joe, what do you want to shout out?
Do I want to shout out anything? I don't think so. I mean,
what about your own channel, man?
Yeah, I mean, jowsarcade.com. You can go to my YouTube channel. We drink beer. You don't learn much. It's usually me in this state after drinking. We've had 6 beers today, which is good. That's usually my reviews. So I mean,
fucking great, man.
Yeah, if you're watching this live stream, you've probably already like hung out on my channel if you know Peter. I mean, that's
This has been great fun though, man. It almost feels like we've been hanging out in real life, just like a couple years back when I visited.
Dude, that was so fun. I was telling my wife about that. I'm like, you guys got to come back. Like it was so much fun sitting at Pizza Port doing that.
That was great. If you guys haven't watched my review of Blind Pig, it's basically me and Joe at Pizza Port.
That's right.
With the worst audio because there's so many people trying to find a spot at the bar to review Blind Pig.
It was so loud. Did you get copyright struck?
No.
Remember, like there was music. Problem. Remember, we were talking about.
Yeah, we were talking about. There's not a problem. I think it's just because it's so loud you can't hear what it is.
That was so fun. We drank so much beer that night. So good.
It was really fun, and it was, I really want to go back to California.
Yeah.
Seriously, you guys have one of the coolest beer scenes. Like, being a European, and one of the, when you talk about pilgrimage in terms of beer, one of the must visits is Southern California.
Yeah, I told you
It's
next time you
amazing.
come, dude, come to the house. We'll sit in the garage. We'll drink beers. We'll play games. We'll do all that stuff.
It sounds like a dope idea.
It would be so fun.
We got a final comment. Someone just joined now. Good to see you guys on live. Cheers. Somehow catch the live chat at the end. Drinking Ouzo and Pilsner Urquell from Norway. Awesome.
Fucking Norway. Holy smokes. Like, what time is it in Norway right now?
Same as Denmark. So almost,
midnight?
yeah, it's 30 minutes past midnight now.
Oof.
But do you know what Ouzo is?
Yeah, that's the
Liqueur thing.
isn't that like a Greek thing or something?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Like it's
Yeah.
like
I've had
Starry,
Ouzo. Yeah.
and
what's
then it
up?
has Pilsner Urquell. That's pretty
Not
good.
mad. Speaking of Pilsner Urquell, they just sent me a box of like all kinds of crazy shit, dude.
They send it to so many American YouTubers.
Yeah, I got
Yeah,
like
Darwin got
beer.
one.
I got a sweatshirt. I got fucking shoes. Like, I'm like, what is happening?
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go buy Pilsner Urquell and shit on it just to not send me a box.
Do it. Do it.
I'm not in the States, so that's why.
Yeah, it's
Not part of
crazy.
the audience. No, but
Yeah.
that's hilarious. And people are saying, "Awesome, thanks for the stream. Thanks a ton for tuning
thanks
in."
for hanging
Joe, big time thanks for doing this. This is
Dude, I
fucking
love you,
great.
bro. This has been amazing.
This has been amazing.
We gotta do it again.
We have to. This was so much fun.
You got to bring everyone on. You got to bring Michael, Brett, like have everyone come on and let's hang out.
It would be amazing. If we could do it like a group thing with each our different cam, that would be hilariously awesome.
Yeah, let's do it.
Like do a huge international live stream. That would be amazing. So,
that'd be so fun.
And what I also loved was that we got to do both Danish beer and beer from your neck of the woods.
Yeah, so fun.
With bonus beers.
That's right.
So yeah, thanks a ton for joining. If you guys haven't checked out Joe, check out his channel. Link for it's down below. It is Jow's Arcade, or it will be down below when the video is posted after the live. Thanks a ton for everyone for tuning in. It's been great fun. And yeah, I guess we're just gonna say cheers. Cheers, Joe.
Oh, my beer's gone.
Okay, I'm gonna finish mine on stream. The final chug. And see you guys in another live stream. Thanks
See you
for hanging
guys.
out. Cheers.